An Interview with a Rake, written by Violet Sinclair. Narrated by Isadora Blythe. Prologue from the Journal of Miss Abigail Sears, April 15, 1819. Baron Lawrence has declared my time has run out. 3 seasons, 3, apparently constitute sufficient opportunity to secure a husband of appropriate standing, wealth, and connections. That I have failed to do so thus far has been deemed a personal deficiency rather than discernment. You will choose a suitable match by season's end, Abigail, he informed me this morning, his voice as cold and unyielding as the marble bust of his grandfather glowering from the mantel. Or I shall choose for you. Mother, of course, merely twisted her handkerchief and offered weak protestations. George, surely, she will do her duty, Margaret. Duty, as if the entirety of a woman's existence might be distilled into that single suffocating word. I will not leave this momentous decision to chance, nor to the Baron's calculations of advantage and connection. If I am to be yoked to someone for the remainder of my natural life, it shall be by my design, not his. Accordingly, I have devised a system, a comprehensive, scientific methodology for husband selection that eliminates the vagaries of emotion and the pitfalls of superficial charm. I shall apply the same rigorous observation and documentation to potential suitors as I have to my butterfly collection. After all, if one can categorize Lepidoptera according to wing patterns and migratory habits, surely one can evaluate gentlemen with similar precision. I have already begun my comprehensive assessment matrix, a comprehensive scientific evaluation of matrimonial potential. Total possible score, 100 points. Minimum acceptable threshold, 75 points. Scoring categories: I, intellectual compatibility, 0 to 10 points. Depth of conversation, scientific knowledge, curiosity of mind. Critical, ability to discuss beyond hunting and weather too. Financial stability, 0 to 15 points. Family connections, estate management, inheritance potential. Critical, supportive scientific pursuits. 3, moral character, 20 points. Treatment of servants, emotional intelligence, capacity for personal growth. Deductions, dueling tendencies, casual cruelty. 4, personal compatibility, 0 to 25 points. Tolerance for independent thought, respect for female intellectual pursuits, potential for genuine partnership. Critical, willingness to travel, research support v. Genetic considerations, 0 to 10 points. Health history, family medical background, potential for healthy offspring. Bonus skills, 20 points. Language abilities, scientific knowledge, interesting life experiences. Critical deduction modules, American bias, condescending remarks, up to -20 points. Stereotypical assumptions, immediate disqualification. Fortune hunter detection, excessive dowry interest, up to 30 points. Immediate marriage proposals, automatic reduction. Scientific autonomy, dismissal of female scholarship, up to 15 points. Attempts to suppress research, immediate elimination. Rakish behavior evaluation, minor flirtations, 5 points. Repeated scandals, 10 points. Documented seductions, 15 points. Dueling incidents, automatic disqualification. Redemption potential, genuine emotional connection, bonus recalculation possible. Final assessment, pass, 75 100 points. Proceed with caution, 60 to 74 points. Immediate rejection, below 60 points. Mother would be scandalized if she discovered my methodology. She believes love to be some miraculous alchemical reaction, unpredictable and ungovernable. Pure sentiment, without reason or rationale. You cannot quantify matters of the heart, she insisted when I attempted to explain my observations of Lord Merryweather's obvious matrimonial unsuitability at Lady Harrington's musicale. On the contrary, I replied, one can quantify anything with sufficient attention to detail and proper experimental controls. She merely sighed and murmured something about my father's scientific leanings, as though they were a regrettable hereditary condition, like gout or an unfortunate nose. I have now evaluated 17 potential candidates from previous seasons. Not a single one exceeded 68 points. Most hovered around 45, with Lord Blackwood achieving a particularly dismal 36. I had assumed my system would illuminate why I found each gentleman unsuitable, but even I was alarmed by how thoroughly they failed. Thank Providence, I received an invitation to the Duke and Duchess of Rothbury's house party next week. Diana writes that it shall be crawling with eligible bachelors, each more desperate than the last to secure a wife before the season's end. The perfect laboratory for my research. If Baron Lawrence demands a husband, I shall deliver one, selected according to scientific principles rather than his antiquated notions of suitable connections. I refuse to be bartered like livestock for the advancement of his social aspirations. I will find a gentleman who achieves my minimum threshold of 75 points. I must. Failure is not an option when the alternative is surrendering my future to my stepfather's choices. I am determined. I am methodical. I am. Lord, I sound like one of those awful Gothic heroines, all breathless declarations and quivering resolve. Scientific inquiry requires dispassion, not melodrama. Tomorrow I shall begin preparation for Rothbury Abbey. My assessment sheets are ready. My scoring system is refined. My butterfly specimen kit is packed. Should I find time for proper scientific pursuits between social obligations? Let the matrimonial experiment commence. A.S. 1 Rothbury Abbey, Spring 1819. Specimen exhibits unusual wing pattern variations, suggesting potential evolutionary adaptation. Abigail Sears pressed her pencil to paper with scientific precision, her gaze fixed upon the purple emperor butterfly basking among the Duke's roses. The morning dew clung to her hem, a price gladly paid for this rare opportunity to observe such an elusive creature. Her leather-bound notebook balanced precariously on her knee as she added another careful notation. A memory rose unbidden, sharp as a blade's edge. Her stepfather's study 3 days prior, where dust motes had danced like trapped specimens in the late afternoon light. Baron Lawrence's shoulders stiff with aristocratic disapproval as he delivered his ultimatum. 3 seasons, Abigail. 3 seasons of watching you chase butterflies across every garden in London, while eligible gentlemen chase other young ladies to the altar. My research will find a new home at the British Museum. He turned then, his expression carved from granite. Without your name attached to any of it, unless you prove yourself capable of being a proper lady. Her mother's soft gasp from the corner had cut deeper than the Baron's words. George, surely. She will choose a suitable match by season's end, Margaret, or I shall choose for her. Abby blinked away the memory, her fingers clutching the second notebook hidden beneath her specimen notes, the one containing her carefully crafted husband compatibility assessment. Inside lay the scientific solution to her predicament, a comprehensive scoring system designed to evaluate potential suitors with empirical precision. You cannot quantify matters of the heart, her mother had protested when Abby had attempted to explain her methodology. On the contrary, Abby had replied, one can quantify anything with sufficient attention to detail and proper experimental controls. The scratch of her pencil faltered as raised voices shattered the garden's dawn stillness. You'll answer for your behavior, Lockhart. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Civilized men resolve conflicts through reason, not violence. A gentleman who cannot control his temper is no gentleman at all. Through the rose garden's artful tangle, 2 figures emerged from shadow, one tall and broad-shouldered, the other lean and dangerous as an unsheathed blade. Abby's breath caught as she hastily added a new notation to her assessment criteria. Immediate disqualification, dueling. I assure you, Crestwood, there's nothing to answer for. This voice bore the cut-glass accent of the ton, edged with a lazy arrogance that suggested its owner found the entire situation beneath his notice. My sister's reputation is perfectly intact, which you'd know if you weren't so eager to believe the worst of me. Which, given the circumstances, wasn't entirely unreasonable. Crestwood had found Margaret alone, disheveled, unwilling to name the man she'd been with. Julian hadn't seen the bastard's face, only the back of his coat disappearing into the shadows. Margaret had begged him to say nothing, and for reasons he hadn't quite examined, he'd agreed. But now, staring down the barrel of Crestwood's fury, he was starting to regret that choice. The taller man's movements held the fluid grace of a practiced swordsman. Even in the dim light, his evening clothes spoke of Bond Street's finest tailoring, hardly appropriate attire for a morning constitutional. The contrast between his elegant appearance and the raw anger radiating from his companion struck Abby as rather like watching a snake prepare to strike while wearing a cravat. Lord Crestwood's hand strayed to his pistol. "Draw your weapon, you bastard." "Don't be absurd." The taller man, Lord Lockhart, she presumed, maintained that infuriating drawl. "I have no intention of—" "Draw, or I'll shoot you where you stand." The lazy voice turned to steel. "Very well, but remember, you forced this." Abby suddenly realized the gravity of what she was witnessing, the scandal. And if scandal touched her, if even the hint of impropriety reached her stepfather's ears, he would waste no time in selecting her husband for her. And that, above all, she could not allow. But before she could turn to leave, a sharp crack of the pistol rang out. Abby's hand flew to her mouth, stifling a gasp as Lord Crestwood staggered backward, clutching his arm. His opponent lowered his smoking pistol with the same precise control one might use to set down a teacup. "Next time," he said quietly, "verify your facts before challenging me. I won't aim for your arm twice." Her boot scraped against a loose stone, betraying her presence. Lord Lockhart's head snapped toward her hiding place, his eyes finding hers through the roses with unerring accuracy. They were winter-gray eyes, cold as frost, but sparked with something that made her pulse quicken in a most unscientific manner. His face might have been carved from marble, all sharp planes and aristocratic angles, beautiful in the way that dangerous things often were. For one endless moment, they stared at each other. Then his lips curved into a smile that held no warmth at all. Bloody brilliant. Another witness. First Margaret's secret, now this? If the entire damn household insisted on appearing at inopportune moments, Julian would be lucky to survive the week unscathed. "Well," he said softly, "this complicates matters." Abby turned and fled, her heart thundering against her ribs as she navigated the dew-slick paths. Her precious notebooks clutched to her chest. She heard a muttered curse and the sound of pursuit. "Miss." His voice carried an edge of command that she found herself ignoring with perverse satisfaction. "A moment of your time, if you please." She most certainly did not please. The manor's golden stone walls beckoned through the mist, promising safety, propriety, and all manner of things that had nothing to do with duels or dangerous men with winter-gray eyes. "I insist you stop." The words carried the weight of someone unused to being disobeyed. "This is hardly the behavior of a lady." "Neither is shooting people before breakfast," Abby called over her shoulder, her scientific composure deserting her entirely. "Though I suppose that depends entirely on one's definition of proper behavior." She darted behind a towering yew, her breath coming in short gasps, the leather of her notebooks pressing against her ribs. The sound of his footsteps drew closer, measured and inexorable as fate itself. "What precisely were you doing in the gardens at this hour?" His voice held a note of genuine curiosity beneath the aristocratic command. "Surely not merely admiring the roses." "Observing butterflies." Abby emerged from her hiding place, chin lifted. Up close, Lord Lockhart proved even more devastating, tall and elegantly lethal, like a rapier disguised as a gentleman. His evening clothes spoke of a night spent in pursuits far removed from proper behavior, yet he wore them with the same careless grace as a king might wear his crown. An American. The word dripped with disdain as his gaze swept over her with a deliberate assessment. "How?" "Unexpected. I fail to see how my being American has any bearing on what I witnessed." She met those impossible gray eyes with scientific detachment, mentally noting the immediate deduction of points for prejudicial attitudes. "Tell me, my lord, do you often engage in illegal duels, or was this morning a special occasion?" "There was no duel." He summoned a smile clearly designed to dazzle debutantes into submission. "A simple hunting accident, nothing more." "A hunting accident." She tilted her head, studying him as she might examine a particularly fascinating specimen. Her fingers itched to record this encounter in her notebook. Surely there must be a special category for gentlemen who combined lethal grace with blatant falsehood. "Without horses, hounds, or hunting clothes. How remarkably innovative of you. I had no idea the English aristocracy had developed such novel sporting methods." "You seem to be wandering these gardens quite alone, miss." His voice dropped lower, a dangerous silk that sent most unwanted shivers down her spine. "Surely you understand the impropriety of such solitude?" "No more improper than shooting one's acquaintances before most of the household has stirred." She met his gaze steadily, refusing to be intimidated by his looming presence or the way his proximity seemed to steal all the air from her lungs. "Your name, if you please." "No," she agreed pleasantly. "I don't believe I shall please." Lord Lockhart's smile slipped, just a fraction, as though her refusal defied some natural law he had never before encountered. "You are aware that withholding your name is hardly proper behavior? And dueling before breakfast is?" Abby arched a brow, emboldened by the way his expression flickered, as if he found her more intriguing than he cared to admit. Something in his gaze sharpened, assessing. "If I were dueling, which I was not, I would argue that a gentleman's honor takes precedence over propriety." "Ah, so you do prioritize honor," she mused, tilting her head. "How fascinating." His lips parted, but he hesitated. Up close, she was small, almost ethereal in the dim light of the garden. A creature of delicate contrasts, wisps of golden hair escaping her bonnet, her pale skin kissed by the chill of dawn. She looked angelic, until she spoke. "I shall make a note," she added, her voice filled with deliberate provocation. The illusion shattered. The angel had claws. His frown deepened. "Make a note?" She slipped her book into her reticule. "Am I to assume you are unfamiliar with documentation, my lord?" Lockhart exhaled, long-suffering. "You have quite the sharp tongue, miss. Surely you wouldn't press a lady for information she has already declined to provide?" She gave him a look of wide-eyed innocence, the kind her mother had always warned her could be infuriating in the wrong circumstances. He chuckled, low and rich, though there was something in his eyes that suggested he wasn't entirely amused. "I see you delight in making yourself a nuisance." "Oh no," she said, tilting her head. "I delight in making observations." His gaze swept over her again, slower this time, his study more forensic than flirtatious. "And what, pray, have you observed about me?" She let the silence stretch, long enough for the weight of it to settle between them. "That you are accustomed to being obeyed, that you expect to intimidate those around you into compliance, that you find me inconvenient." His lips twitched, though whether in irritation or amusement, she couldn't tell. "And what would you suggest I do about this inconvenience?" She shrugged. "Adapt, my lord. Evolution favors those who do." He laughed at that, an actual laugh, surprised and genuine. "And yet, I suspect you are not one to make things easy." "No," she said with a prim smile, "I'm not." For a moment, the tension between them shifted into something else, something she refused to name. Then, as if remembering himself, Lord Lockhart stepped forward and caught her wrist. His grip was firm, warm, even through her sleeve. For one disorienting moment, the world narrowed to the place where his fingers pressed against her skin. She had studied anatomy, understood the workings of muscle and bone, but there was nothing academic about the way her pulse jumped in response. A reaction as foolish as it was unscientific. "You are playing a dangerous game," he murmured. "Do you have any idea what someone might assume if they saw us here alone?" Abby lifted her chin, unflinching. "Then I suggest you release me before someone stumbles upon us and assumes the worst. Imagine the scandal, my lord. An unmarried lady alone in the gardens at dawn with a known rake." "Rake? Well, of course. Whatever else could you be if you were called to the dueling ground at dawn? I dare say you would make a most unsuitable husband for me." His fingers flexed, hesitation flickering across his face before he let her go. "This conversation is not over, miss." "Oh, I rather think it is," she said crisply before turning on her heel and striding toward the manor without looking back. She made it only 3 steps before he stepped into her path once more, blocking her retreat with infuriating ease. "If not for me, or even for your own sake, then at least for Miss Crestwood." His voice was lower now, taut with something she could not name. "Margaret is innocent in this. Should you rush inside with wild accusations, her reputation may not survive it." Abby stilled, the words hitting their mark. Her first instinct was to scoff. Why should she concern herself with the affairs of a man who had just fought a duel at dawn? But the implication settled in, unwelcome and inescapable. If Julian Lockhart was so concerned with Miss Crestwood's reputation, there could only be one reason. "Ah," she said softly, tilting her head as if examining a particularly fascinating specimen. "How noble of you. I suppose Miss Crestwood should be grateful for such steadfast devotion." Julian's jaw tensed. "You misunderstand." "Oh, I rarely do." She used his brief hesitation to sidestep him, gathering her skirts and making her escape before he could try again. Let him think she believed the worst of him. What did it matter? If he was entangled with Margaret Crestwood, then he was precisely the sort of man who had no place in her carefully ordered world. Julian Lockhart watched her retreat, the stubborn lift of her chin, the way her fingers clenched her reticule as though she held the world inside it. Damnation. She was unlike any woman he had ever met, entirely too sharp-witted, entirely too fearless. And yet, when he had first seen her through the mist-laden garden, he had thought her a dream, a small, delicate thing with a quiet intensity about her, something almost otherworldly. Then she had opened her mouth. Julian exhaled, dragging a hand through his hair. He had no time for this. His sole purpose in attending this infernal house party was to see his sister Eleanor through her first season without scandal. Marriage, love, a future bound to another? No. He had seen firsthand what a loveless union did to people. His father's cold indifference, his mother's quiet despair. His parents had been bound by duty, and duty alone, and their marriage had been nothing more than a gilded cage. He would never step inside one himself. A small pang of guilt surfaced, his mother's voice, soft yet insistent, whispering of duty, of an heir. To the devil with it. Let the title pass to some distant cousin. He had no intention of stepping into that trap. The manor loomed before him, its golden stone catching the weak morning light. Inside, the day's obligations awaited him. Polite conversation, tedious dances, ensuring Eleanor did not make an ill-advised match. One thing was certain. Whoever that maddening young woman was, she had already caused far too much distraction. And worse, now he had to worry whether the wisp of a girl was going to gossip about what had happened this morning. If she did, it would not just be his name at risk, but Crestwood's and Margaret's as well. Damn it all. He had too many fires to put out already. And now this? He would have to find out who she was, and quickly. To Hugh, she could storm into the breakfast room and tell them all what she had seen. Except, then she would have to explain why she had been out alone. And worse, Margaret Crestwood's name would be drawn into it, whether Lord Lockhart had wronged her or not. A scandal like this could ruin a young lady before her first season had even begun. Abigail Sears exhaled sharply and turned from the window, where the gardens lay shrouded in morning mist. Her gaze flickered to her maid, Fran, who was fastening the last of the pearl buttons on her gown with practiced efficiency. Fran's sharp eyes met hers in the looking-glass. If you're trying to wear a hole through the carpet, I'd say you're nearly there. Abby pressed her lips together, forcing stillness into her frame. I wasn't pacing, I was thinking. Thinking? Fran pinned the final curl into place, then folded her arms, unimpressed. Thinking usually has you scribbling in that journal of yours. This is brooding, and you don't brood, unless a butterfly has gone and insulted you. A wry smile tugged at Abby's lips, but it vanished just as quickly. Nothing so dramatic, I merely have much to consider. Fran arched a brow. Such as? Abby hesitated. She trusted Fran, of course. The woman had been her confidant for years, privy to all of her research, her carefully constructed husband compatibility assessment, and even the reason behind it, her stepfather's ultimatum. But some things, even she wasn't sure how to explain. I must choose a husband before Baron Lawrence chooses one for me, she said, slipping into the most logical of her concerns. And that means I must begin my evaluations in earnest. Fran scoffed as she reached for Abby's reticule. I don't see how your list of qualifications is going to help when none of the men here have the sense God gave a goose, which is why careful observation is required. Abby turned to face Fran directly. There must be at least one gentleman in attendance who possesses intelligence, rationality, and the ability to carry on a meaningful conversation without resorting to empty flattery or mindless gossip. Fran looked at her skeptically. If such a man exists, I've yet to meet him. And neither have you, judging by the way you've been snapping since you returned from your morning walk. Abby stilled. I haven't been. Oh, but you have, Fran interrupted, planting her hands on her hips. You went to the gardens just as you always do, but you came back looking like you'd walked into a battlefield. Your hair was a mess, your hands were shaking, and you've been in a temper ever since. Something happened out there, and it wasn't a butterfly sighting. Abby glanced away, smoothing an imaginary wrinkle from her sleeve. It was nothing of consequence. Fran huffed. Miss Abby, you may be able to fool your stepfather and the rest of the ton, but you can't fool me. So either you tell me what's got you looking like you'd rather throw something than take breakfast, or I'll start making my own guesses. Abby inhaled slowly, composing her response. She could tell Fran the truth about the duel, about Lord Lockhart and his insufferable arrogance, about how he had caught her wrist, held her gaze, and how, just for a fleeting, absurd moment, she had felt something. No, that was unscientific nonsense. I came across an encounter that was not meant for my eyes, she admitted carefully, one that could cause considerable scandal if revealed. Fran's brows lifted. Scandal? Now you have my interest. Abby shot her a dry look. Not all scandals are amusing. This one, if mishandled, could ruin reputations. Fran's expression sobered. And what do you intend to do about it? That was the question, wasn't it? She could tell the truth. March into the room and lay the entire affair bare before the assembled guests. But what then? Would Lord Crestwood demand another duel, this time with fewer witnesses and a deadlier outcome? Would Margaret's name be dragged through the mud? And what of herself? Would she be seen as an impartial observer, or would her own name be whispered through the halls, tied to the very scandal she sought to expose? Would the Baron seize the opportunity to declare her unfit to choose her own match, taking the decision from her entirely? She straightened her shoulders. No, she would not act rashly, not yet. For now, she said, fastening the clasp of her reticule with deliberate precision, I will say nothing, but I will observe, and when the time is right, I will decide what to do. Fran gave her a long look, then sighed. Heaven help the man who lands himself on your list, miss. He won't stand a chance. Julian Lockhart leaned back in his chair, the very picture of ease, though beneath the table his fingers tightened ever so slightly around the handle of his teacup. The breakfast room hummed with the soft clink of silverware against porcelain, the occasional rustle of the Duke of Rothbury's newspaper, and the muffled laughter of children somewhere down the hall. But none of that disguised the tension radiating from Lord Henry Crestwood, that seated across from him, his expression thunderous. And so you see, Julian continued smoothly, voice laced with casual charm, had Henry not stepped directly into the path of that startled grouse. Stepped into the path? Crestwood's grip on his teacup tightened. A drop of Earl Grey trembled on the rim, much like the muscle ticking in his jaw. I rather think. More tea, Lord Crestwood? Diana Rayborn's voice cut through the air with effortless grace, her hand already lifting the silver teapot. Her gaze, sharp and knowing, flickered between the two men as she smiled pleasantly. Or perhaps you'd prefer coffee. I find it does wonders for morning accidents. Julian inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, appreciating her intervention. Diana was far too intelligent not to sense the undercurrents at play, and far too well-bred to allow a full-blown argument to erupt over toast and kippers. Across the table, the Duke of Rothbury, Gabriel, failed entirely to hide his amusement behind his newspaper. At his side sat Marquess Fitzwilliam, Marquess of Pembry, whose futile attempts to corral his twin sons into proper breakfast behavior were met with little success. Lucy Fitzwilliam, Marchioness of Pembry, merely smiled at their antics, ever composed as she buttered her toast. Margaret Crestwood stole another glance in Julian's direction, eyes wide with something that might have been concern, or something more calculating. He pretended not to notice, though he could practically feel Henry's temperature rising. The entire situation was becoming rather tedious, as if he had any interest in Crestwood's sister, when his sole purpose here was to see his own sister Eleanor properly launched into society. I must say, Lockhart. Lord Randolph Ashworth adjusted his cravat with meticulous precision. Hunting at dawn seems a touch ambitious even for you. Lord Randolph speaks truth, Lord Thomas Blackwood added with his signature drawl, eyes half-lidded with apparent boredom. Though one must admire your dedication to sport. Julian offered an easy shrug. When opportunity presents itself, one must act. Oh, indeed, Duchess Radcliffe murmured, stirring her tea with measured patience. And yet, how very odd that, in all my years at Rothbury Abbey, no one has ever startled a grouse in quite such a fashion before. Julian kept his expression impassive, though inwardly he cursed. The old woman was as sharp as ever. "I suppose we must blame Crestwood's poor luck, then." Julian's voice was smooth, but his gaze flickered toward Henry, willing him to let the matter drop. Crestwood, unfortunately, did not appear to have received the unspoken message. His glare remained unwavering, his posture rigid. "It is a wonder how these accidents always seem to occur in your presence, Lockhart." Julian resisted the urge to scoff. If Henry had any sense, he would be looking elsewhere for answers. This was growing tiresome. He had crafted the lie well enough, but Henry Crestwood was nothing if not persistent. Pressing the matter would do neither of them any favors. Before Julian could craft another deflection, the door to the breakfast room swung open. He had precisely 3 seconds to register the shift in the room's atmosphere before she entered. The young woman from the garden. She knew about the duel. Julian's breath hitched before he had the presence of mind to mask his reaction. The morning light streaming in from the tall windows caught the pale blue muslin of her gown, turning the fabric almost luminescent. She moved with quiet precision, as if she had calculated every step before taking it. And yet, it was her eyes that arrested him most, their piercing intelligence, the weight of observation behind them. Julian held back a swear. Would she say anything? Would she attempt to test him here in a room full of onlookers? Across the room, Baron Lawrence's voice snapped through the air like a whip. "Abigail, you are late." Abigail. The name settled in Julian's mind like a puzzle piece clicking into place. Baron Lawrence's stepdaughter. The flicker of something, defiance, annoyance, crossed Abigail's expression before she inclined her head in a deceptively placid gesture. "My apologies." Julian's fingers tightened around his teacup. She hadn't looked at him yet. Not directly. But the weight of her presence settled over him like a challenge, unspoken yet undeniable. Diana, ever the consummate hostess, rose smoothly to her feet. "Come, you must meet everyone properly." Julian forced himself to release a slow, measured breath. Whatever game Abigail Sears intended to play, he would be ready. And for the first time in years, he was not entirely certain he would win. 3 Abby stepped forward with practiced composure, smoothing her gloved hands over her skirts as Diana Rayborn began the introductions. She had known many of these faces from previous seasons, but some were new, and one, in particular, stood out with unbearable clarity. Lord Lockhart. She met his gaze briefly, careful not to linger. He was watching her, of course, studying her reaction, likely weighing whether she would betray what she knew. She schooled her features into pleasant neutrality, keeping her expression light and unbothered. If he was waiting for her to flinch, he would be sorely disappointed. "Miss Sears," Diana said warmly, "I believe you are already acquainted with Lord Randolph Ashworth and Lord Thomas Blackwood." Both gentlemen inclined their heads politely. Ashworth, ever the charmer, offered a smooth smile, while Blackwood, true to form, looked supremely disinterested in anything beyond his morning tea. "And of course, you know Lord and Lady Fitzwilliam," Diana continued, gesturing toward Marquess Fitzwilliam, Marquess of Pembry, and his wife Lucy, the Marchioness of Pembry. Their twin boys, James and William, barely contained their fidgeting, though Lucy cast them a pointed look of warning. Before Abby could fully step into the room, Lucy shot up from her chair with an excited gasp. "Abby!" Without a care for propriety, Lucy flung her arms around Abby in a warm embrace, her American exuberance a stark contrast to the more reserved English decorum of the room. "I'm so glad you made it. We must catch up immediately, after breakfast, of course. How is the butterfly collection going?" The outburst earned a few raised brows from the gentleman, but Diana only smiled, accustomed to Lucy's irrepressible energy. "And Lord Henry Crestwood and his sister, Miss Margaret Crestwood." Margaret's expression was unreadable, though Abby did not miss the tension in her shoulders. Lord Crestwood's nod was clipped, his mouth still a firm, disapproving line, no doubt due to Lord Lockhart's presence. Diana's hand gestured toward Julian at last, as if he were an afterthought. "And of course, Viscount Lockhart and his sister, Miss Eleanor Lockhart, who has just made her debut this season. May I present Miss Abigail Sears?" Abby finally turned her attention to him, inclining her head in polite acknowledgement. "My lord, Miss Sears." His response was measured, his tone even, but the sharp glint in his winter-gray eyes warned her that he had not forgotten their earlier encounter. Abby's pulse tripped, though she refused to let it show. She had spent years training herself to mask her reactions, to keep her emotions hidden beneath the surface. A well-bred lady never revealed too much. Miss Eleanor Lockhart, a bright-eyed young woman with the eager enthusiasm of a debutante, smiled warmly at her. "Miss Sears, I have heard so much about you. Your work with butterflies. I think it's fascinating." Abby's lips twitched with the ghost of a smile. "You are very kind, Miss Lockhart." Whatever moment of ease that exchange had granted her was swiftly cut short by the measured tap of a cane against the polished floor. Duchess Radcliffe. "Now that we are all better acquainted," the Duchess murmured, stirring her tea with practiced nonchalance, "perhaps Lord Lockhart would care to elaborate on his rather unusual hunting accident this morning." A ripple of tension passed through the room, so subtle that an untrained eye might have missed it. But Abby did not miss it. Nor, she suspected, did Julian. His smile did not falter, but she saw the slight shift in his shoulders, the measured inhale before he spoke. "There is little else to tell, Your Grace. A most unfortunate incident, but thankfully one with no lasting harm." Duchess Radcliffe hummed, setting her spoon down with a deliberate clink against her saucer. "Curious. I cannot recall a single instance of a startled grouse inspiring such vigorous reactions among gentlemen of good breeding. Perhaps I am mistaken." Abby nearly bit the inside of her cheek to keep from smiling. The Duchess was playing a game of her own, and Julian knew it. A flicker of amusement, perhaps even admiration, passed through her at the way the older woman wielded words like a scalpel. Julian's expression remained impeccably neutral. "I would not presume to question your recollections, Your Grace." "Wise of you," the Duchess replied smoothly, lifting her teacup. "Very wise indeed." Eleanor Lockhart, still brimming with enthusiasm from their introduction, turned to Abby with eager curiosity. "Miss Sears, I do hope you'll indulge me. I've heard the most fascinating things about your studies. Lord Ashworth mentioned you've documented butterfly variations entirely unique to London." At that, Lord Ashworth inclined his head. "Indeed. Quite the talk among those with an interest in natural sciences." Abby set down her teacup, fingers steady as she met Eleanor's bright gaze. "Not entirely unique, but certainly rare. This morning, in fact, I was fortunate enough to observe a purple emperor butterfly in the gardens. They are notoriously elusive. One might spend an entire season searching and never catch more than a glimpse." Eleanor leaned forward, eyes alight with interest. "And what makes them so difficult to find?" "Their selectivity." Abby's lips curved slightly. "Unlike most butterflies, which flit from flower to flower, the male purple emperor prefers to perch high in the trees, surveying his domain. He does not waste energy chasing every opportunity. He waits, choosing only the most advantageous moment to act." Duchess Radcliffe made a sound of approval as she sipped her tea. "A creature of discernment, then. Sensible." "Quite," Abby agreed, "and even more fascinating when one studies their mating habits." A beat of silence. Across the table, the men collectively stiffened. Lord Blackwood, who had been idly stirring his coffee, stopped mid-motion. Lord Ashworth suddenly found great interest in the tablecloth. Even Henry Crestwood, still bristling from earlier, looked as if he wished he were anywhere else. Abby, unaware, or perhaps entirely too aware of the shift, continued smoothly. "You see, female butterflies are equally selective. While many creatures rely on brute strength or dazzling displays, butterflies, especially the most successful species, choose their mates based on compatibility." Lucy Fitzwilliam, delighting in anything unconventional, grinned. "Compatibility? How marvelous! And how does a butterfly determine such a thing?" "Through careful observation and subtle signaling," Abby explained, warming to her subject. "The female tests potential mates for stamina, intelligence in avoiding predators, even the precise shade and symmetry of their wings. Some species even release pheromones, scents designed to test for a strong genetic match before accepting a suitor." Margaret Crestwood nearly choked on her tea. "You mean they scent their mates?" "Precisely," Abby nodded. "It is one of nature's many ways of ensuring the strongest pairings. The process may seem arbitrary to the untrained eye, but it is, in fact, highly methodical." The silence that followed was thick with barely concealed discomfort. Several of the gentlemen suddenly looked as though they had swallowed something unpleasant. Baron Lawrence cleared his throat sharply. "That is quite enough, Abigail." His disapproval settled over the table like a damp fog. "This is hardly suitable breakfast conversation." Lady Margaret, still looking vaguely scandalized, nodded in agreement. "It is not suitable conversation for any young lady." Abby, poised but unyielding, met her stepfather's gaze evenly. "I fail to see how discussing a subject rooted in natural science could be considered inappropriate." "You fail to see many things, girl," Baron Lawrence muttered under his breath, reaching for his coffee. Before he could end the conversation entirely, a new voice cut in. "I must disagree, Baron." "Julian." Abby turned her head sharply, her fingers tightening around her napkin. He lounged in his chair with practiced ease, an expression of lazy amusement on his face. "I, for one, find the subject fascinating." His tone was mild, but something in his eyes glinted with unmistakable mischief. Abby narrowed her gaze, trying to determine whether he was being sincere or merely amusing himself at her expense. Given their previous encounter, she assumed the latter. "Do you indeed, my lord?" she asked, voice smooth but edged with suspicion. "Most assuredly," Julian said, lifting his teacup in a mock toast. "I should very much like to hear you continue." An unexpected display of intellectual curiosity, Baron Lawrence muttered, clearly unimpressed. Julian's smile didn't waver. "I am a man of many surprises." The Baron looked as though he had quite enough of surprises this morning. Before he could press the issue, the Duke of Rothbury, who had, until this point, been quietly observing, folded his newspaper with deliberate care and set it aside. "I find myself in agreement with Viscount Lockhart," the Duke said, his voice carrying the easy authority of a man accustomed to being obeyed. "Miss Sears's studies are well regarded in scientific circles. I see no reason why we should not benefit from her knowledge as well." A murmur of approval from Lucy and Eleanor rippled through the table. Baron Lawrence, outmaneuvered, had no choice but to incline his head in reluctant acknowledgement. "As you wish, Your Grace." Julian bit back a smirk. Abby, meanwhile, took a steadying breath. She had not expected an ally in Lord Lockhart, least of all one so infuriating. But she had little time to dwell on it. She had successfully reclaimed the conversation, and now she intended to use it. She lifted her teacup delicately. "As I was saying," Julian watched her, amusement flickering behind his winter-gray eyes. She was leading them somewhere, and he was rather looking forward to seeing where. Eleanor Lockhart, still caught up in the previous discussion, tapped a thoughtful finger against her chin. "It is rather fascinating, isn't it? That in the natural world, even something as important as choosing a mate can be broken down into a science." Margaret Crestwood sighed into her teacup. If only the marriage market were as simple. Abby turned toward her, eyes gleaming. "Oh, but I believe it is." A brief silence followed as several pairs of eyes flicked toward her with varying degrees of curiosity and trepidation. Margaret gave her a dubious look. "Surely you jest." "Not at all," Abby replied smoothly. "If one applies careful study, thorough inquiry, and an objective system of measurement, one can determine an ideal match with a great deal of accuracy." Lord Blackwood, who had spent much of the conversation looking deeply disinterested in anything beyond his tea, finally lifted a brow. "Measurement?" Abby nodded. "Compatibility, my lord. A gentleman's intellect, his interests, his temperament, these things can be assessed, much like one might assess any other matter of importance." A chuckle sounded from the head of the table. Baron Lawrence, clearly not entertained by the entire discussion, leaned back in his chair with an indulgent shake of his head. "My dear, it comes down to dowry, and every gentleman in this room knows it." He took a leisurely sip of his coffee before adding, "It is a good thing yours is plenty, my dear. Now, shall we turn to more appropriate and ladylike topics? Perhaps how fine the weather is this morning." Abby's spine stiffened at the casual dismissal, heat creeping up her neck. "Oh, I don't know," Gabriel, the Duke of Rothbury, mused. "Some would say it has less to do with dowries and more to do with love." He reached for Diana's hand, brushing a kiss against her knuckles. "Exactly," Lucy Fitzwilliam exclaimed, beaming. "What a dull world it would be if marriages were chosen by numbers rather than hearts." Abby fought not to roll her eyes. Love. She wouldn't go that far. One required logic, not whimsical notions of passion. A deep, lazy voice cut through her thoughts. Passion, logic, perhaps the two aren't so far apart as you think. Lord Lockhart. She turned toward him, already bracing for whatever nonsense was about to spill from his lips. His lips curved slightly, though his winter-gray eyes gleamed with something sharper. After all, Miss Sears, while science may be used to determine a proper match, one must consider the chemistry between a man and a woman. There was a beat of silence. Eleanor, oblivious to the implication, nodded brightly. Oh, yes. Chemistry is most important, isn't it? Several of the gentlemen shifted uncomfortably. Margaret Crestwood's cheeks pinked as she busied herself with her tea. Lord Ashworth cleared his throat. Lord Blackwood, who rarely looked entertained by anything, smirked into his coffee. Abby's fingers curled around her napkin. Chemistry. Oh, she knew exactly what Lord Lockhart meant, and she would not dignify it with a response. Instead, she lifted her chin and offered him a cool, assessing look. A most interesting point, my lord. But while attraction may hold some influence, I dare say it is the more substantial qualities, intelligence, honor, ambition, that truly determine a match of merit. Julian's expression remained maddeningly unreadable. Is that so? Across the table, Baron Lawrence sighed deeply. Abby turned her attention to Lord Blackwood, who had thus far remained unimpressed by the conversation. Lord Blackwood, she said with an air of genuine curiosity, I understand you have traveled extensively. Tell me, what is the most intriguing scientific advancement you have encountered on your travels? Blackwood lifted a brow, clearly unaccustomed to such direct questioning at the breakfast table. Scientific advancement? He repeated slowly, as if tasting the words. Abby merely smiled. Yes, my lord. Surely in all your worldly experience you must have encountered something of note. A slow smirk tugged at his lips. Ah, yes, science, always finding new ways to prove what we already knew. I leave such fascinations to men in laboratories. Abby took a delicate sip of tea. Noted. She turned next to Julian, already knowing she was making a mistake but unable to resist. And what of you, Lord Lockhart? Do you believe a woman might contribute meaningfully to the sciences, or do you find it rather beyond our delicate comprehension? Julian leaned back, his smile slow and knowing. Oh, I would never presume to question a woman's mind, Miss Sears. His voice was all lazy amusement. In fact, I believe women's intellectual capabilities are quite formidable, particularly when applied to matters of the heart. Silence. Abby's fingers tightened around her teacup. Oh, the arrogance. The other gentleman shifted uncomfortably. Diana coughed delicately into her napkin. The Duchess lifted a brow. Julian, completely unfazed, sipped his tea. Abby breathed in slowly. He's baiting you. She tilted her head slightly. How fortunate, then, that matters of the heart are entirely subjective. Science, on the other hand, requires more than charm to be understood. She turned back to her tea as if he were no longer worth her time. Julian watched her, something flickering behind his gaze, and for the first time that morning he wondered if she might be the one besting him. Baron Lawrence, sensing the shift in conversation and the clear discomfort of several gentlemen, cleared his throat. Fascinating as all this may be, my dear, let us not forget that the season is not an academic study. It is a matter of practicality. He leaned back in his chair with the air of a man making a final pronouncement. It all comes down to dowry, and every gentleman in this room knows it. Abby stiffened, her teacup poised midway to her lips. The Baron smiled indulgently, lifting his coffee cup. It is a good thing yours is plenty, my dear. Then, with casual finality, he added, and I dare say I would double Abigail's dowry for any gentleman who has the fortitude to take her on. A hush fell over the table. Lucy inhaled sharply. Diana's grip tightened ever so slightly on her teaspoon. Even Margaret Crestwood's lashes fluttered in barely concealed shock. The gentleman, however, reacted in a way that made Abby's stomach turn. A subtle but unmistakable shift, an awareness that had not been present moments before. A sudden interest. A few exchanged glances. A larger dowry meant a more enticing prospect. More advantageous marriages had been arranged on less. Abby forced a steady breath, willing herself not to betray the simmering frustration beneath her composed exterior. The Baron had just effectively put her on display, sweetening the deal as if she were a prize to be won. She hated that it worked. Julian had not moved, had not spoken, but his gaze was locked on her, unwavering. Where the others seemed intrigued by her newly increased value, his expression was different, assessing, studying. It made her feel as though she were caught in a silk-threaded cocoon, helpless to whatever conclusion he was drawing. Julian had not moved, had not spoken, but his gaze was locked on her, unwavering. Where the others seemed intrigued by her newly increased value, his expression was different, assessing, studying. It made her feel as though she were caught in a silk-threaded cocoon, helpless to whatever conclusion he was drawing. He should have been indifferent. A double dowry? It changed nothing for him. He was no fortune hunter, nor was he in need of an advantageous match. And yet, something about the Baron's casual auctioning of Abby's future set his teeth on edge, as if she were a problem to be solved, a burden to be handed off to the highest bidder, as if the sharp mind she had just displayed, the quiet defiance in her every word, meant nothing compared to the number of zeros attached to her name. His fingers tightened subtly against the table's edge. He had seen the flicker of emotion in her, controlled. But there, the way she had gone utterly still, the way her breath had hitched for just a moment before she mastered herself again, it had not been triumph, nor pride. It had been anger, frustration, perhaps even something deeper, something she had no wish for any of them to see. He was familiar with that feeling, too familiar. Julian exhaled slowly, forcing his grip to loosen. He had no business caring. Abby Sears was not his concern. She was merely a sharp-tongued American heiress with an inconvenient penchant for scientific inquiry and an even more inconvenient ability to pull his focus when he least wanted it pulled. And yet, his gaze lingered a moment longer, taking in the set of her shoulders, the careful lift of her chin. A woman who had spent her life fighting to be taken seriously, only to be reduced to a price on a marriage contract. Something in his chest twisted, low and sharp. That, at least, was a feeling he understood all too well. Wonderful girl, Miss Sears, Lord Ashworth mused, breaking the silence. Quite unique in her interests. Indeed, Julian lifted his coffee cup, masking his expression behind the rim. Though I imagine those interests might prove rather challenging for a husband to manage. Eleanor, her bright voice carrying just a hint of steel, tilted her head. And why, precisely, should her interests need managing at all? Julian closed his eyes briefly. God save him from scientific Americans and impressionable sisters. Before the tension could mount further, a perfectly timed intervention came from the other end of the table. Well, Duchess Radcliffe said dryly, what a splendidly mercenary perspective. Perhaps we should take out a notice in the papers then. Heiress with scientific inclinations, generous dowry, and undetermined tolerance for fools, seeking a gentleman of appropriate fortitude. She stirred her tea idly. Shall we take wagers on how many would present themselves before luncheon? The response was immediate. Chuckles from Gabriel and Marquess, Lucy's smothered laugh behind her napkin, and a rather undignified snort from Eleanor. Baron Lawrence, however, did not look amused. Julian's lips twitched, though his eyes never left Abby's. And then, just as the conversation threatened to return to the topic, Diana Rayborn spoke. I fear I must be selfish, she declared smoothly. I require Miss Sears's assistance with some correspondence. Baron Lawrence frowned. Surely Abigail's time would be better spent. Learning the intricacies of proper society correspondence? Diana's smile could have cut glass. I couldn't agree more. Abby, who was quite certain Diana had no need of such assistance, barely concealed her surprise. Julian, however, saw through it immediately. Diana was removing Abby from the conversation, steering her away before the discussion could spiral further, before the Baron could say something even more maddening, before Abby could lash out in a way she might regret. Clever woman. But, Baron Lawrence began, I'm sure you gentlemen can manage without us for an hour, Diana continued breezily, already rising to her feet. The Baron clenched his jaw, but against the Duchess of Rothbury and the hostess of the gathering, he had little ground to argue. Come along, Abby. Diana looped her arm through Abby's, and with a last dazzling smile to the table, led her toward the door. Abby cast one last glance over her shoulder. Julian was still watching her, and for a reason she could not name, it unsettled her far more than any of the morning's conversations. Before Abby paced Diana's morning room, each measured step a barely restrained display of frustration. 3 weeks, she muttered, her arms crossed so tightly they might never come undone. 3 weeks before the Baron begins parading potential husbands through the drawing room like prized cattle. And now, thanks to his oh-so-generous announcement this morning, every fortune hunter, dandy, and rogue in England will be pounding at our door. Diana, lounging gracefully on a chaise, watched with mild amusement. Your stepfather has certainly made things more interesting. Interesting? Abby whirled to face her. The man practically took out an advertisement. American heiress with scientific inclinations, generous dowry, and a regrettable lack of pliability. Who dares attempt the challenge? I suppose that does remove the need for subtlety. Lucy Fitzwilliam entered the room without preamble, her sharp blue gaze alight with curiosity. I heard the announcement, of course, but I had to see for myself how you were taking it. How do you think? Abby threw up her hands. I am being auctioned off to the highest bidder. Lucy plopped onto a nearby settee. On the bright side, it does mean you'll have plenty of choices. Oh yes, a veritable buffet of mediocrity. Abby resumed pacing. And I must choose before the season ends, else the Baron will do it for me. Diana set down her teacup. Which is why, I presume, you've already devised some sort of method for eliminating the undesirables? Abby pressed her lips together. I may have created an assessment, a logical, scientific means of determining an ideal match. Lucy's brows lifted. Oh, this I must hear. Diana smirked. Shall we start with deductions for dueling tendencies? Abby stopped mid-step, her jaw tightening. That is a very specific category. Lucy leaned forward. That sounds suspiciously personal. Abby, what happened? Abby hesitated, a beat too long. Diana and Lucy exchanged a glance. Out with it, Diana commanded. Abby exhaled sharply. I saw Lockhart shoot Henry Crestwood this morning. A stunned silence stretched between them before Lucy sat up straighter. You what? Not fatally, obviously. Abby added quickly. It was a duel. Crestwood challenged him, Lockhart obliged, and now Crestwood has a wounded arm and a wounded pride. Diana's fingers steepled beneath her chin. And how did you come upon this scene precisely? Abby opened her mouth, then shut it again. There was no need to explain that she had been exactly where she belonged, quietly studying a rare butterfly, only to have her morning upended by reckless male theatrics. I was in the gardens, Lucy snorted, looking for butterflies, no doubt. Abby lifted her chin. As a matter of fact, yes, and what I found instead were 2 grown men behaving like complete fools. Diana considered this. And no one else saw. No one except myself, which means I cannot breathe a word of it, Abby said firmly. If it were known that I witnessed it, my reputation would be in tatters, and Margaret Crestwood's as well. The scandal could ruin her before she even has a proper season. Diana considered this. It is odd, though. Lockhart doesn't typically involve himself with debutantes. Oh? Abby's voice was sharper than she intended. You sound well-versed in his preferences, Lucy shrugged. Actresses, widows, the occasional opera singer, never young ladies with reputations to protect. Diana smirked. That particular habit has kept him free of marital entanglements thus far. Something unfamiliar twisted in Abby's chest, sharp and quick, like the flicker of a blade. She told herself it was simply irritation at the predictability of Rakes. Lockhart denied any impropriety. Rakes always deny such things, Lucy mused. Abby turned away, smoothing the lace at her sleeve with far more care than necessary. None of this matters. The important thing is that I cannot speak of it, and neither can you. Diana lifted a brow. You wound me, darling. Have we ever been indiscreet? Abby's lips parted, then closed. Of course not. Diana and Lucy were many things, outrageously bold, scandalously clever, but they were not reckless. Lucy tapped a finger against her chin. You realize, of course, that your scientific assessment of husbands has just become vastly more interesting. Diana's smile was pure mischief, and I do believe we could assist in its refinement. Abby narrowed her eyes. What exactly are you suggesting? Diana retrieved a fresh sheet of paper. If we are to create a truly comprehensive system, we must test its applications. We must, Lucy agreed solemnly. Abby hesitated. You mean, we must apply it to our husbands as well, Diana declared. For comparison. Lucy grinned. Oh, Marquess will love this. Abby's wariness deepened. I doubt that. Nonsense, Diana said, dipping her quill into ink. Now, shall we begin with the likelihood of locking away one's butterfly collection or toleration for scientific discussion at dinner? Abby exhaled, torn between exasperation and reluctant amusement. Both. Lucy clapped her hands. Oh, this is going to be fun. Diana's pen scratched across the paper. We shall need a category for moral character. After all, dueling should come with an automatic deduction. Lucy nodded sagely. As should excessive poetry. Marquess once recited a Byron passage at me, and I have never quite recovered. Abby rolled her eyes. I am not certain poetry is a disqualifying offense. Oh, it is, Diana assured her. Overuse of Byron, at least. Abby shook her head, but a reluctant smile tugged at her lips. As they continued refining the categories, she felt some of the morning's tension ease. This was something she could control, and control was exactly what she needed right now. Even if, no matter how she tried, she could not stop her mind from circling back to one infuriating, impossible man. Julian was meant to be watching his sister. Eleanor stood among a group of young ladies, her face bright with enthusiasm as she prepared to take her turn in the lawn game. She had always been an eager sort, thrilled by anything new, and this morning was no different. But while Julian's eyes were on her, his mind was elsewhere. Try as he might, his thoughts kept circling back to Abigail Sears. He had expected some repercussion by now, a sharp look from the Duke of Rothbury, a quiet inquiry from Diana Rayborn, a discreet warning that his presence at the house party was no longer required. But there had been nothing, not a whisper of scandal, not a single shift in the polite, unspoken rules of their gathering. It was as if the duel had never happened. Except it had happened. And Abigail Sears had been there to see it. Why hadn't she said anything? Julian exhaled slowly, schooling his expression into neutrality. Miss Sears was an enigma. Any other young lady would have rushed to her chaperone, or at the very least, whispered the event to a trusted friend. But Abby had remained silent. That should have been a relief. So why did it unsettle him? Julian's fingers flexed at his sides, irritation prickling beneath his skin. He was already on edge, thoughts tangled around a certain American heiress with a penchant for unsettling him. And now he had to listen to this. Just beyond the hedgerow bordering the lawn, a cluster of gentlemen loitered in the shade, speaking in low conspiratorial tones. Julian had not intended to eavesdrop, but when he heard Abigail Sears's name, his attention sharpened like a blade. It's quite the sum, one man was saying, his voice thick with barely concealed avarice. Twice what it was this morning, another added with a short, disbelieving laugh. Lawrence must be desperate to rid himself of her. A third voice, silkier and more knowing, cut through the murmurs. Desperate or strategic? Julian turned slightly, recognizing Lord Pettigrew, a notorious fortune hunter who had already attempted to secure 3 heiresses in as many seasons. Regardless, Pettigrew went on, adjusting the lace at his cuffs with a smirk. One would be a fool not to consider it. An absurd fortune tied to a rather unusual package, true. But money is money, is it not? Julian barely resisted the urge to break Pettigrew's nose. The man was a leech, sniffing out heiresses like a hound on the scent. And unfortunately, he wasn't the only one with ambitions beyond romance. Julian's gaze flicked over the assembled men, cataloging them. Pettigrew, obviously. Ashworth, who had been rather careful in his attentions toward Abby. Blackwood, who hardly seemed interested in anything beyond his coffee. And then, Dunhaven. Julian studied him, watching the easy way he laughed with the others, the relaxed posture of a man with no apparent worries. He had never given much thought to Dunhaven before, charming, affable, entirely unthreatening. A ripple of amusement passed through the group. Julian's jaw tightened. Unusual package. His grip on his gloves threatened to snap the leather. They spoke as if she were a prize calf at auction. One of the men made a sound of faux contemplation. The American part is unfortunate, of course, but one might overlook it for a dowry of that size. And the opinions, another tacked on with a snort. She talks as if she has a right to them. Imagine a wife who lectures you on butterflies over breakfast. Julian exhaled slowly through his nose. These men were exactly the sort Abigail Sears should be shielded from. Not that she would appreciate the sentiment. She'd probably deliver an entire lecture on scientific autonomy and self-governance while looking at him as though she wished to dissect him for study. The thought shouldn't have been amusing. And yet, somehow, it was. His lips twitched. But then Pettigrew spoke again, and whatever flicker of amusement had surfaced vanished entirely. Of course, Pettigrew mused, there is always the matter of ensuring compliance. A fortune like that is wasted on a wife who thinks she ought to have a say in things. Julian moved before he had fully decided to do so. The shift in his posture was not aggressive, not quite, but it was enough. The group of gentlemen startled, conversation halting as they belatedly noticed his presence. "Lockhart," Pettigrew greeted after a beat, offering a tight smile. "Didn't see you there." Julian smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "Clearly," he murmured. Pettigrew hesitated. Perhaps he was debating whether to press his luck. He made the correct decision. The group dispersed, men shifting uncomfortably as they returned to the more respectable entertainments of the morning. Julian waited until they were gone before releasing a slow breath. His fingers flexed again at his sides, this time in frustration. What did it matter if the men were speaking about Abby that way? She was not his concern. And yet, his eyes drifted back toward the lawn, toward the game Eleanor was engaged in. Julian had just begun to push aside the irritation curling in his gut when his sister, of course, brought it all rushing back. Eleanor, flushed from the mild exertion of the lawn game, beamed as she fell into step beside him. "You know, I must say, breakfast was rather eventful this morning." Julian adjusted his gloves, arching a brow. "Was it?" "Oh, don't pretend you didn't notice," Eleanor chided, tossing a stray curl from her face. "Everyone is positively buzzing about Baron Lawrence's announcement." Julian's fingers stilled for a fraction of a second before he resumed adjusting his gloves. "Is that so?" Eleanor sighed dramatically. "Honestly, Julian, you are hopeless at paying attention to anything beyond your own amusement. Yes, that's so. Half the ladies were in fits over it. They seem to think Abigail Sears has just ruined their prospects entirely." Julian's expression remained impassive. "That seems a bit dramatic." "You know how the ton is," Eleanor said breezily. "Suddenly, no one's dowry is quite large enough in comparison. Even Lady Margaret looked put out." She shot him a sidelong glance. "Not that you would notice such things." Julian didn't take the bait. "And how do you feel about it?" Eleanor blinked at him. "What do you mean?" His gaze flickered over her, measuring. "Do you feel that way? That Abigail Sears has somehow, what was it, ruined your prospects?" Eleanor scoffed. "Don't be absurd. I rather like Abby." Julian exhaled, rolling his shoulders slightly. "Do you now?" "Yes, I do," Eleanor said matter-of-factly. "She's brilliant, for one, and she doesn't waste time with nonsense. If she asks you a question, it's because she actually wants to hear the answer. Do you have any idea how rare that is?" Julian thought of Abby's pointed, assessing gaze at breakfast, the way she had questioned the men at the table like specimens under her magnifying glass. Yes. He had an excellent idea of how rare that was. Eleanor was still talking. "Besides, it's clear she doesn't want all this attention. You should have seen her expression when Lawrence made that announcement. She looked ready to commit murder with a butter knife." Julian smirked despite himself. "That I can believe." "And," Eleanor added, tilting her head, "I do wonder what she's been up to since breakfast. Diana swept her off immediately, didn't she?" Julian's smirk faded. Yes, she had. And Abigail Sears, sharp-tongued and maddeningly observant, had yet to breathe a word about what she'd seen that morning. Which meant one thing. He needed to find her before she changed her mind. 5. Abby stepped back into the lively afternoon bustle of the garden party. The warmth of the sun, a stark contrast to the cool calculations running through her mind. Lucy and Diana flanked her like a pair of strategists preparing for battle, their earlier conversation in the morning room fresh in their minds. "Remember," Diana murmured, smoothing the lace on her sleeve as they approached the gathered guests. "Casual observation, subtle inquiries." Lucy grinned. "And absolutely no alarming the gentleman, yet." Abby exhaled and pasted on a pleasant smile. "I am perfectly capable of extracting information without causing undue distress." Diana arched a brow. "You say that, and yet you made Blackwood look as though he wished for immediate escape at breakfast." "A 6 was generous," Abby muttered under her breath. Before Diana could reply, a cluster of gentlemen came into view. Lord Ashworth, Lord Blackwood, and a few others engaged in some leisurely discussion at the refreshments table. Abby spotted Marcus Fitzwilliam, Lucy's husband, nearby, engaged in what appeared to be a very serious conversation with Gabriel, the Duke of Rothbury. Time to begin. Abby approached Lord Ashworth first, her voice light. Lord Ashworth, I recall you mentioning an interest in travel. Have you ever encountered scientific advancements abroad that particularly intrigued you? Ashworth blinked, clearly not expecting such a question. Ah, well, he said, shifting slightly. There was a fascinating demonstration in Vienna regarding steam propulsion. Quite the marvel, really. The concept of using steam power for transportation is being explored. Some believe it could revolutionize industry and travel alike. Abby's interest piqued despite herself. You mean for rail transport? Ashworth nodded, warming slightly to the subject. Eventually, yes, though for now, the focus seems to be on steam-powered boats. I heard of an American vessel that successfully crossed the Atlantic with steam assistance. Abby considered this. His knowledge was broad enough to be respectable, but his delivery lacked the depth of someone truly engaged in the subject. He was repeating information he'd heard, rather than something he had studied. She offered a polite smile. It is promising, indeed, but do you believe steam propulsion will truly surpass traditional methods, or is it merely a novelty? Ashworth hesitated, then gave a non-committal shrug. I suppose time will tell. Abby suppressed a sigh. A safe answer. Too safe. However, she made a mental note. He had willingly discussed scientific advancement with her. Some gentlemen would have scoffed at the notion of engaging a lady in such topics. That at least earned him a modest increase in his score. Passable, if uninspired. Before she could continue, Eleanor Lockhart sidled up beside her, eyes bright with curiosity. Miss Sears, you do ask the most interesting questions. Abby turned, startled to see Eleanor watching her with open admiration. I suppose I find gentlemen more engaging when discussing something beyond the latest fashion in waistcoats. Eleanor giggled. And yet I noticed you asked Lord Blackwood about his travels, Lord Crestwood about his views on women's education, and now Lord Ashworth about scientific advancements. She tilted her head. You're gathering information. Abby hesitated. It was one thing for Lucy and Diana to be privy to her methods, but Eleanor, Julian Lockhart's sister, that seemed unwise. Lucy, catching on, smirked. Miss Sears is rather particular about the company she keeps. Eleanor's eyes widened with delight. Oh, are you assessing them? Like a scientific study? Before Abby could formulate a proper deflection, Eleanor clasped her hands together. How marvelous! May I participate? Lucy choked back a laugh. Diana hid her amusement behind her teacup. Abby cleared her throat. It is not exactly a... What score did Lord Blackwood receive? Eleanor interrupted, looking positively enthralled. How did you know? Well, it is quite obvious to me, that is. You are a lady of science, you must be doing calculations. And if you are asking questions, there must be some way that you are evaluating the answers. Lucy glanced over her shoulders as if ensuring no one would hear. Very clever, Ellie. Eleanor's brow furrowed in concentration. But how does it work exactly? Do you simply ask questions and assign a number? Abby hesitated, then sighed. Essentially, yes. I pose carefully selected questions, ones that reveal intellect, character, and compatibility. Based on their responses, I assign a percentage score in different categories. Eleanor's eyes gleamed. And then? The total is out of 100, Abby explained. There is a minimum acceptable threshold. If a gentleman does not meet it, he is eliminated from consideration. Eleanor gasped, looking positively thrilled. Like a proper scientific study. Diana smirked. You do realize this means she's been mentally ranking every gentleman in attendance. Eleanor leaned in, eyes alight with excitement. You must tell me, Abby, if I were to be assessed, what sort of match would I be looking for? Abby hesitated. That would depend entirely on your priorities. Compatibility assessments must be tailored to the individual. Eleanor sighed, tapping a finger against her chin. Well, I should like someone who makes me laugh. Not in a ridiculous way, but truly, someone with a clever mind. And he should be kind, of course. Oh, and he must respect me not just in the way one is expected to, but as an equal partner. Lucy smiled behind her teacup. Quite the list, Ellie. Eleanor wrinkled her nose. Surely not. It's rather simple, isn't it? Just kindness, humor, and mutual respect. Abby bit back a sigh. How on earth was she meant to quantify that? But Eleanor, swept up in her own enthusiasm, had already moved on. "What questions should I ask, then?" Abby blinked. "Questions," Eleanor nodded. "If I am to assess the gentleman, I must have the proper inquiries." Lucy, clearly enjoying this far too much, gestured for Abby to indulge her. Abby sighed. "Fine. What would you like to know about your potential husband?" Eleanor considered, then beamed. "Would he read poetry to me?" Lucy snorted into her tea. "Good Lord." Abby pinched the bridge of her nose. "Eleanor, I think it's a perfectly valid question. What are a few sonnets between husband and wife?" Diana chuckled. "You're going to make the gentleman terribly uncomfortable, my dear." Eleanor beamed. "Oh, I do hope so." Abby arched a brow. "That I can believe." "Very well," Eleanor continued, ignoring them. "Would he prefer an afternoon in the drawing room or a ride through the countryside?" Abby actually perked up at that. "A strong question. Shared interests are an important metric." Eleanor grinned. "See, I can be scientific." Then, after a pause, she added, "Oh, and if his wife had a passion for something, say science or music or horses, would he support her in it?" Lucy's brows lifted. "Ah, so we've arrived at the true matter." Eleanor straightened. "Well, it's important. A lady should not have to abandon her passions simply because she marries." Abby couldn't argue with that. "And," Eleanor added, her voice taking on a note of mischievous defiance, "I should like a husband who would not mind if I chose to ride astride rather than side saddle." Abby nearly choked. Lucy gasped, delighted. "Eleanor!" Diana merely looked amused. "You are going to give your brother a fit." Eleanor only shrugged. "It is far more practical, and I dare say men only object because they do not like the idea of a lady doing something with such ease." Abby should have cautioned her, should have warned her that such ideas would be met with significant resistance. Instead, she just smiled, because Julian would be displeased, and she found she rather liked that idea. Eleanor smiled so widely that Abby thought she'd surely draw attention. "So what score did Lord Blackwood receive?" Abby coughed delicately. "A 6, Eleanor gasped. "Oh dear, I do hope he does not hear of it." Lucy was openly laughing now. "You see, Abby, your method is catching on." Unfortunately, their exchange had caught the attention of a far more formidable presence. "Miss Sears," a deep voice drawled. "May I have a word?" The amusement drained from Abby as she turned to find Julian Lockhart watching her with sharp, knowing eyes. His expression was deceptively neutral, but she recognized the glint of suspicion behind his gaze. His presence sent an unsteady jolt through her, one she refused to acknowledge. Eleanor, completely unfazed, beamed up at her brother. "Did you know, Julian? Miss Sears has a system for evaluating potential husbands. It's entirely logical and very thorough." Julian's brows lifted, and his gaze slid back to Abby. "Is that so?" Abby clenched her jaw. "It is a private matter." Eleanor, still far too delighted, continued. "She assigns scores. Blackwood received a 6. Julian arched an eyebrow and looked at Abby. "Out of 10? Oh dear, no." Eleanor practically bounced on her toes. "Out of 100. Julian's lips twitched, the barest hint of amusement flickering across his face. Poor Blackwood. Abby inhaled sharply, regaining her composure. "It is merely a way to ensure my choice is well-founded." Julian took a step closer, lowering his voice so only she could hear, "or a way to ensure no one meets your impossible standards." Her spine stiffened. "Better that than making a reckless choice." Julian studied her for a long moment, then exhaled. "We need to speak. Alone." Eleanor gasped. "Julian, that would hardly be appropriate." Lucy tilted her head, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh dear, a private conversation? However scandalous." Julian sighed, clearly impatient. "We will be a mere 20 feet away," he muttered through gritted teeth, "in full view of everyone." His gaze flicked pointedly toward Eleanor. "But not to hear." Eleanor frowned at him, clearly torn between propriety and curiosity. "Even so, he scowled. "I am not abducting the woman, Eleanor." Diana smirked. "A promising clarification, my lord." Abby, who had been watching the exchange with thinly veiled amusement, finally folded her arms. "You seem rather determined to have this conversation, Lord Lockhart." His jaw tightened. "You have no idea." Abby's heart lurched, but she forced herself to appear unaffected. "I'm afraid I have quite a few assessments to conduct." Julian's jaw tightened, but before he could reply, Eleanor, still caught up in the excitement, turned back to Abby. "I must know, what is my brother's score?" Abby did not flinch, did not react, but she felt Julian's eyes burning into hers. She gave Eleanor a prim smile. "I'm afraid some scores are confidential." Julian smirked, but there was something darker behind his amusement. "How very convenient." Abby turned away before he could see the heat rising to her cheeks. Lucy nudged Diana. "Oh, this is delightful." Once they had moved a safe distance away, Julian wasted no time. "You have not said a word about this morning." Her brows lifted, her expression infuriatingly neutral. "This morning?" His jaw tightened. "Do not play coy, Miss Sears. The duel." Her lips curved into something dangerously close to amusement. "And yet, no one else seems to know of it, almost as if I have been entirely discreet." Julian studied her carefully, frustration curling in his chest. "Why? Why have I not ruined you? You mean?" Abby clasped her hands in front of her, her voice maddeningly composed. "Perhaps I have no desire to be embroiled in scandal. Or perhaps, Lord Lockhart, I simply found the entire ordeal tedious and unworthy of my time." He should have been relieved. Instead, her utter lack of concern needled at him, sharp and unwanted. His fingers curled into his palm, an instinctive response to the unsettling sensation that she was not taking him or the danger of dueling seriously. "Regardless," he said, voice low, "you would do well to keep it that way." Her eyes gleamed with something too knowing, too perceptive. "You need not worry, my lord. I do not concern myself with foolish male bravado." Julian exhaled sharply, deciding it was best to move on. "And what of your newfound hobby?" he asked dryly. "Assessing your suitors like one would prize cattle? You disapprove." She tilted her head, eyes gleaming with barely concealed amusement. "How fascinating. I had no idea men were so delicate when placed under the same scrutiny they so easily impose upon women." Julian arched a brow. "Oh, yes," she said sweetly. "Gentlemen do it all the time, don't they? Selecting a wife as if they were evaluating a fine broodmare, good bone structure, pleasant temperament, an inclination toward obedience." She smiled, all sugar and steel. "And of course, a well-bred mare must be capable of producing strong heirs. That is of the utmost importance, isn't it?" Julian huffed out a breath, reluctantly nodding. "You have a small point." "Oh, I have an entire argument, my lord." His lips twitched despite himself. Damn her, but she was enjoying this. He crossed his arms over his chest. "Fine. Since you are now the authority on character evaluation, perhaps you can explain how exactly Blackwood only managed a 6 out of 100. Abby made a sympathetic sound, shaking her head. "Oh, poor Lord Blackwood," Julian smirked. "Yes, let us all weep for the man." "His performance was regrettable," Abby sighed with an air of mock pity. "He dismissed my scientific inquiries outright, stating, and I quote, 'Ah yes, science, always finding new ways to prove what we already knew.'" Julian winced. "That was unwise." Indeed, then, when I inquired about his views on women's education, he looked as if he'd swallowed a lemon and muttered something about how reading was all well and good, but only up to a certain point. Apparently, excessive knowledge makes a woman tiresome. Julian chuckled. "That explains quite a bit." Abby gave a solemn nod. He was uncomfortable during nearly every question, shifting like a man sentenced to an hour of embroidery lessons. "And the final damning offense?" Julian lifted a brow. "Do tell." Abby's good humor cooled slightly, though her voice remained light. "He mentioned my dowry." The air between them shifted. Julian's expression darkened, amusement draining from his features. His jaw tightened as irritation curled through him, hot and immediate. That damned announcement. He'd overheard the way men spoke of it, the speculative murmurs, the casual assessments of just how much wealth Miss Sears was bringing into the equation. A fortune that would tempt every opportunist from here to Scotland. He exhaled sharply. "That, Miss Sears, is what you should be concerned about." Abby sighed. "I am aware, Lord Lockhart." His voice came tight. "You should be more than aware. You should be vigilant. Men will be circling now, some with charming smiles, others with polished titles, all of them looking for one thing." Abby lifted a brow. "Oh, and what is that?" "Your fortune." His voice was steel. Abby studied him for a moment before shaking her head. "I will handle it." Julian's mouth pressed into a firm line. "And how exactly? With your quizzing?" She straightened. "Precisely. My questioning will successfully disqualify the undesirables." Julian let out a short, incredulous laugh. "You cannot be serious." She met his gaze evenly. "I have never been more serious in my life." The woman was insufferable, stubborn, exasperating, and utterly convinced of her own methods. And if one of your suitors happens to be a particularly good liar, what then, Miss Sears? Then I shall simply ask better questions. Of course she would. Julian pinched the bridge of his nose. You are impossible. Abby's lips twitched. You disapprove? Julian exhaled sharply, vehemently. And yet, despite himself, he couldn't quite keep from admiring her audacity. She made a thoughtful hum. Then I assume you would not like to answer a few questions? Absolutely not. Are you certain? She tapped a gloved finger against her chin, tilting her head in mock innocence. I would think a man of your confidence would relish the opportunity to prove his superiority. Julian narrowed his eyes. You are baiting me. She smiled, slow and deliberate, like a cat toying with a mouse. Is it working? Damnably, it was. He exhaled sharply. Fine. One question, and be quick about it. Abby tilted her head, considering. What do you believe is the most important quality in a marriage? Julian didn't hesitate. Practicality. Her brows knit together slightly, as though she found the answer lacking. Not companionship, not mutual respect? Julian exhaled sharply. Those are luxuries, he said simply. A match is, first and foremost, an alliance. Anything else is incidental. Abby made a soft sound in the back of her throat in disbelief. So a man should have no regard for whether he actually likes his wife? That is incidental? Julian smirked. I imagine tolerating one's spouse is helpful. But affection? Compatibility? Those are indulgences. She stared at him as if he had just told her the sky was green. You cannot possibly believe that. His smirk deepened. I assure you, Miss Sears, I can. Abby folded her arms, the weight of her skepticism evident. So in your estimation, a wife should be chosen as one selects a business partner? Mutual interests, aligned goals, but no consideration for genuine fondness? Julian shrugged. It's a model that has worked for centuries. Abby exhaled, folding her arms. On that point, we are not entirely opposed. His brows lifted. Are we not? Not entirely, she admitted. You claim that a marriage is an alliance, and I would agree that a union must be built on a foundation of compatibility. That is precisely what I am attempting to determine with my inquiries, whether a match would be a logical and suitable one. Julian's gaze turned assessing, that sharp, knowing glint returning to his eyes. So then, Miss Sears, you admit you are doing nothing different from what men have done for generations, evaluating a potential spouse for advantageous traits, much like one would a business partner? Abby scoffed. It is entirely different. He smirked. Ah, yes, because men only concern themselves with dowries and bloodlines, while you, he gestured vaguely, have devised a method so precise that it accounts for mutual liking. Abby lifted her chin. Naturally, if two people are to spend a lifetime together, they should at least enjoy one another's company. Julian hummed as if considering. Then, slow and deliberate, he said, I suppose there is one category I would consider beyond the practical. Abby eyed him warily. Which is? The corner of his mouth twitched. Physical compatibility. Abby blinked. I beg your pardon? His smirk deepened, and he took a step closer, lowering his voice. Well, Miss Sears, surely if one is assessing a future spouse, one must account for attraction. She stiffened. That is hardly a crucial consideration, wouldn't you agree? He tilted his head, watching her intently. After all, you can measure intellect, tally financial prospects, question moral character. His voice dipped lower, a quiet challenge laced beneath it. But what of passion? Abby parted her lips to reply, only to find that she had no immediate answer. Julian did not miss the flicker of hesitation in her gaze. His smirk was pure wickedness. Miss Sears, and then he leaned in. Abby hesitated. Julian did not. He took a slow step closer, dropping his voice to something low and deliberate. Surely even you cannot discount that. Her lips parted, but no immediate response came, because, damn him, he had found the one thing she had not accounted for in her assessment. She could measure intellect, financial stability, moral character, but passion, the way a person made one's pulse trip or sent warmth curling low in one's stomach, no, that had no tidy place in her calculations. Julian's smirk was a wicked, knowing curve of his lips, as if he could read her every thought. Tell me, Miss Sears. His voice was silk-soft, edged with mischief. Where exactly, on your scale, does desire fall? Abby stiffened, resisting the way his nearness sent something unsteady through her. Desire is fleeting. It is the least reliable metric imaginable. Julian's smirk was slow, deliberate. Oh, she had just handed him the most intriguing challenge of all, hadn't she? Fleeting, is it? He watched her closely. Or perhaps it is simply beyond your ability to quantify. He caught the flicker in her expression, the barest hesitation before she steeled herself once more. Ah, now, that was interesting. Abby inhaled sharply as he leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. You may tally your scores and devise your lists, he murmured. But some things, Miss Sears. She refused to step back. Desire is hardly the foundation for a lasting marriage. And yet, it exists. Julian's eyes gleamed. But tell me, how do you measure it? His lips barely ghosted past the curve of her cheek, a calculated move, deliberate but infuriatingly subtle. Desire cannot be quantified. A shiver threatened to crawl up her spine, but she ruthlessly suppressed it. She would not react. Julian pulled back just enough to see the fire in her gaze. Good. He wanted her flustered, off balance, as she had made him all afternoon. And yet, something about that fire unsettled him. It was not simply indignation. It was something sharper, something she was fighting to control. Her voice was tight. You are truly a rake, Lord Lockhart. He smirked. You wound me, Miss Sears. Do I lose points for honesty? She scoffed, but the sound was thinner than she would have liked, as though she had to force it past the dryness in her throat. You lose everything. But she did not move. Julian tilted his head, considering her. Then, with maddening ease, he reached up and brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear. An innocent gesture, one that could have been perfectly proper had it not been for the slow deliberation of his fingers, the way they lingered just a moment too long. Julian's smirk deepened. Everything? You mean I've scored lower than Blackwood? Miss Sears, I do believe you must add more categories. Abby knew exactly what he was implying. Her spine straightened, her chin tilting in defiance. You have been utterly disqualified, 0 points. His brows lifted, feigning offense. 0? She arched a brow. Dueling is an automatic disqualification. A muscle ticked in his jaw, but the glint in his eye remained. Unforgiving, aren't you? Abby gave a saccharine smile. Only with men who shoot before breakfast. Julian exhaled, as though this news was truly devastating. Then, with lazy amusement, he murmured, And here I hadn't realized I was even in the running. Abby's eyes flashed, You are not. And with that, she turned, walking away with the composure of a queen dismissing an unworthy subject. Abby exhaled sharply, hating the way her pulse thudded in response. She hated him. She hated that he knew precisely what he was doing. And more than anything, she hated the part of her that wanted to stay and argue with him until the sun set. But that would be dangerous, and she was not a fool. With a stiff spine and a lifted chin, she turned on her heel. Not hurriedly. No, she would not give him that satisfaction either, but with every ounce of composure she could muster. Julian watched her go, arms folding across his chest. He should have been smug. Instead, he felt the distinct sensation of losing control of something he hadn't even realized he was grasping. And worse still, he had the infuriating suspicion that she had just taken it with her. Bloody hell. 6. The scent of freshly brewed tea and warm scones filled the air, the warmth of the sitting room at stark odds with the agitation curling in Abby's chest. She tapped the edge of her spoon against her saucer, the soft clinking barely audible beneath the hum of conversation. The ladies had gathered for afternoon tea in Diana's private sitting room, the delicate clink of porcelain filling the space between their conversation. It should have been a moment of reprieve, a civilized pause before the chaos of dinner. Instead, Abby found herself gripping her teacup with more force than necessary, her thoughts refusing to dislodge a certain insufferable Viscount. She straightened, determined. She had no time for distractions. She had a plan to refine, suitors to evaluate, and a stepfather's deadline looming over her like an executioner's axe. Lucy, ever the strategist, fell into step beside her. I do hope you've recovered from whatever Lockhart whispered in your ear, darling. You looked positively scandalized. Abby sniffed. I am hardly so delicate. No, but you are scheming. Diana's voice was dry as she joined them, her eyes twinkling with amusement. And if I am not mistaken, your resolve has only hardened. Indeed, Abby said, tilting her chin. I have precisely 3 weeks before my stepfather makes my decision for me, If I wish to have control of my future, I must act accordingly. Ah, so we are advancing to the next phase of scientific husband hunting, Lucy grinned. How thrilling. Not thrilling, Abby corrected. Necessary. I must expand my inquiries, be more direct. The sooner I eliminate the unsuitable candidates, the better. Diana raised a brow. And by unsuitable, you mean fortune hunters, fools, and men who believe women should be seen and not heard, Abby listed briskly, which, regrettably, eliminates half the gentlemen in attendance. And what of the other half? Lucy smirked. Shall we begin a tournament? Hand out scorecards? As amusing as that would be, I intend to maintain some subtlety, Abby replied. I will simply redirect our conversations to more illuminating topics. Ah, Diana's eyes danced with mischief. And by illuminating, you mean deeply uncomfortable for them? Abby offered a demure smile. Precisely. Before Diana could reply, the sitting room door swung open so forcefully that the teacups rattled. Eleanor Lockhart breezed in, nearly upsetting the sugar bowl in her enthusiasm, her eyes alight with excitement. I have something marvelous to show you. Lucy leaned in, intrigued. Do tell, Ellie. Eleanor brandished a small notebook, nearly bouncing on her toes. I have made my own list of questions. Abby's stomach dipped with unease. Questions? Eleanor nodded eagerly. You inspired me. If gentlemen are to be evaluated, we must ask the right things. Diana and Lucy exchanged delighted glances, while Abby gingerly took the notebook from Eleanor's grasp. Her eyes skimmed the page and promptly widened. Eleanor, she began carefully, did you truly write down, would you permit your wife to ride astride? Of course, Eleanor beamed. Why should we always be forced into side saddles? It's ridiculous. Abby swallowed a laugh. And this one? Which do you prefer, poetry or seduction? A very important distinction. Eleanor said earnestly, some gentlemen are dreadfully dull in their courting habits. We must know where their strengths lie. Lucy cackled. Oh, this is magnificent. Diana tapped a gloved finger against her chin, a thoughtful frown furrowing her brow. You do realize Julian is going to have an apoplexy when he hears about this? Then he should have thought twice before dismissing our methods, Eleanor said primly. Abby massaged her temple. Eleanor, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but some of these are rather unorthodox. Eleanor only grinned. Good, that means they will be the most enlightening. Lucy snatched the notebook back. I vote we test them at dinner. Abby barely had a moment to gather her thoughts before Eleanor leaned in, eyes shining with anticipation. You must tell me, Abby. What other questions should I ask? Eleanor asked eagerly. What about poetry? Or what he thinks about Christmas? Or whether he prefers tea or coffee? Lucy grinned, clearly encouraging the chaos. Tea or coffee, Ellie? Hardly scandalous. Eleanor huffed. Well, I should like to know. Imagine discovering too late that one's husband abhors tea. Truly the greatest tragedy of all, Diana said dryly, though her lips twitched with amusement. Abby sighed, attempting to inject some order into the discussion. The questions should be designed to reveal character, values, and compatibility. Preferences are helpful, but the true measure of a gentleman lies in how he responds to more meaningful inquiries. Eleanor nodded solemnly. Then what about, if a lady has a passion, something that brings her joy, should a husband encourage it? Abby softened. That is an excellent question. Eleanor beamed, clearly pleased. And what if a gentleman scoffs at it? Immediate disqualification, I presume? Indeed, Abby said firmly. Diana tapped a finger to her lips. Now, if one were to apply this method to, say, one's husband, Lucy brightened. Oh, Marquess will love this. Abby gave her a skeptical look. Will he? Well, no, Lucy admitted, but that will make it all the more entertaining. Diana smirked. And Gabriel could use a bit of humbling. I do believe we should apply the assessment at dinner. Abby stared at them, exasperated. You cannot be serious. Oh, but we are, Lucy said, eyes gleaming. Consider it an experiment. A disaster, Abby muttered. Eleanor, fully invested now, turned back to Abby. What else should we ask? Abby hesitated. Her method was precise, calculated, and designed to avoid sentimentality. Yet the moment Eleanor posed the question, an unwelcome thought crept into her mind. Julian. The memory of his voice, low and indulgent, sent a traitorous heat curling at the base of her spine. Are you certain? The way he had leaned in, the infuriating smirk, the whisper of his breath against her skin. She straightened her shoulders, yanking her thoughts away with a forceful snap, as if pulling free from tangled brambles. She refused to let him rattle her. He was a distraction, an aggravating, insufferable distraction. "We should focus on intellect, moral character, and personal compatibility," she said crisply, as though she could erase the thought of Julian Lockhart with sheer will. Lucy waved a hand. "And a man's ability to withstand minor interrogations over dinner." Diana smirked. "Indeed, I think I shall enjoy this." Lucy grinned wickedly. "Shall we make wagers on which of our husbands fares worse?" "Gabriel will think he has won, regardless of his actual score," Diana said. Lucy laughed. "And Marquess will answer with such confidence that I fear for his dignity." Abby groaned. "This is going to be a disaster." Diana's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, most certainly, but I dare say it will be an entertaining one." Abby exhaled, pressing her fingers to her temple. She had more pressing matters to focus on. She had a husband to find. She had to prove her method worked. And above all else, she had to banish Julian Lockhart from her thoughts, a feat that was proving to be increasingly difficult. The first course had only just been served when Lord Dunhaven leaned forward with the air of a man about to deliver something of great importance. Of course, the most talked-about event of the season has been Lady Trambell's rather unfortunate choice in a gown at Lord Elberton's ball. He drawled, smirking over his soup spoon. "Quite the scandal, I assure you." Lucy, seated across from Abby, smirked behind her wineglass. "Scandalous because of the color or the cut?" "Both," Lord Blackwood chimed in with a chuckle. "A woman ought to know what flatters her. It is, after all, her primary concern." Abby set down her wineglass deliberately. "There, the perfect opening." "Fascinating," she said, tilting her head. "So you believe a woman's greatest concern should be selecting the correct gown? And here I was under the impression that matters of intellect, education, and progress might hold some merit." A pause. The shift was immediate. Lord Blackwood, oblivious, waved a hand. "Well, of course, a lady should have certain accomplishments. Music, drawing, the usual." Abby's smile was all politeness. "Ah, but what of subjects beyond the usual? Do you believe a lady should pursue higher learning if she desires it?" Blackwood frowned slightly, clearly unprepared for such a question at dinner. "Higher learning? Whatever for? A woman needn't tax herself with such things. A clever hostess knows how to engage in conversation without needing to master every subject she speaks of. A touch of knowledge is charming. Too much is tiresome." Diana let out a quiet hum, the only indication she was restraining herself from engaging in the conversation. Lucy, meanwhile, appeared positively delighted. "And what do you think, Lord Ashworth?" Abby asked smoothly, shifting her attention before she could be drawn into an outright debate with Blackwood. Lord Ashworth, who had been cutting into his salmon with great care, looked up at the unexpected shift. He chewed thoughtfully before setting down his knife. "I believe," he said carefully, "that intellectual pursuits are not limited by gender. If a lady wishes to expand her knowledge, it is not only her right, but to society's benefit." Abby blinked. That was unexpected, too well worded to be an offhand remark. Had he truly meant it, or was he simply saying what he thought she wanted to hear? She had spent weeks refining her method to eliminate pretense, to strip away charm and empty compliments. But was that even possible? Could a man answer correctly and still be wrong for her? Or worse, could he answer incorrectly and still be right? She inhaled, pushing the errant thought aside. She would analyze his response later. For now, there were still plenty of questions left, and plenty of men to disqualify. Lord Blackwood scoffed. "Well, that is all well and good if she has the time for such things, but a household does not run itself, my lord." Ashworth smiled faintly. "No, it does not, but I should imagine a well-educated woman would run it more efficiently." A muffled laugh escaped Lucy before she coughed delicately into her napkin. Diana merely took a measured sip of wine, the glint in her eye betraying her amusement. Abby resisted the urge to openly award Ashworth more points. His delivery had been careful, calculated even, but his answer had merit. Was he merely saying what she wished to hear? Or was this an indication of actual intelligence? She made a mental note to reevaluate his prior responses. He had, after all, done better than most. Blackwood, meanwhile, had cemented his score firmly in the depths of failure. Eleanor was nearly vibrating with anticipation. Her fingers curled around the stem of her glass as if barely restraining herself. Julian, seated farther down, shifted slightly, his gaze flicking toward his sister before landing briefly on Abby. He knew. He could sense it coming. And so could Abby. Before Abby could dwell too much on her mental calculations, Lucy leaned toward Marquess with a look of mischief. "Darling," she said sweetly, "tell me, do you believe a husband should encourage his wife's passions?" Marquess, ever confident, smiled at his wife. Naturally, a husband should be very passionate about his wife. Lucy bit her lip, barely restraining her laughter. "Not what I meant, dear." Marquess frowned slightly, realizing his error. "Ah, well, I suppose if her passion is embroidery or something suitably feminine, yes, of course, she should be encouraged." Lucy shook her head, turning to Abby. "What do you think? Not quite the answer we were hoping for?" Diana, not to be outdone, turned to Gabriel. "And you, Your Grace, would you encourage your wife's intellectual pursuits?" Gabriel, Duke of Rothbury, lifted his chin with an air of regal certainty. "A duchess should be well read. It is essential for maintaining an informed household." Diana gave Abby an exaggeratedly flat look before turning back to her husband. "Gabriel, dearest, that is the most diplomatic response I have ever heard." "Is it wrong?" Lucy snorted. "It's safe." Diana sighed dramatically. "I dare say we are witnessing an utter failure, Lucy." Lucy nodded solemnly. "Spectacularly so." Abby was utterly baffled. If their husbands were failing, why did Lucy and Diana look so entertained? Shouldn't they be frustrated? Shouldn't they want a husband who answered correctly? She had spent so much time calculating scores, eliminating unsuitable candidates, and yet these two women, married to men who had just proven themselves utterly abysmal at answering correctly, were laughing, delighted even. She was missing something, and she didn't like that at all. Julian shifted slightly in his seat, his expression unreadable. Had he been listening? Had he noticed her frown? His gaze flicked to Eleanor, then back to Abby, and she had the unsettling realization that she was not the only one taking notes tonight. Eleanor, who had been following the conversation with bright-eyed fascination, finally saw her chance. She straightened, the very picture of innocence, and beamed at the assembled guests. "I have a question." Abby tensed. Julian, who had been absently swirling his wine, visibly stiffened. His head turned, his sharp gaze locking onto his sister with the kind of preemptive dread one usually reserved for impending disasters. "Eleanor," Julian warned under his breath. But it was far too late. The scandal had begun. A moment of silence stretched across the table, the kind that only followed when someone had spoken something truly outrageous. And Eleanor Lockhart had done exactly that. "Would you permit your wife to ride astride?" Lord Blackwood spit out his wine. A young debutante down the table gasped audibly, nearly dropping her spoon. An older lady, Lady Worthington, made a strangled sound and whispered something about scandalous American influence to her neighbor. Margaret Crestwood sat quietly near her brother, her expression unreadable as the discussion unfolded. Though she said nothing, Abby did not miss the way Margaret's gaze flickered toward her with something that might have been intrigue or apprehension. Julian, seated further down the table, went still. Abby felt his gaze on Eleanor immediately, felt the weight of his disbelief, his warning. Too late. The damage was done. Lord Ashworth, to his credit, recovered first. He took a sip of wine before replying. "I suppose that would depend on the lady's preferences." Eleanor beamed. "So you would not object?" "I would. Take it into consideration." Abby, watching him closely, narrowed her eyes. That was a cautious answer, one given by a man who knew exactly how to sidestep a debate, suspicious. Blackwood, still dabbing at his mouth, sputtered. "Why the devil would a lady need to ride astride?" Eleanor blinked at him. "To stay on the horse, I should imagine." Blackwood made a garbled sound of protest, as though words had failed him entirely. A shocked cough from one of the older ladies. Lady Worthington, already horrified, muttered, "Good God." Diana, entirely unbothered, hummed, "A very practical concern, truly." Blackwood made a strangled noise of disagreement. "It is simply not done." Eleanor tilted her head, all innocence. "That isn't an answer, Lord Blackwood." Lord Dunhaven, sensing the precarious state of the conversation, tried to intervene. "Perhaps we should return to a more suitable topic." "Oh, I have another!" Eleanor interrupted brightly. Julian's head turned sharply. His fingers curled around his wineglass. A pause. Then, with slow, deliberate care, he set it down. "Which do you prefer, Eleanor asked, looking down the table with sweet curiosity. Poetry or seduction? A footman dropped a serving spoon. Abby inhaled sharply. Diana bit her lip to keep from laughing. Lucy, entirely unhelpful, perked up like a woman who had just found herself at the best entertainment of the season. The scandalized ripple effect spread. Lord Blackwood looked as though he wished the floor would swallow him whole. Well, that is, he coughed violently into his napkin. Lord Dunhaven's eyes darted wildly between Eleanor and Julian, clearly wondering if he was about to witness a fratricide. One young lady visibly fanned herself. The footman who had dropped the spoon looked seconds away from fleeing the room entirely. Miss Lockhart, Lady Worthington gasped. That is entirely inappropriate dinner conversation. Julian set down his wine-glass with a deliberation that was, frankly, more terrifying than outright fury. His jaw was tight, his voice a warning growl. Eleanor. His sister turned to him with an angelic smile. Yes, dearest? Julian did not explode, though Abby could see the effort it took. Instead, he exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are you quite finished? Eleanor tapped her chin in exaggerated thought. Oh, I don't know. I did have a few more. An abrupt clatter of silverware. Julian's expression darkened into something positively lethal. Abby, for her part, wasn't sure if she was horrified or utterly delighted. The Duchess of Radcliffe set down her fork with a pointed clink. Well, this has been the most entertainment I've had at a dinner table in years, Lucy grinned. Oh, Your Grace, just wait until dessert. With a delicate sigh, the Duchess of Radcliffe leaned back in her high-backed chair, a sly smile playing on her lips. Now, this is far too diverting to wait until dessert. Do go on, Miss Lockhart. Julian had been clinging to a threadbare hope that this dinner might still be salvaged, realized with no small amount of horror that Diana's grandmother had just encouraged Eleanor to continue her reign of terror. His grip on his wineglass tightened as he slowly exhaled, steeling himself against the inevitable disaster. He turned his gaze to Abby, who sat serenely sipping her tea with an infuriating air of satisfaction. This is your fault. She arched an innocent brow, as if she hadn't just unleashed a menace upon the dinner table. Julian inhaled deeply. Control the situation. He turned toward Eleanor, voice low in warning. Eleanor, that is enough. His sister, emboldened by the Duchess's encouragement, merely beamed at him. Oh, but I have one more. Julian rubbed his temples. This had escalated beyond a mere dinner conversation. This was an outright campaign. And somehow, impossibly, the commander of this absurd army was Miss Abigail Sears. Eleanor, tea or coffee? Eleanor asked brightly. The question was met with a beat of stunned silence. A few gentlemen visibly relaxed, likely thinking they had survived the worst of her interrogation. Lord Dunhaven cleared his throat and attempted a recovered charm. Ah, now that is an easy one. Tea, naturally, far superior in refinement. Tea, of course, Lord Dunhaven said confidently. The pinnacle of refinement. Absolutely. Coffee is far too harsh, Blackwood agreed. A civilized man drinks tea. A civilized man, Lord Ashworth cut in smoothly, enjoys both. Spoken like a true diplomat, Diana murmured, smirking into her wineglass. Tea is English tradition, Dunhaven insisted. Coffee is, well, foreign. And yet, Lucy said innocently, one could argue that tea is as foreign as coffee, given its origins. Dunhaven frowned, clearly unprepared for this line of reasoning. Well, but it's different, is it? Diana asked, tilting her head. Both are imported, both require trade and cultivation. Ah, but tea is refined, Blackwood said. There is an art to a proper tea service, and no art to coffee, Eleanor challenged, eyes dancing. Certainly not English art. Nonsense, Lord Ashworth scoffed, still recovering from his earlier mortification. Coffee is the drink of men who require alertness, industry. Oh, please, Lord Dunhaven interjected with an imperious sniff. A true gentleman drinks tea. Anything else is simply uncivilized. The Duchess of Radcliffe suddenly straightened, her expression turning imperious. Uncivilized? I would remind you that the French swear by their coffee, and say what you will about their politics, but they do understand luxury. An audible gasp. Julian closed his eyes briefly. Oh, for God's sake. Luxury? Lord Dunhaven laughed lightly, shaking his head. Perhaps, Your Grace, but English tea remains the drink of proper society. The Dowager Duchess lifted a sharp brow. And you believe coffee is improper? Tell me, my lord, do you fear a beverage might scandalize you? Lucy snorted, trying to stifle a laugh. Abby set her teacup down slowly, clearly enjoying herself far too much. It is a matter of refinement, Dunhaven hedged, a tradition upheld by our great nation. And yet, the Duchess mused, were we to examine history, we might find coffee houses at the very heart of England's intellectual discourse, hardly the mark of the unrefined. Gabriel, who had thus far been silent, chose this moment to speak. Tea has been the staple of English hospitality for centuries. However, I will concede that coffee has its merits. Ha! The Duchess pointed a triumphant finger at Lady Worthington. You see, even a duke can acknowledge sense. Lord Dunhaven's eyes flashed. One duke does not make a nation. The argument spiraled. More voices joined in, some defending the superiority of tea, others arguing for the necessity of coffee, and a few, like Lucy and Diana, barely containing their laughter at the absurdity of it all. A footman, standing nervously by the wall, looked as though he regretted his entire life's choices. Lord Dunhaven, still looking somewhat flustered, turned to the Dowager Duchess, exasperated. Your Grace, surely you will be having coffee with dessert then. The Duchess of Radcliffe feigned scandal, pressing a hand lightly to her chest. Oh dear, no. No respectable English duchess would have coffee with dessert. I shall be having a respectable cup of tea. There was a beat of silence before Lucy tried and failed to suppress a laugh. Diana merely smirked, while Eleanor beamed at the older woman as if she were her new favorite person. Julian sat back, gripping the arms of his chair, a muscle ticking in his jaw. How had he lost control of dinner? Of Eleanor? He scowled at Abby, who only smiled sweetly, like she hadn't just orchestrated his complete undoing. Damn her. Abby turned to Eleanor with a delighted expression. You do have a talent for stirring conversation, Eleanor. Eleanor, eyes alight, sighed happily. Isn't it wonderful? Julian was going to strangle his sister. Or better yet, he was going to strangle Abigail Sears. 7. The ballroom pulsed with energy, the polished floor gleaming beneath the glow of chandeliers. A string quartet played the opening strains of a waltz, the lilting melody weaving through the hum of conversation and the rustle of silks. Laughter rose in pockets around the vast room as guests paired off, the first of many dances beginning in an elegant, sweeping motion. Julian was not amused. He stood near the edge of the crowd, a glass of champagne in hand, though he had yet to take a sip. The disaster of dinner still smoldered in his mind, fueling the tautness in his jaw. Eleanor had been outrageous, completely ungovernable, and he had no doubt Miss Abigail Sears was to blame. His eyes scanned the room, searching for his sister. It did not take long. Eleanor was already on the dance floor, beaming up at Lord Dunhaven, who, to Julian's deepening horror, looked utterly enchanted. Worse still, Eleanor was speaking animatedly, her lips forming questions he could not hear, but could certainly imagine. Julian's grip on his glass tightened. Was she truly interrogating her dance partner mid-waltz? Bloody hell. He stepped forward, intent on putting a swift end to the spectacle, when movement at the periphery of his vision snagged his attention. Abby. She stood near the refreshment table, her laughter rising above the din of conversation, warm and effortless. She was speaking with Lord Ashworth, her expression relaxed, her eyes bright. Julian had seen that expression before, curious, engaged. She was assessing him. His stomach clenched with irritation as Ashworth leaned in slightly, clearly encouraged by whatever she had just said. She tilted her head, listening attentively, and smiled. A real smile. The kind she had not directed at Julian once all evening. Julian's jaw flexed. Oh, he knew exactly what she was doing. She was treating this evening as nothing more than another round of her damned assessment, tallying scores, collecting data. A muscle ticked in his temple. Eleanor was embarrassing herself. Abby was entertaining suitors with that too clever smile, and Julian was done standing on the sidelines, watching it all unfold. He set down his untouched champagne. Time to intervene. Julian wove through the throng of dancers with single-minded determination, his expression thunderous. Eleanor had just finished a set with Lord Dunhaven, her cheeks flushed with amusement as she accepted a glass of punch from a passing footman. She'd only managed a quick sip before Julian seized the opportunity, stepping into her path with a deceptively pleasant smile. Eleanor, a word. She feigned wide-eyed innocence. Why, Julian? Whatever is the matter? He took her elbow, guiding her a few steps away from the crowd. "This is not how a lady behaves." Eleanor arched a brow. "Dancing, enjoying myself, heaven forbid." "You know precisely what I mean." His voice dropped to a warning murmur. "Interrogating your partners like a magistrate at an inquest? That is not appropriate." She took a leisurely sip of her punch. "Oh? I was under the impression that a lady ought to get to know her suitors before choosing one. Or do you propose I select blindly?" Julian exhaled sharply. "This is hardly the way to do it." Eleanor's smile turned knowing. "Why? Because it makes men uncomfortable? Because for once, we are the ones asking the questions? You are my brother, Julian, not my keeper." His expression darkened. "I am trying to protect you." "From what? A bad match?" She laughed lightly, shaking her head. "I assure you, I am perfectly capable of determining that on my own." And with that, she curtsied smartly and turned away, taking Lord Crestwood's offered hand as the musicians struck up the next set. Julian stood rigid, watching her disappear into the whirl of dancers, his frustration mounting. He turned sharply, intent on confronting the true culprit in this disaster, Abby Sears. But before he could take a single step in her direction, a gloved hand landed firmly on his arm. "Lord Lockhart," came a familiar, lightly amused voice. "Surely you would not refuse your hostess a dance?" Julian tensed. "Your Grace." Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, smiled up at him, entirely unruffled. "Come now, Julian, I have suffered through all manner of tedious partners this evening. Do be a dear and spare me another." Julian clenched his jaw. The Duchess of Rothbury was not a woman one denied. With forced civility he offered his arm. "It would be my honor." As he was led onto the dance floor, his irritation simmered. His opportunity to confront Abby would have to wait, but not for long. She would not escape him so easily. Abby glided across the dance floor with practiced ease, her partner, Mr. Linfield, executing the steps with respectable competence. The evening had unfolded just as she intended, an opportunity to assess potential suitors in a relaxed but structured environment. Linfield, for all his affable nature, had offered little of substance thus far. He answered her questions politely, but with an air of detachment, as if he were merely indulging her rather than engaging in genuine discourse. "And tell me, Mr. Linfield," Abby prompted, offering him an encouraging smile, "what is your opinion on a lady's pursuit of knowledge? Should she be well-read, encouraged in intellectual endeavors?" Linfield chuckled, a sound that grated against her nerves. "Oh well, I suppose a lady ought to be accomplished, of course. A bit of poetry, some history, enough to be charming at dinner. But true scholarship?" He shrugged. "A lady has no need for such burdens. What use is philosophy or mathematics in managing a household?" Abby inhaled sharply, her patience thinning. "So you believe a woman should only learn what is useful to her domestic duties?" "I dare say a well-kept home and agreeable conversation should be her greatest triumphs." A score of 3, then. And that was generous. She had just opened her mouth to steer the conversation elsewhere when a shift in the air caught her attention. A familiar presence, one that sent a frustrating jolt of awareness through her. Without meaning to, her gaze flicked across the ballroom, her breath catching against her will. Viscount Lockhart. He was dancing with Diana. Abby exhaled slowly, forcing her attention back to her partner. It was nothing. Diana, as the hostess, was ensuring every guest was properly attended. That was all. And yet something about the way Julian moved, his sharp focus, the barely contained energy in each step, snagged at the edges of her mind, refusing to be ignored. She had no reason to be unsettled, no reason to care. And yet, "Miss Sears?" Linfield prompted, jolting her back to the present. Abby smiled swiftly. "My apologies, Mr. Linfield. I fear I was momentarily distracted." "I should hope not by another gentleman," he teased. She laughed lightly, though the sound rang hollow to her own ears. "Not at all. Do forgive me." The music drew to a close, and she curtsied as Linfield bowed, relieved to be rid of him. But before she could gather her thoughts, another figure approached, Margaret Crestwood. Abby's eyes widened, but she quickly schooled her expression before Margaret dipped into a graceful curtsy, the rustle of her silk dress a subtle counterpoint to the silence. "Miss Sears, might I have a word?" "Of course, Miss Crestwood," Abby replied, though unease coiled in her stomach. Margaret Crestwood was beautiful, delicate, and by all accounts a true English rose, and she had been the source of more whispered speculation than any other lady in attendance. Margaret hesitated before clasping her hands together. "I understand you have been evaluating gentlemen, asking them questions." Abby lifted a brow. "I have." Margaret inhaled, then looked up at her, uncertainty flickering in her gaze. "Might I ask what sorts of questions you find most revealing? If a lady wished to discern a gentleman's true intentions, what should she ask?" A slow, uneasy feeling settled in Abby's stomach. So it was true. Margaret was considering a suitor, and she was afraid of making the wrong choice, afraid of being deceived by Julian. Of course, it was him. It had to be. Abby's jaw tightened. The man dueled over her, and now Margaret wasn't sure she could trust him. That should have been confirmation enough of his dishonor. And yet, something wavered, just for a moment. Julian had denied it. She had dismissed his words outright, because what was the word of a Rake's worth? And yet, her pulse fluttered, annoyingly, inexplicably, as if something deep inside her wasn't quite so certain. She should ask Margaret outright. Did he try to ruin you? The question burned at the back of her throat. But something in Margaret's expression, so carefully measured, so guarded, made her hesitate. Instead, she forced her voice to remain cool, detached. "That depends on what you wish to know, Miss Crestwood, and whom you wish to ask." Margaret bit her lip. "I am unsure. I only know that I must be certain before I make any decisions." Abby nodded slowly, schooling her features into a mask of calm. "I see. Well, the right questions asked carefully can be quite illuminating." Margaret exhaled in relief. "Then perhaps we could speak more about it? I should so value your guidance." Before Abby could formulate a response, another presence loomed at her side, tall, dark, and unmistakably irritated. Lockhart. "Miss Crestwood," he greeted curtly, his gaze flicking to Abby, unreadable but sharp. "If I might steal Miss Sears for a moment?" Margaret startled, eyes darting between them before offering Abby a small, uncertain smile. "Of course. Another time, then?" Abby nodded, her stomach twisting as she watched Margaret glide away. Lord Lockhart, meanwhile, was watching her, and he did not look pleased. The music shifted, the unmistakable first chords of a waltz filling the ballroom. Abby barely had time to register it before Lord Lockhart extended his hand, not in request, but in silent demand. "Come, Miss Sears," he said, his voice edged with something she couldn't quite place. "Surely you aren't about to refuse a dance?" She hesitated, but Julian didn't wait. His fingers closed around hers, firm and unyielding, as he guided her onto the floor. And then, contact. The moment his hand settled at the small of her back, heat licked up her spine, sharp and unwelcome. The distance between them was practically non-existent, mere inches separating her from the solid breadth of his chest. She could feel the heat of him, the quiet strength in the way he held her, not forcefully but in complete command. His scent, sandalwood, spice, and something distinctly him, curled around her senses, wreaking havoc on her already frayed nerves. She had danced countless waltzes before, but never had she been this aware of her partner, of the way his palm pressed just firmly enough to guide her, of the slow rise and fall of his breath, of the wicked tension coiling beneath every precise movement. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain composed. This was just a dance, just a dance. So why did it feel like a battle she was destined to lose? Abby inhaled, willing herself to remain unaffected by Julian's nearness. The warmth of his palm at her back was an unwelcome distraction, and she desperately needed to think. Small talk. That was the thing to do in these situations, was it not? "You dance well, my lord," she said, lifting her chin with what she hoped was composed civility. Julian's lips curved, not in pleasure, but in something edged with irritation. His fingers flexed subtly against her spine. "A compliment, Miss Sears? I hardly know what to do with such generosity." Abby resisted the urge to sigh. "Must you always be so?" "Infuriated?" he supplied darkly. "Yes, particularly when my sister is making an utter spectacle of herself." Abby blinked up at him, feigning innocence. "Is she?" "You know she is." His grip tightened ever so slightly, sending another unwelcome ripple through her. "And we both know who is to blame." Abby arched a brow. "Ah, so this is my fault then?" "Undeniably," she exhaled sharply. "Eleanor is an intelligent woman capable of forming her own opinions, my lord." Julian let out a humorless laugh. "Oh, I have no doubt, but she did not develop this particular nonsense on her own. She's been listening to you." Abby tilted her head, eyes alight with defiance. She is making an informed decision. She is causing an uproar, only among those unaccustomed to being questioned. Julian's jaw clenched. Your methods will not work, Miss Sears. Mark my words. That remains to be seen, she shot back. Fine, he bit out. Ask me another question. Let's see this great strategy of yours in action. Abby hesitated. She had already subjected him to a question once before, and that encounter had ended in absolute frustration. But if Julian Lockhart wanted to challenge her, she would not back down. She studied him carefully, considering the most scientifically sound question she could pose, something that would reveal a gentleman's values, priorities. Very well, she said primly. What do you believe is the most essential quality for ensuring marital happiness? Julian's foot nearly faltered mid-step. For the first time that evening, he hesitated. Abby could see the flicker of wariness in his gaze, the quick assessment as he weighed his answer, and then, in true Julian fashion, he smirked. Well, he mused, his voice low, deliberate, I suppose one could argue that passion is an essential component. Abby barely managed to keep from stumbling. His expression was pure wicked amusement now, having caught her momentary slip in composure. What say you, Miss Sears? He asked silkily. Does your study account for that? Abby inhaled sharply, rallying her defenses. Passion is fleeting, my lord. A foundation must be built on more than impulse. Julian's smirk deepened. Oh, I agree. But tell me, how do you propose to measure such a thing? A category on your little charts? Abby scowled. It is entirely possible to cultivate compatibility based on rational criteria. And yet, Julian murmured, voice barely above a whisper as he leaned infinitesimally closer, your pulse is racing. Her breath hitched. Julian's smirk was full of insufferable arrogance. It means nothing, she said fiercely, lifting her chin. His grip on her waist firmed, guiding her effortlessly through the next turn. Doesn't it? Abby's hands tightened against his shoulder and hand. She would not be distracted by his tactics. I will find my perfect match, she said, steel laced through her voice. And it will be my choice, no one else's. Something in Julian's gaze shifted, his amusement dimmed slightly as if something she'd said had struck an unexpected nerve. His fingers flexed at her waist, his jaw tightening. I have 3 weeks, she added, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Julian's brows drew together. 3 weeks? Abby cursed herself. It is none of your concern, she said swiftly, willing herself to look unaffected. Julian's eyes searched hers, a new intensity flickering in their depths. His steps slowed slightly, but the music was drawing to a close. Abby forced herself to stand firm. He was testing her, needling her, trying to shake her confidence. She lifted her chin, gaze unwavering. You, my lord, are utterly disqualified. Julian stilled for half a beat, and then, to her utter frustration, his lips curved in a slow, knowing smirk. And yet, he murmured, voice just low enough for only her to hear, I'm the one you're still dancing with. The final notes of the waltz swelled around them, but all Abby could hear was the rush of blood in her ears. Julian turned her one last time, his grip sure, his gaze unreadable. And then, as the music ended, he released her hand, slowly, deliberately. But before he stepped away, he leaned in, just enough to send a shiver down her spine. 3 weeks, he murmured. I wonder, Miss Sears, will your method hold up until then? Her breath caught. His smirk deepened, as if he had seen that flicker of uncertainty in her. And for one brief, maddening moment, she wondered, was this the same smirk he had worn before? Before he left another young woman in disgrace and her brother in the dirt? Enjoy your evening. And with that, he strode away, leaving her standing in the center of the ballroom, her heart hammering, her mind racing, because she knew, with bone-deep certainty, that Julian Lockhart had just issued a challenge. And worse, she had no idea if she could win it. 8. Julian entered the breakfast room to the warm scent of freshly brewed coffee and toasted bread, but the easy comforts of the morning did nothing to temper his already sour mood. The previous night's waltz still played on an infuriating loop in his mind. Abby Sears in his arms, challenging him, taunting him, dismissing him. And now, as if the universe sought to punish him further, here she was again. Abby sat at the breakfast table with an air of serene purpose, delicately spreading jam onto her toast while conversing with Eleanor, and Julian's gaze narrowed. Lord Ashworth. The man had the gall to smile as he leaned in slightly toward Abby, his voice just loud enough for Julian to catch as he stepped into the room. "A morning ride sounds delightful, Miss Sears. I would be honored to accompany you." Julian came to a slow halt. His gaze flicked to Eleanor, who was beaming at the suggestion, and then to Abby, who nodded in approval. "Excellent," she said. "A perfect way to start the day." Julian's stomach turned. He barely acknowledged the polite nod from Dunhaven at the far end of the table before striding over, pulling out a chair with more force than necessary. Ashworth looked up at him with mild curiosity. "Good morning, Lockhart." Julian didn't return the greeting. Instead, he reached for the coffee pot, pouring himself a cup with deliberate care. "You're planning a ride?" Abby, undeterred by his gruff tone, took a sip of her tea. "Indeed, Lord Ashworth has been kind enough to suggest a route through the countryside." Julian's fingers tightened around his cup. "You'll need a chaperone." Eleanor grinned. "Oh, that's why I'm coming along." Julian set down his coffee with a sharp clink. "Absolutely not." Eleanor's brows lifted. "I beg your pardon?" Julian ignored her indignation, turning to Abby instead. "You cannot go gallivanting across the countryside with Ashworth unescorted." Abby's lips twitched, as if suppressing amusement. "I am hardly unescorted, Lord Lockhart, and I assure you, I am perfectly capable of ensuring the lady's safety," Ashworth added smoothly. Julian didn't like the easy confidence in his voice. "Forgive me if I do not find that particularly reassuring." Eleanor scoffed. "Really, Julian, what do you think will happen? That we shall be set upon by bandits?" "I think," Julian said coolly, "that you are my responsibility, and I will not have you riding out unaccompanied." Eleanor huffed. "You're being absurd." Julian turned to Ashworth with an edge of challenge. "You do not object, do you, my lord?" Ashworth took a measured sip of his coffee before answering. "Not at all." Abby sighed, setting her napkin aside. "Then it's settled. We leave within the hour." The crisp morning air carried the scent of damp earth and fresh pine as the horses' hooves crunched over the narrow woodland path. Abby rode beside Lord Ashworth, their pace leisurely, the early sunlight filtering through the trees in soft golden ribbons. Eleanor trotted ahead, humming to herself, clearly pleased with the morning's excursion. Julian kept a deliberate distance behind them, his fingers flexing on the reins, his expression unreadable. Abby ignored him, or rather, she pretended to ignore him. It was far more difficult than she cared to admit. Instead, she focused on Ashworth. He had, thus far, answered every one of her questions with infuriating perfection. "Tell me, my lord," she said lightly, casting him a sidelong glance. "Do you believe a lady should have independence within a marriage?" Ashworth nodded easily. "Naturally. A partnership thrives on mutual respect. A husband should encourage his wife's interests, not stifle them." Abby hummed, watching him closely. "And you find no fault in a woman engaging in scholarly pursuits?" "On the contrary," he said, his tone just warm enough to be persuasive. "I would find an intelligent mind far more engaging than mere beauty." Julian made a quiet sound behind them, something dangerously close to a scoff. Abby's shoulders stiffened. She pushed forward. "And if your wife were to take an active role in managing estates, investments, I would welcome it." Ashworth smiled at her, his expression one of practiced ease. "A wise man values a clever wife." Abby exhaled slowly, her fingers tightening on the reins. It was a perfect answer. All of them had been. Too perfect. And yet, something was missing. Something niggled at her, a whisper of doubt curling in her mind. He was saying all the right things, but was that because he meant them, or because he had already determined what she wished to hear? Lockhart's words from the night before still echoed in her mind. Some things cannot be quantified. Ashworth didn't unsettle her. And wasn't that the goal? A stable, respectable match? A man who fit the mold, who provided everything a logical partner should? So why did it feel like something was off? Abby tilted her head slightly, considering her next question. Thus far, Lord Ashworth had answered everything with practiced ease, his confidence unwavering. But men could rehearse answers about education and independence. The true test of character? Money. She adjusted her grip on the reins, her voice light but deliberate. "And what of a wife's financial matters, my lord?" Ashworth glanced at her, his face remaining effortlessly composed. "What of them, Miss Sears? Should she have the right to manage her own fortune?" There, a question that mattered now more than ever. Ashworth smiled. Naturally, any monies a wife brings into a marriage are her own concern. I see no reason to interfere, especially as I have no financial need of them. Abby inhaled slowly. It was a flawless answer, perhaps too flawless. A quiet scoff sounded behind them. Julian. That is a lovely sentiment, Ashworth, he drawled, his voice rich with skepticism. A rare one, too. Since when do well-bred gentlemen hand over control of their estates to their wives? A flicker of irritation sparked in her chest. She refused to look at him, refused to let him see that. Somehow his doubt burrowed into her own. Julian's words were not unexpected, but they still irritated her all the same. Ahead of them, Eleanor twisted in her saddle, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Julian, even you? You wouldn't allow your wife to manage her own affairs? He didn't answer, didn't even look at her. Instead, his jaw locked, his gaze fixed forward as if the question had not been asked at all. And that silence, more than anything, told Abby everything. Abby's fingers tightened around the reins, so he had failed, spectacularly. Ashworth, sensing an opportunity, smiled. For some, finances are a necessity. For others, they are of little consequence. Since my family has no such need, my wife's fortune would never be in jeopardy. His tone was even, his confidence absolute. Abby forced herself to nod, to let the answer sit. And yet, something about it was too well crafted, too precise. Julian made a sound of displeasure, his irritation barely concealed. A convenient stance, he muttered, though I imagine launching 3 sisters into society might change a man's views. Eleanor narrowed her eyes at him. And just what are you implying? Julian's lips curved in something not quite a smile. You know how expensive sisters can be, dearest. Eleanor gasped, scandalized. You are unbearable. She narrowed her eyes. Remind me, dearest brother, who was it who insisted I have the finest riding habit this season and the matching hat? Julian smirked. You make an excellent point. Perhaps I should send the bill directly to you. Julian smirked, but the glint in his eyes was not amusement. And Abby was watching him too closely now. Ashworth had answered flawlessly. Julian had failed. So why was it the failure that lingered? Eleanor, Julian said suddenly, his voice deceptively casual, I assume you're still riding side saddle. Eleanor shot him a look over her shoulder, arching a brow. Of course not. Julian inhaled sharply. Of course not, he echoed flatly. Abby bit back a smile. Ashworth, rather than recoiling at the scandal, actually looked amused. And why shouldn't she? Julian's head snapped toward him. Excuse me? Ashworth gestured to Eleanor, sitting comfortably atop her horse in the far more practical astride position. It's the logical choice. It allows for better control, balance. It is highly improper, Julian ground out. Eleanor grinned. You sound exactly like Lord Blackwood. Julian made a noise of such deep offense that Abby nearly laughed. Ashworth, apparently emboldened, continued, Side saddle is tradition, I grant you, but surely we are allowed to question outdated traditions? He turned to Abby with an easy smile. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Sears? Abby, still watching Julian from the corner of her eye, gave Ashworth a slow nod. I would indeed. Julian looked moments away from launching into a full-fledged tirade. Eleanor, sensing an opportunity, suddenly leaned forward and kicked her horse into a gallop. I do believe I shall put this theory to the test. Eleanor shot forward in a blur of skirts and laughter. Ashworth followed, laughing. Abby turned to see Julian's expression darken. And before she could think better of it, before she could examine the strange, hot pressure in her chest at the way he looked at her, she urged her horse forward and took off after them. Behind her, she heard Julian curse, and then the unmistakable sound of his horse surging forward in pursuit. The wind cut sharp and cool as Julian pushed his horse harder, muscles coiled with determination. Abby was ahead of him, laughing, reckless, entirely too free for his peace of mind. Damn her. Damn her for making him chase her. The sound of pounding hooves filled the air as he closed the distance between them. The moment he reached her, he pulled his horse alongside hers, riding dangerously close, too close. Abby's breath hitched, and instinctively she pulled the reins to slow, her exhilaration flickering into something far more uncertain. The moment she looked at him, something shifted. Her cheeks were flushed from the ride, her lips parted on a breath, and strands of hair had come loose from her bonnet, the morning sun catching the way they curled wildly around her temples. Julian forgot himself. forgot why he had chased her down in the first place. Without thinking, he reached out. His gloved fingers caught a wayward strand of hair, brushing it back, and in doing so he grazed her cheek. Abby froze. Julian did too. She was still breathing hard, her chest rising and falling rapidly, but it wasn't just from the chase now. He could see it in her eyes, that same unspoken something that had been there in the waltz. Her cheeks flushed a rosy red. Her eyes, bright, unguarded, met his, and something caught in Julian's chest. She was beautiful like this, wild, untamed. He wanted. Julian clenched his jaw. A burning heat pooled in his stomach. For one terrifying, exhilarating second, he thought of leaning in. And then, somewhere ahead, Eleanor's laughter rang out again, but the sound was growing closer. She had turned back, looping her horse around toward them. Ashworth followed, his grin easy and self-assured. The moment snapped like a thread pulled too tight. Abby exhaled sharply, jerking her gaze away, and Julian's fingers dropped from where they had lingered against her cheek. He pulled back abruptly, jaw tight, the lingering warmth of her skin still ghosting against his fingertips. Eleanor slowed her horse beside them, beaming. "That was magnificent. You should have seen Ashworth's face when I left him in the dust." Ashworth, catching up, only laughed. "I am thoroughly humbled, Miss Lockhart." Julian barely heard them. His pulse was still roaring in his ears. Damn her, and damn himself even more. Julian dismounted in a foul mood, not just because of the damn race, or because of the way Abby had laughed as she sped past him. No, this was about Ashworth. The man was too smooth, too practiced. He knew exactly what to say to make Abby's eyes light with approval, to make her consider him a proper suitor. And worse, Ashworth had been there when Pettigrew and the others discussed Abby's dowry. He hadn't participated in the speculation, but he hadn't shut it down either. And now here he was, saying all the right things, making all the right moves. Julian's jaw clenched. Ashworth might be charming, but was he trustworthy? And why the hell did Julian care so much? Abby had barely handed off her reins before she felt him. Julian. When had she started thinking of him as Julian and not Lord Lockhart? He hadn't spoken a word since they returned to the house, but she could feel his presence shadowing her as she stepped inside. The warmth from the ride still lingered on her skin, but it was nothing compared to the heat curling at the base of her spine, an unwelcome reminder of the moment they'd shared in the woods, of the way he had looked at her, really looked at her. She inhaled sharply, willing the memory away. Eleanor and Ashworth had already disappeared down the corridor, still engaged in lively conversation about the ride. Abby turned toward the morning room, intent on escaping to some much-needed solitude. She didn't make it. Julian was suddenly there, stepping neatly into her path, blocking her with the effortless grace of a man who was always precisely where he meant to be. He was close, too close, and there was something unreadable in his expression. "You seemed quite impressed with Ashworth this morning." Abby stiffened. "Of course. This again." She exhaled, tilting her chin up. He was polite, engaging, respectful. Julian's mouth twitched, as if she had just said something amusing. "Yes, he's quite good at appearing all of those things." Her eyes narrowed. "You disapprove." Vehemently. She let out a huff of frustration and attempted to step around him. He shifted smoothly, blocking her again. "Infuriating man. I'm beginning to think you disapprove of any gentleman who shows an interest in me." His smile was slow, deliberate. "Not any gentleman, Miss Sears, just the ones you seem to favor." Her breath caught, but she masked it with an exasperated scoff. "If you must know, Lord Ashworth has been answering my questions marvelously." Julian stilled, a muscle ticked in his jaw. "Has he?" "Yes." Abby folded her arms, grasping at the logical certainty of it. "He has excelled in every category." Something flickered in Julian's gaze, something dark and knowing. "All of them?" "Yes." A beat of silence. Then Julian leaned in just slightly, voice low. "Tell me, Miss Sears, does he make your pulse race?" The question landed like a physical touch. She flinched, but there was nowhere to go. The wall was at her back, Julian at her front. His palm came up, fingers grazing her cheek in an infuriatingly light, teasing touch before trailing slowly, so slowly, down the column of her throat. Her breath hitched before she could stop it. His gaze dropped, noticing the betraying flutter of her pulse at her neck, a delicate, frantic rhythm against her skin. Something inside Julian twisted violently. A primal, possessive heat uncoiled low in his stomach, the realization hitting him harder than expected. It was not just about besting her anymore. It was not about proving her wrong. He wanted her in ways that had nothing to do with reason. Abby forced herself to breathe, to ignore the way her skin heated beneath his fingertips. "That is hardly the point," she managed, her voice not quite as steady as she wished. Julian hummed, low and knowing. "Isn't it?" Abby's mind rebelled, searching for logic, for order. Ashworth was the ideal candidate, the rational choice, a future without uncertainty or risk. And yet, when Julian was near, none of it felt certain. None of it felt safe. If she was making the right decision, why did her heart trip over itself now? She lifted her chin defiantly. "Lord Ashworth is an intelligent, respectable gentleman who meets all the necessary criteria." Necessary criteria. Julian echoed the words like a mockery, his thumb skimming just below her jawline. She stiffened. Drumming pulses are of no consequence, in either direction. Something flickered in his expression, something dark and pleased. "Ah!" His voice was soft, edged with dark amusement. His fingers traced a final, languid path along the delicate curve of her neck before retreating. "Now, that's interesting." And before she could react, before he did something unforgivable, he took a step back, forcing distance where there had been none. Abby willed herself to form words, to protest, to deny whatever he thought he had just proven. But her mind was too fogged, her body too traitorous. Julian leaned in, his lips a breath from her ear. "You can ask 100 questions, Miss Sears, but desire." His fingers lingered, a feather-light touch at the base of her throat, a moment longer before he reluctantly stepped back, releasing her. Desire cannot be quantified. She felt the absence of his touch as sharply as she had felt its presence. He met her gaze once more, assessing, and then, just when she thought he might say something else, something devastating, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving her breathless. Abby let out a slow, shuddering exhale. She had not been expecting that. Abby remained standing there for a long moment, her breath unsteady, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. The warmth of Julian's touch still lingered against her skin, a maddening ghost of sensation. She pressed a hand to her chest, willing her pulse to settle. This was absurd. She was absurd. With a sharp inhale, she turned away from the empty space he'd left behind, stepping toward the nearest chair as if sitting would somehow anchor her back to reality. She had only just reached for the armrest when a soft voice intruded on her spiraling thoughts. "Miss Sears?" Abby spun, heart still hammering. Margaret Crestwood stood at the threshold, hands folded demurely before her, her expression uncertain. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to startle you." "Not at all, Miss Crestwood. How can I help you?" Margaret hesitated, then stepped forward. "I was hoping, well, that you might be able to assist me." Abby frowned slightly. "With what?" Margaret clasped her hands, looking down shyly. "With the right questions, to determine if a gentleman might be interested in me." Abby's stomach dropped. The blood rushed in her ears. Because, of course, this had to be about Julian, and she had absolutely no idea why that thought made her feel slightly ill. Despite the turmoil inside, Abby managed a tight-lipped smile. "Of course, Miss Crestwood, I would be happy to help." The words felt strange on her tongue. She did not want to help. She did not want to sit here and guide Margaret Crestwood through the very same process she had painstakingly designed for herself. But what reason did she have to refuse? Margaret exhaled, visibly relieved. "Oh, thank you. She clasped her hands, hesitating. "I am simply unsure of how to tell if a gentleman truly returns my affections." Abby swallowed against the odd tightness in her throat. "That is precisely why structured inquiries are so useful," she said briskly, grasping at logic. "Rather than guessing at meaning or waiting for obvious signs, you must ask the right questions, direct ones." Margaret leaned in slightly, intrigued. "What sort of questions?" Abby pushed aside the unease curling in her stomach. This was just another assessment, a problem to solve. "You must determine his values, his priorities, his intentions," she said. "For example, you might ask, if you could only spend an evening in one of 3 ways, hosting a grand ball, reading beside the fire, or walking in the moonlight, what would you choose?" Margaret blinked, thoughtful. "And what would that tell me?" "More than you might think." Abby tipped her head slightly. A gentleman who prefers a grand ball likely enjoys society, public attention, and the thrill of entertainment. One who chooses reading is introspective, perhaps reserved, inclined toward intellectual pursuits. A moonlit walk, she allowed herself a small, knowing smile. A romantic disposition, sentimental. Margaret pressed a finger to her lips, considering. That is rather clever. It eliminates guesswork, Abby said. Another useful question. If you had no obligations, no responsibilities, how would you spend your days? A gentleman's answer will reveal what he truly values. Margaret's lips parted, her cheeks tinged with interest. And if he avoids the question, then he is either guarded, dishonest, or has never bothered to consider his own desires, Abby said simply. And you should be wary of all three. Margaret nodded slowly, as if committing the questions to memory. Then, after a pause, she hesitated. What about more personal questions? Abby stilled. Personal? Margaret looked away, twisting her fingers in her lap. Ones that would reveal his feelings toward me. Abby's stomach tightened. She inhaled slowly, keeping her expression carefully neutral. Then you must be precise. Ask him what qualities he values most in a wife. If he speaks of duty, of obligation, of societal expectations, he is not thinking of love. If he speaks of admiration, of respect, of partnership, then he considers more. Margaret nodded again, her expression unreadable. For a long moment she was silent. Then softly she said, I already know who I want. Abby's heart tripped. Her fingers curled around the edge of her gown, her breath suddenly too shallow. She forced her voice to remain steady. And who is this gentleman? Margaret hesitated, just for a moment. Then, as if lost in a quiet daydream, she looked away and smiled, a small, secret smile. Abby felt it like a stone dropping into her stomach. She had her answer. 9. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the crisp afternoon air, mingling with the distant scent of cut grass and damp earth. A line of targets stood at the far end of the field, the wooden stands already riddled with bullet holes from previous attempts. A footman stood ready to reload the pistols, while a small tray of refreshments, lemonade and sherry, sat untouched on a table under a shaded canopy. Julian had no interest in refreshments, nor in the idle chatter that filled the space between shots. His attention was solely on the woman standing across from him, arms folded, watching the competition unfold with calculating focus. Abby Sears was studying them, measuring them, and if Julian had to guess, mentally sorting each gentleman into the same damnable categories she'd invented. A few paces away, Margaret Crestwood stood at the edge of the gathering, half hidden in the shade of a nearby tree. She listened quietly as the other young ladies conversed, offering only the occasional smile or polite laugh. But when Ashworth stepped forward to take his stance, her attention sharpened, her gaze following him with quiet intent. Across the way, Lord Dunhaven fired his pistol and missed the mark by a considerable margin. Instead of accepting defeat, he laughed and straightened his cuffs as though the whole thing had been a deliberate jest. Not my finest attempt, Dunhaven admitted, unfazed. A mere warm-up shot. Or a warning shot, Lucy quipped, tapping a gloved finger to her chin. Let's hope your aim is better in a duel, my lord. Dunhaven chuckled, undeterred. Ah, but that would require someone foolish enough to challenge me, Lady Pembury. A short distance away, Henry Crestwood stood stiffly, arms crossed, his scowl deepening as the contest continued. He did not step forward to participate. Not surprising, considering his last public display of marksmanship had ended with a bullet wound, courtesy of Julian himself. He turned slightly when Ashworth fired, watching the reaction of the assembled ladies. His expression tightened when Margaret let out a soft laugh at Lucy's teasing. His hands curled against his sleeves, his gaze flickering toward Julian before settling once more on his sister. Blackwood stepped up next, all rigid formality, treating the competition as though a duel were at stake. He took careful aim, fired, and still only clipped the outer edge of the target. You were saying, Lady Pembury? Dunhaven teased. Lucy smirked, lifting her glass of lemonade. My wagers remain on Lord Ashworth. Ashworth, ever composed, took his turn with practiced ease. His shot landed neatly in the center, prompting a murmur of approval from the gathered onlookers. He turned, offering Abby a confident smile. Well executed. Abby praised, nodding. A steady hand and a clear eye, qualities that bode well in other areas. Julian nearly rolled his eyes. Eleanor beamed. Taking notes again, Abby? Marksmanship requires steadiness, patience, and control, Abby said lightly. I should think those are valuable qualities in a husband. Ashworth caught the remark, and without missing a beat, turned to her with a warm expression. Then allow me to offer you my assistance, Miss Sears. A proper stance is the foundation of accuracy. He gestured toward the pistols, waiting for her agreement. Julian's grip tightened around his own pistol. Are you implying I lack steadiness, patience, or control, Lord Ashworth? Abby asked, arching a brow. Ashworth chuckled. Not at all, but every skill must be honed, mustn't it? She considered him for a moment before giving a graceful nod. Very well. Let's see if I'm capable. Ashworth moved beside her, too close. His guiding hand hovered at the small of her back, fingers brushing against her elbow as he reached to adjust her grip. Julian moved before he thought better of it. If she wants proper instruction, she should learn from someone with experience. Unbothered. His hand closed over the pistol first, easing it from Ashworth's grasp before Abby could take it. Ashworth lifted a brow but said nothing. Abby, however, sighed. And I assume you mean yourself, my lord? Julian smiled, all slow confidence. Of course. The gathered onlookers quieted, sensing the shift in tension. Julian turned the pistol in his hand, weighing it as if considering whether to bother with this charade at all. In truth, he was rather enjoying himself. You need to adjust your grip, he said, offering the pistol to Abby at last. She took it with deliberate care, her fingers brushing the warm metal, and shot him a look that very clearly communicated how unimpressed she was with this entire situation. I do hope you're about to lecture me on something as rudimentary as holding the weapon, Lord Lockhart, she said smoothly. I assure you, I am perfectly capable. Julian smirked. Oh, she was trying so very hard not to let him ruffle her. Of course, he murmured, stepping behind her. She inhaled. Just a small breath. Oh yes, she was ruffled. Julian leaned in slightly, letting the rich scent of the morning woods surround them. He placed one hand lightly at her waist, not gripping, merely resting, just enough to remind her he was there, watching, in control. Steady now, he murmured near her ear. Relax your shoulders. She did not relax. Julian bit back a grin. Her fingers flexed over the grip. She was furious that he was affecting her. I imagine, Abby said, her voice sharper than necessary, that this must be your one useful skill, my lord. Julian hummed in mock thought. One of many. Before she could retort, he covered her hand with his own and adjusted her aim. Abby's breath hitched, so quiet, but he caught it. Breathe in, he instructed. She did. Now exhale and Abby fired. The shot landed just off center. A respectable hit. A low hum of approval came from the others, but Julian simply reached forward and adjusted her wrist the smallest fraction. Again. Her jaw tightened. Another shot, this time nearly perfect. Julian let his fingers trail from her wrist before finally stepping back. Not bad, Miss Sears, for a beginner. Abby turned, eyes sparking with defiance. And I suppose you would have me believe you're the best shot here? Julian tilted his head, considering her. Then, with maddening ease, he took the pistol from her hands, raised it, and fired without a moment's hesitation. The shot struck the very center of the target. Abby exhaled sharply, clearly irritated at his nonchalance. That, of course, only made him more insufferable. She folded her arms. Ah, yes. How could I forget? I've witnessed your excellent marksmanship was on full display. Julian's smirk didn't waver, but something flickered in his gaze. Careful, Miss Sears, he murmured, reloading the pistol in one smooth, practiced motion. You might wound my pride. Impossible, she muttered. Behind them, Eleanor clapped her hands in delight. Well, that was thoroughly entertaining. Eleanor, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and reached for a pistol. I want to try. Julian closed his eyes briefly. God help us all. Lucy, entirely too entertained, perked up. Oh, absolutely. Eleanor, I have every confidence in you. You shouldn't, Julian muttered. Unbothered, Eleanor positioned herself at the line, holding the pistol with all the enthusiasm of someone who had no business doing so. Julian tensed, and he wasn't the only one. Blackwood took a cautious step back. Dunhaven, who had been taking a sip of lemonade, suddenly froze mid-drink. Wait, should she be? Eleanor fired. As the gunshot rang out, a collective gasp rippled through the group. Dunhaven's yelp, the sharp clatter of a dropped lemonade glass, and Blackwood's muttered curse filling the sudden hush. Margaret startled violently, her hands jerking up before she caught herself. For the briefest moment, her gaze flew to Dunhaven, not with amusement, but with something sharper. Worry? Alarm? It was gone too quickly to be certain, smoothed away into an exquisitely practiced composure. The shot missed the target entirely and came perilously close to Dunhaven's foot. Dunhaven dabbed at the lemonade that had sloshed over the front of his waistcoat. "Bloody hell, woman!" There was a horrified pause. Then Diana and Lucy collapsed into laughter. "That?" Lucy gasped between wheezes, wiping tears from her eyes. "That was magnificent." "That was a near-death experience," Dunhaven corrected, still clutching his chest. "You almost maimed me." Margaret, watching from near the hedges, clasped her hands tightly before her, knuckles briefly white, and forced a polite smile just as Eleanor, utterly unbothered, declared, "A near miss is still a success." Julian pinched the bridge of his nose. "I need a drink." Blackwood, looking deeply unimpressed, muttered, "And people wonder why women shouldn't handle firearms." That, of course, made Eleanor bristle. "I'll have you know, Lord Blackwood, that was merely a practice shot. The next one will be much improved." Julian groaned. "There will be no next shot." Eleanor huffed, but relented, handing the pistol back to the footman. Dunhaven, still muttering about ruined waistcoats, shot Julian a look. "You see what you've unleashed upon the world?" Julian exhaled. "Trust me, I know." Before Abby could think of a retort, Lucy glanced past her and brightened. "Miss Crestwood, there you are. You've been standing back far too long. Come, join us." Margaret Crestwood startled slightly at being addressed so directly. She had been lingering just beyond the group, hands folded neatly before her, the picture of quiet hesitation. "Oh, I wasn't certain if I should interrupt," she admitted softly. "Nonsense," Diana said, waving her forward. "You must tell us. Have you ever tried shooting?" Margaret shook her head at once. "Oh no, I don't believe I'd be very good at it." Dunhaven, still blotting his waistcoat, scoffed. "Miss Crestwood, if Miss Lockhart can nearly end my existence with her first attempt, surely you can manage a safer effort." Margaret only smiled politely and clasped her hands tighter. "I think I'd rather ask questions than attempt to shoot anything." Abby went still. Lucy perked up. "Oh, and what sort of questions?" Margaret hesitated, shifting slightly, before suddenly turning to Julian. "If you had no obligations, no responsibilities, how would you spend your days?" The air shifted. Julian's smirk faded. For a fraction of a second he stilled, an uncharacteristic hesitation so brief that most wouldn't notice. But Abby did. Her breath caught as realization slammed into her. That was one of her questions. One of the very questions she had given Margaret the night before. Julian recovered smoothly. "A rather philosophical inquiry, Miss Crestwood." Margaret's cheeks colored. "Miss Sears thought it was a useful question." Abby swallowed hard. Julian's gaze flicked to her. Something unreadable flickered in his expression, something sharp and questioning. Another one of her questions. Asked to him, and Margaret had sought his answer. The implications knotted tight in Abby's stomach. Before Julian could reply, a sharp movement caught his eye. Henry Crestwood had stepped forward from where he'd been lingering near the refreshments, his expression drawn tight. He had been watching, waiting. Now he acted. "Margaret," he said, his voice low but firm. "Now is not the time." Margaret frowned. "But I was only—" "Now," Henry bit out, his gaze locking onto Julian's. Julian met his glare without expression. Margaret hesitated but allowed her brother to steer her away, casting one last glance over her shoulder. At Julian, a look of longing. Abby's chest tightened. It had to be him. Her stomach twisted violently at the thought. Henry Crestwood had called Julian a scoundrel during the duel, had accused him of dishonoring his sister. And now, standing here, watching Margaret's soft expression as she looked at Julian, Abby couldn't help but wonder if Crestwood had been telling the truth all along. And now Margaret had come to her for help. Abby was suddenly acutely aware of Julian still watching her. He exhaled a slow breath, then looked at her with something almost suspicious in his gaze. "You told her to ask me that?" His voice was smooth, but laced with something pointed. Abby lifted her chin. "She is assessing potential suitors." Julian studied her. "And I'm being assessed?" Abby forced a polite smile, though her insides churned. "I suppose you should consider it a compliment." Julian huffed a quiet laugh, but there was no humor in it. Something thick and unspoken hung in the air between them. Then Julian lowered his voice just for her. "Tell me, Miss Sears, do you ever ask yourself these questions? Or are you too busy tallying the answers?" Abby swallowed hard. Something about the way he said it, low, almost quiet, left an unfamiliar weight in her chest. The worst part, she didn't have an answer, and she hated that. Before she could find a response, Julian stepped back, gave her one last lingering glance, then turned and strode away. A slow, measured exhale escaped her lips, but the strange, heavy feeling in her chest remained. Damn him, and whatever this was between them. Because if Margaret Crestwood had set her heart on Julian Lockhart as Abby was beginning to suspect, she hated how much that mattered. 10. The moment Abigail Sears stepped through the front doors of the house, she knew she was in trouble. The air inside was noticeably cooler than the sun-drenched afternoon she had just left, but the chill running down her spine had nothing to do with temperature. The parlor doors were open, and inside, her stepfather waited. Abby hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Baron Lawrence sat in a chair beneath the window, his posture deceptively at ease, a newspaper folded neatly in his lap. The fine lines at the corners of his mouth suggested he had been waiting for her. By the window, her mother sat with her hands clasped, her brow drawn with quiet worry. The air in the room was thick with expectation. The door clicked softly shut behind her. Baron Lawrence lifted his gaze. "I trust you enjoyed your afternoon, Abigail." His tone was smooth, even, a man fully in control of the conversation before it had even begun. Abby lifted her chin. "I did, thank you." She did not sit. He set the newspaper aside with deliberate care. "You are making a spectacle of yourself." A muscle in Abby's jaw twitched. Her mother shifted uncomfortably. "Darling, that is not." Baron Lawrence lifted a hand, silencing his wife before continuing. "Pistols, interrogations, scandalous questions. This is a house party, not a tribunal." Abby exhaled slowly, the heat of frustration curling in her stomach. "Forgive me, Baron, but I thought I had 3 weeks to make my choice." "Or has that changed?" Her mother sighed. "You know that isn't what he means." "I cannot allow this to continue," her stepfather said, voice crisp. "People are beginning to wonder if you are even serious about finding a match." Abby's fingers curled at her sides. "Oh, and I suppose men are not to be questioned at all," she challenged. "I must simply sit prettily and allow them to decide my fate for me?" Baron Lawrence's expression did not change. "You are making it difficult for any man to pursue you." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze cool. "You may be beautiful, Abigail, but men do not enjoy feeling as though they are under scrutiny." Abby stilled. Beautiful. Always that first. Not clever, not capable, not worthy of admiration. Her mother reached out as if to soften the words. "My dear, we only want to see you happy." A pause. "But you must allow yourself to be wooed. You cannot treat courtship like an interrogation." Abby inhaled sharply. "And if wooing fails," she said, her voice tight, "if a man is all pretty words and empty promises?" Her stepfather's expression darkened. "That is why you must choose wisely." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped Abby's lips. "Oh, and if I do? If I find a gentleman who meets every expectation, who is well-mannered, well-connected, and entirely suitable," she lifted her chin, eyes flashing. "But you do not approve." A muscle ticked in Baron Lawrence's jaw. Her mother stiffened. "Abigail, that is hardly—" "I mean it," Abby pressed, her voice low, edged with steel. "You have set a deadline, but tell me, is this truly my choice at all? Or will you simply veto my decision if it does not suit your ambitions?" Silence. The fire crackled in the hearth, but it could not thaw the chill that settled between them. For a long, heavy moment, Baron Lawrence said nothing. That was answer enough. Abby inhaled sharply. So that was it. She could choose, but only within the invisible boundaries her stepfather had already drawn. She would never truly be free. A slow, measured exhale. Her fingers curled into the folds of her gown. Fine. If her choices would be scrutinized no matter what, then she would make them impossible to ignore. "You will choose a suitable gentleman, Abigail. Or, as I have already said, I will choose one for you." Her mother stood abruptly. "Husband, that is unnecessary." But Abby was already moving. She dipped into a flawless curtsy, her voice eerily smooth. If you disapprove of my methods, Baron, then perhaps I should offer you something more entertaining." Her mother blinked, confused. "Abigail?" But Abby did not answer. She turned on her heel and strode from the room, her pulse hammering, her frustration mounting, her thoughts a whirlwind of defiance. She would find her match, but she would do it on her own terms. And if they wanted a spectacle, she would give them one. The scent of warm earth and blooming roses filled the air as Abigail strode down the garden path, her hands clenched in fists at her sides. She could still hear her mother's soft, pleading words, her stepfather's clipped, emotionless commands echoing in her head. "You are embarrassing yourself, Abigail. Choose a husband or one will be chosen for you." She knew this was the way of the world. She knew her time was running out. And yet, no amount of logic could quiet the burning resentment lodged in her chest. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that a woman had so little say in her own future, that she must carefully weigh every word, every action, every moment, knowing that a single misstep could ruin her entirely, that no matter how well she planned, how carefully she assessed, she could still be wrong. Her throat tightened as she approached the wildflower beds near the trellis. She had come out here to breathe, to focus on something that made sense. The butterflies. They fluttered over the late summer blossoms, delicate wings catching in the golden light. Some danced lazily in the air, while others remained still, poised on petals, feeding with slow, deliberate movements. She exhaled and dropped to her knees in the grass, carefully opening her notebook. If she could not control her circumstances, at least she could observe, document, understand something. She watched one butterfly, a painted lady, its wings edged in warm hues of orange and brown, hover over a flower before darting away just as she thought it might land. Her frustration spilled over. "Oh, do stop being difficult," she muttered. A soft, dry laugh interrupted her. "Well now, talking to insects, my dear?" Abby startled, nearly dropping her notebook. She twisted to see a familiar figure standing just beyond the hedge. Diana's grandmother, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe. The older woman stood with her hands clasped lightly over the head of her carved walking stick, dressed impeccably in a deep violet gown, suited for an afternoon stroll. Her sharp, perceptive gaze took in Abby's position on the ground, her expression laced with amusement. Abby let out a breath, pushing a stray curl from her face. "I wasn't talking to them, not really." The Duchess stepped forward at a leisurely pace, her cane tapping gently against the stone pathway. "No? Then what, pray tell, were you doing?" "Observing." "And scolding them?" "They refused to cooperate." The Duchess chuckled. "Ah, well, men are much the same, my dear, impossible to pin down, determined to do precisely the opposite of what one expects." Abby let out a tired laugh as she rose to her feet, dusting off her skirts. A rather unfortunate truth. The Duchess gestured to the nearby stone bench, nestled beneath a rose arch. "Come, sit with me a moment. I find that problems, when spoken aloud, have a way of making themselves clearer." Abby hesitated. It was one thing to fume in solitude, quite another to unburden herself to someone as shrewd as the Duchess of Radcliffe. But something about the woman's calm authority, her air of having seen everything, was impossible to resist. Abby sat beside her, smoothing her skirts. The Duchess rested both hands atop her cane, watching her closely. "Your mother's been fretting," she said at last. Abby sighed. "I imagined so. And your stepfather?" "Less fretting, more issuing edicts." The Duchess hummed in understanding. "And what precisely has you out here in such a state?" Abby opened her mouth, but no single answer seemed adequate. Everything, the pressure, the expectations, the knowledge that she was running out of time, that she must make the most important decision of her life and make it quickly, when the only thing she felt certain of was that she did not want to do this at all. She inhaled slowly, lifting her chin. "My stepfather reminded me, rather forcefully, that my time is nearly up, that if I do not make a choice, one will be made for me." The Duchess's gaze remained steady. "And is there a reason you are hesitating?" Abby let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "Aside from the fact that this entire process is ridiculous?" The Duchess arched a brow. Abby sighed. "I thought I could be logical, that if I was careful, if I asked the right questions, I could eliminate risk. But what if the right answers mean nothing? What if—" her voice wavered just for a moment. "What if I am wrong? The Duchess was silent for a long beat, her keen eyes studying Abby's face. Then, slowly, she smiled. "My dear," she said, voice rich with knowing, "you remind me quite a bit of myself at your age." Abby blinked. "I do? Oh yes, full of intelligence, determined to outmaneuver the game rather than play it. But some things," the Duchess murmured, "cannot be outmaneuvered." Abby swallowed against the lump in her throat. The Duchess exhaled, her tone turning nostalgic. "In my day, ladies had no need to ask questions. We watched our gentlemen prove themselves." Abby frowned. Prove themselves? Lord Ashworth had already proven himself a dozen times over. He was clever, composed, utterly agreeable, a gentleman so perfectly suited to her that her stepfather would likely weep with relief. Julian, on the other hand, Julian had proven himself in an entirely different way, not with polished words, but with action, in the way he rode like the wind, in the way he fired a pistol with the precision of a man who did not hesitate, in the way he had stood in the center of that dueling field, calm and unwavering, while Henry Crestwood had spat accusations at his feet. But what did that prove? That he was fearless? That he was reckless? That he was exactly the sort of man she should not trust? Julian looked like a man of honor, but Henry Crestwood's fury had not been imagined, and Margaret had looked at Julian as if Abby did not know, and that unsettled her most of all. The Duchess's smile was edged with mischief. "Oh yes, trials of skill, wit, endurance. A gentleman's worth was demonstrated, not merely declared." Abby stilled. The butterflies, the categories, the endless tallying of attributes. What if she was going about it all wrong? What if the only way to truly assess a man's character was to test it? A slow, thoughtful smile curved her lips. "Trials." The Duchess tilted her head. "You are plotting something, aren't you?" Abby straightened, energy surging through her for the first time in hours. "I believe I am." The Duchess's smirk deepened. "Good. I do hate dull house parties." Abby let out a laugh, feeling lighter, sharper, ready. She had 3 weeks to find a husband, and if they wanted her to choose a gentleman, then by God, they were going to earn it. Julian had seen Abigail Sears in many moods, spirited, defiant, insufferable. But silent, that was new, and he did not like it. The low hum of conversation mingled with the clinking of silverware as the evening meal progressed at a leisurely pace. Golden candlelight flickered across polished china and crystal, illuminating the long mahogany dining table and the glittering assembly seated around it. The air was warm with the scent of roasted meats and fresh bread, a stark contrast to Julian's rising irritation. Something was wrong with Abby Sears. It wasn't obvious, not at first. To anyone else, she appeared perfectly composed, her posture impeccable, her movements precise as she methodically cut her meat. But Julian was watching her too closely, had grown too used to her quick retorts, the sharp arch of her brow, the way her gaze burned with assessment. And tonight, she was silent. She was not asking questions. It unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Eleanor, unfortunately, had no such restraint. "Lord Ashworth," she chirped, dabbing at the corner of her mouth before setting down her napkin. "If you had to choose between giving up music or literature for the rest of your life, which would it be?" Across the table, Lucy made a barely stifled noise of amusement. Diana, seated beside her, smirked over her wineglass. Ashworth, unbothered, leaned back slightly. "A difficult choice," he mused. "Both are necessary, but if forced, I suppose I would forgo music. A man can live without melody, but not without words." Eleanor beamed. "Excellent answer." Julian exhaled slowly, fingers curling around his wineglass. This nonsense again. Margaret Crestwood, seated several places down, had been quietly listening, her hands neatly folded in her lap. But now, to Julian's mild surprise, she spoke up, her voice soft but deliberate. "What of philosophy, my lord?" she asked, tilting her head toward Ashworth. "Do you believe it has practical application, or is it merely an idle pursuit?" Julian's grip tightened subtly on his glass. A well-placed question, a quiet one. Ashworth offered her a thoughtful smile. "I believe philosophy serves as a lens through which we examine the world, Miss Crestwood. It informs our actions, our choices, so long as one does not allow it to hinder decisive action." Margaret nodded, clearly pleased with his response. But then, casually, almost offhandedly, she turned to Dunhaven. "And you, my lord?" Julian didn't miss the way Dunhaven's fingers hesitated, just briefly, over the stem of his wineglass. A barely there pause, a flicker of something unreadable before he schooled his features into his usual easy charm. Oh, I confess I've little patience for endless philosophizing. Give me action over theory any day. Margaret smiled demurely, but Julian saw it, the way her gaze lingered a fraction too long, the faintest trace of something unspoken in her expression. Interesting. Margaret had turned her attention to Ashworth, yes, but it was Dunhaven who had made her breath catch. Across the table, Eleanor continued her inquisition, turning to Gabriel, the Duke of Rothbury, with a wicked glint in her eye. And you, your grace, if you could only indulge in one vice for the rest of your life, which would it be? Gabriel lifted a brow at his wife. Diana, do you encourage this? Diana merely smiled. I would never dream of it. Julian, for his part, barely heard any of it. His mind was elsewhere, turning over the past several days, the conversations, the puzzle pieces slowly clicking into place. Eleanor's meddling was one thing, but now Margaret was participating, and quietly, no less. That was the more dangerous kind of interference, the kind done in hushed tones where no one thought to pay attention. And then there was the orangery. Julian's jaw flexed. He still didn't know which of these bastards had been there that night. Ashworth? Dunhaven? Another? He'd narrowed it down, but he needed to be sure. Needed to know who had been lurking in the dark with... His gaze flicked to Abby again. She was staring at her plate, pushing a piece of roasted potato across the china with the tines of her fork. Her lips were pressed together, her brow slightly furrowed. Contemplative. Julian's irritation deepened. Abby Sears was thinking. That never boded well. From the head of the table, a delicate but unmistakably firm voice cut through the din. Tell me, Lady Eleanor, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe mused, reaching for her wineglass. Are you enjoying your role as Chief Inquisitor? Eleanor hesitated. Am I? The Duchess gave her a look of faint amusement. Interrogating all these gentlemen, or should I say, holding court? Eleanor, clearly delighted, straightened in her chair. Well, I should like to think it's all in good fun. The Duchess hummed, her sharp eyes sweeping over the table. Yes, quite. Diana cleared her throat. Grandmother, you do enjoy watching a bit of mischief unfold. Don't pretend otherwise. The Dowager's lips twitched. Mischief has its uses, when well executed. Mischief? That was the last thing this house party needed more of. Julian resisted the urge to sigh. He already had his sister to contend with. He did not need Diana's grandmother encouraging her. He turned his attention back to Abby. She was still quiet, her thoughts clearly elsewhere, the candlelight catching the gold in her hair as she sat motionless. What are you planning? He didn't have an answer yet, but he had the sudden, unshakable certainty that he would find out very, very soon, and that he was not going to like it. 11. The strains of a lively sonata drifted through the music room, the warm glow of candlelight reflecting off gleaming mahogany and gilded sconces. Margaret Crestwood sat at the pianoforte, her fingers gliding over the ivory keys with practiced ease, her expression serene. Around the room, guests lounged in various states of post-dinner relaxation, some engaged in quiet conversation, others savoring their brandy or sherry, and a few listening intently to the music. Abby stood near the fireplace, swirling the last of her wine in her glass, feeling the low hum of conversation brush against her skin like a distant echo. The energy in the room was warm, expectant, a perfect moment to strike. She set down her glass and stepped forward, her voice clear and carrying just enough mischief to spark curiosity. Since we are all gathered here, I propose we make this house party more entertaining. Several heads turned. Lucy, perched elegantly on a settee, straightened with interest. Eleanor, already leaning forward in her chair, clapped her hands in delight. Diana arched a brow over her wineglass, intrigued. Some of the gentlemen groaned audibly. Julian, seated with one ankle lazily resting over his knee, merely exhaled, as if bracing himself for inevitable chaos. God help us, he muttered. Unperturbed, Abby continued. We have several days left in this gathering, and what better way to pass the time than with a bit of friendly competition? Dunhaven smirked, always eager for sport. What kind of competition? A gentleman's trials, Abby announced. Tests of skill, wit, endurance. Diana's eyes gleamed with amusement. You wish to make the men prove themselves? The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe, who had been listening with quiet amusement, took a measured sip of her sherry. An old tradition, my dear. In my day, we ladies simply observed the gentlemen display their worth. Marcus Blackwood leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. And what exactly do you propose we compete in? Suggestions came rapidly. Archery, Dunhaven declared at once, sitting forward. A man should be able to hit his mark. A race across the countryside, Marcus added, sharing a look with Gabriel. A true test of horsemanship. Julian sighed heavily. Yes, let us all break our necks in the name of entertainment. Oh, but we shall not participate, Eleanor interjected brightly. The ladies shall judge. Lucy tapped a finger to her chin. What about an intellectual challenge? A debate, perhaps? Blackwood nodded approvingly. Now that is a test I would accept. Abby smiled slowly. A debate it is. Gabriel, ever the strategist, smirked. And what topic shall we be forced to argue? Abby, eyes glinting, lifted a brow. Passion versus stability in marriage. A murmur rippled through the room. Julian finally lifted his gaze to hers, his expression unreadable. You would have us argue romance as though it were a matter of policy? I would have you argue it because it is a matter of great importance. Diana, looking thoroughly entertained, laughed. Oh, I adore this. What else? Eleanor bounced in her chair. A scavenger hunt. Excitement burst through the room. Lucy clapped her hands. That would be delightful. An excellent final trial, the Dowager Duchess declared, her smirk deepening. And of course, the participants shall be paired. A hush fell. Julian stiffened. Paired? Oh, not tonight, the Duchess said, her voice rich with knowing amusement. I shall select the pairs for the final trial when the time comes. Abby tilted her head, holding Julian's gaze. A fair system, don't you agree, Lord Lockhart? His jaw flexed. Entirely fair. The room burst into chatter again as the final events were agreed upon. Archery, the horse race, the debate, and the scavenger hunt. The men groaned, some preening, others eyeing their competitors warily. The ladies were delighted. Diana lifted her glass in a toast. To the gentlemen's trials. The cheer rang out, glasses clinking in agreement. Abby felt her pulse quicken, energy coursing through her. She had done it. The game was set. The trials would begin tomorrow, and she would watch them all rise or fall. The room buzzed with excitement, but Abby suddenly felt the weight of her own breath. She needed air. Slipping out unnoticed, she stepped through the glass-paned doors and onto the balcony. The cool night wrapped around her as she pressed her palms to the stone railing. The distant sound of the sea murmured against the cliffs, blending with the rustle of trees. She exhaled, tension unwinding from her shoulders. Tomorrow would bring competition, challenges, tests of character and skill, and she would finally see which of these gentlemen could truly stand up to scrutiny. Behind her, a quiet footstep sounded. She tensed. She was not alone. The gentlemen's trials were, in a word, ridiculous. Julian swirled his brandy, watching the chaos unfold around him as the gentlemen muttered, groaned, or preened at the thought of proving their worth. He exhaled slowly, suppressing the urge to rub his temples. Trials. Of all the absurd ideas. The entire room was alight with excitement, the women practically gleaming with delight. And at the center of it all, Abigail Sears. Julian's gaze flicked to her. She sat with her back straight, her chin slightly lifted, her golden head held high as she basked in the reaction she'd provoked. A challenge in the arch of her brow, a quiet, knowing amusement in the curve of her lips, and he loathed that it fascinated him. Blast her, and her bloody games. As if sensing his scrutiny, she turned, her gaze catching his across the room. A single moment stretched between them, silent, taut. Then she exhaled, the glint in her eyes dimming slightly, and before he could make sense of it, she rose and slipped toward the doors leading onto the balcony. Julian's grip tightened around his glass, and then, before he could think better of it, he was on his feet. His body moved before his mind caught up, before logic could stop him. He should let her go. He should stay inside, suffer through the evening, endure the nonsense like any reasonable man. But he didn't. Instead, he followed. The cool night air wrapped around him the moment he stepped outside, a stark contrast to the warmth of the music room. The stone beneath his boots was smooth, the scent of salt from the distant sea drifting up on a breeze. And there, at the edge of the balcony, her hands braced against the railing, was Abby. His irritation deepened. Running from your own games, Miss Sears? She stiffened, then slowly turned, her face illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight from inside. For a long moment, she simply regarded him, unreadable. "I needed air," she said at last. "Not an interrogation." Julian prowled closer, stopping just within reach. "How convenient," he murmured. "You spend days interrogating others, and yet you bristle at the slightest question in return." Her eyes flashed. "I do not interrogate." He let out a humorless chuckle. "Oh, no?" He leaned against the railing, facing her fully. "What, pray, do you call those endless inquiries, evaluations, assessments, tallying scores, and measuring men like livestock at the market?" Her breath hitched, a flicker of something raw flashing in her expression before she masked it. "It is necessary." "Is it?" He reached out, tracing a single gloved finger along the chilled stone railing. "Or is it simply a means to keep yourself detached?" A muscle ticked in her jaw. "You presume to know me so well, my lord?" "I know enough." His voice was quieter now, lower. "I know you seek certainty in a world that offers none. I know you wish to control what cannot be controlled. And I know." His gaze locked onto hers, dark and unwavering, "that no chart or tally can account for this." The air between them changed. The breath left Abby's lungs, her fingers tightening around the stone. The space between them was perilously small, the scent of brandy and something distinctly him wrapping around her senses. Heat coiled low in her belly, insidious and unwanted. Julian stepped closer, slow and deliberate, crowding her against the railing. His voice was little more than a murmur, edged with something dark and knowing. "Tell me, Abby, when you tally your scores, do you account for how your pulse quickens, for how your breath catches, for how you look at me now as if you want to flee and step closer all at once?" Her throat worked, a betraying tremor skimming through her body. "You think too highly of yourself, my lord," he hummed, tilting his head. "Perhaps." Then, before she could stop him, before she could do anything, he reached up, gloved fingers tracing along her jaw featherlight. Abby shivered. It was her undoing. Julian saw it, felt it, and his control snapped. In one swift, decisive motion, his hand slid to the nape of her neck, his grip firm but unyielding. He gave her the space to pull away. To stop this madness, she didn't, and so he took. His lips crashed against hers, swallowing her startled gasp. It was not gentle. It was not polite. It was fire, hot and consuming, a clash of defiance and desire neither of them had any hope of controlling. Abby clutched at his jacket, her body betraying her, her own fire rising to meet his. He kissed her as if she were a challenge, and she met him as if she were determined to win, her mouth parting beneath his, her breath mingling with his own, her body melting even as her mind screamed for sense. But there was no sense, no reason, no charts or tally marks that could measure the recklessness of this moment, the sheer madness of pressing herself against Julian Lockhart in the darkened shadows of a moonlit balcony where anyone could step outside and see. A footstep sounded inside. They broke apart, breathing hard, the space between them crackling with heat and ruin. Abby's lips tingled, her mind spinning. Julian's chest rose and fell sharply, his fingers still curled at the back of her neck as if he could not quite let go. A beat, and then she whispered, almost breathless, "That was very ill-advised." Julian's jaw flexed, his voice hoarse. "The worst idea I've ever had." And yet, he did not move away. Neither did she. Then, as if struck by lightning, her breath hitched. A memory, a duel, a furious brother, an accusation flung like a gauntlet. Her eyes darkened, and she took a deliberate step back, spine stiffening. "Is this why Henry Crestwood called you out?" she asked, her voice cutting. "Do you make a habit of cornering women alone on balconies?" Julian's expression shuddered. A muscle in his jaw ticked. Then, low and rough, came the single word, "Damn it." For the briefest moment, he almost said something else, something sharp. "Believe what you wish, Miss Sears." Or perhaps something colder, something to wound her as she had just wounded him. But then he realized he did not have to defend himself to her. She had already made up her mind, and that infuriated him more than anything. And with that, he turned sharply, disappearing into the night, leaving Abby standing alone, her breath uneven, her heart wrecked. Julian's fists clenched at his sides as he strode away from the balcony, his mind clouded with frustration, anger, and something else. A memory clawed its way to the surface, sharp and unwelcome. The orangery. Margaret Crestwood. A duel that never should have happened. Julian thought back to the scent of blooming citrus and damp earth filling the night air as he stepped onto the stone path leading toward the orangery. The party had long since settled into the drawing room, but the quiet hum of voices drifting from the garden had caught his attention. It was late, too late for a young lady to be out wandering alone. Then he saw movement. A shadow, a man, slipping from the entrance of the glass-domed structure and vanishing into the dark. Julian's instincts sharpened. The figure moved quickly, his back to Julian, the dim lantern light obscuring his features. But before Julian could so much as take a step forward, a soft gasp came from within the orangery. Julian turned and saw her. Margaret Crestwood stood in the open doorway, her gloved hands clenched tightly before her. The golden light from within illuminated the rapid rise and fall of her breath, the telltale flush on her cheeks. Her bonnet hung loosely around her shoulders, as though hastily undone. "Miss Crestwood?" Julian's voice was sharp with suspicion. "Are you unwell?" She startled at the sound of his voice, her wide eyes darting to him as though only now realizing she wasn't alone. "I," she swallowed hard, glancing over her shoulder toward the darkened path where the man had disappeared. "Lord Lockhart, please, you mustn't." Before she could finish, another voice rang out from the far end of the path. "Margaret?" Julian turned in time to see Henry Crestwood striding toward them, his expression dark with concern. A few paces behind him, a young maid lingered uncertainly, wringing her hands. "She was seen coming this way, my lord," the maid murmured nervously, "and with company." Henry's sharp gaze flicked from his sister to Julian, taking in Margaret's disheveled state, the loose ties of her bonnet, the high color in her cheeks, the way she stood half in and half out of the orangery, as if she wished she could disappear into it. His jaw clenched. "What is the meaning of this?" Margaret sucked in a sharp breath. "Henry, no, it's not what you think." But Henry's furious glare had already settled on Julian. "You," he spat, advancing a step, "you dare to compromise my sister." Julian stiffened, anger flaring. "I have done no such thing. She's out here alone, in the dark, and you expect me to believe." "I was merely walking in the gardens when I saw someone leave the orangery," Julian cut in, voice steady. "Your sister was already here. I had no part in this." Henry's hands curled into fists. "A likely story. Who then? Who was with her?" Margaret's lips parted, but she hesitated, too long. Julian saw it the moment Henry did, the guilty flicker in her gaze, the slight shift of her weight, as if she longed to step between them, to stop this before it escalated. "Margaret," Henry bit out, his voice dangerously low, "tell me who it was." Margaret shook her head rapidly. "No one." "It's not, Henry, you don't understand." "I understand perfectly." Henry's expression was thunderous as he turned back to Julian. "You will marry her." "No." Julian's voice was like steel. "I will not." Margaret's eyes widened in horror. "Henry, stop this." Henry barely spared her a glance. "You compromised her, Lockhart. That much is clear. You have no choice." Julian's patience snapped. "I have every choice, Crestwood, and I will not be forced into a marriage over nothing. Nothing untoward has happened." Margaret's breath hitched. "Henry, please." "Go back to the house," Henry ordered sharply, not looking at her. "Now." Margaret hesitated, torn between them. Julian met her gaze, something silent but firm passing between them. She knew the truth, but she also knew her brother. Margaret swallowed hard, then turned and fled. The moment she disappeared into the shadows, Henry took another step toward Julian. "If you won't do right by her, then you will answer for it." Julian exhaled, leveling him with a hard stare. "This is absurd. There's no need for—" "At dawn, Lockhart," Henry ground out. "We settle this at dawn." Julian's jaw tightened, frustration flickering through him. He could walk away. He could let Henry stew in his misplaced anger. But something in the other man's expression told him it wouldn't end there. "Very well." Julian's voice was calm, unreadable. "At dawn." Henry turned on his heel and stalked back toward the house, leaving Julian standing alone beneath the glow of the orangery lanterns, staring after him. Damn it all. This was not how tonight was supposed to go. 12 Abigail Sears had wanted a test of skill and character. She had not expected a battle. As Abby stood at the edge of the field, watching a row of targets sway gently in the late morning breeze, she realized she was about to witness both. Margaret Crestwood stood among the other ladies, her hands neatly folded before her, her expression composed. But when Dunhaven stepped forward, her gaze flickered. Just for a moment. A barely perceptible shift, the tightening of her gloved fingers. Abby might not have noticed had she not been subconsciously comparing the lady's reactions to the events unfolding before them. But this was interesting. And yet, why? Why had Margaret shown nothing at Ashworth's success or Julian's near-perfect shot? Why now at Dunhaven's modest display? Abby's stomach tightened. Had she been wrong about Margaret's affections all along? The gentleman's trials had begun. The smell of freshly cut grass and damp earth clung to the air, the bright sun casting long shadows across the lawn where the competitors gathered. A table off to the side bore bows and quivers filled with arrows, the polished wood gleaming in the light. A small crowd had gathered, ladies wrapped in shawls to ward off the crisp morning chill, gentlemen murmuring in low voices as they assessed their competition. Excitement buzzed just beneath the surface. Eleanor, practically vibrating with enthusiasm, bounced beside Abby. "I cannot wait to see someone make a complete fool of himself." Abby huffed a quiet laugh, but her stomach was in knots. She had proposed this challenge, but now, with Julian standing on one side of the field and Lord Ashworth on the other, she realized exactly what she had set into motion. Across the field, Julian stood with his arms crossed, expression unreadable, his gaze flicking lazily between the targets and his so-called competitors. He looked wholly unconcerned, as if the entire event was a waste of his time. And yet when he moved, there was a precision to it, a quiet confidence that sent an uninvited memory flickering through Abby's mind. The way his muscles had flexed beneath his jacket when he'd caught her against him on the balcony, the way his lips had felt against hers, hot, demanding, devastating. Abby inhaled sharply, forcing herself to banish the thought. Ashworth, by contrast, was the picture of easy confidence. He held his bow with practiced familiarity, his movements smooth, his demeanor polished. When he caught Abby's gaze, he offered a small, knowing smile. It was infuriating. Dunhaven, already armed with a bow, called out, "Shall we begin then? Or are we merely posing with the weapons?" A chuckle rippled through the onlookers. Julian smirked, stepping forward. "Impatient, Dunhaven? I'd have thought you'd be keen for a delay." Dunhaven scoffed. "I'll have you know I am an excellent shot." Lucy, standing beside Diana, arched a brow. "I find that rather difficult to believe." Dunhaven placed a hand over his heart, feigning deep offense. "Lady Pembry, you wound me." Julian shook his head and reached for a bow. "Save the theatrics for the debate, Dunhaven. Let's see if you can hit anything beyond your own foot." A ripple of laughter. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe observed the proceedings with a shrewd gaze, her expression unreadable. But when Eleanor clapped excitedly at Dunhaven's bravado, the Duchess exhaled softly, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. The competition was set. The first gentleman stepped up to the line, loosing their arrows at the targets. Some shots landed true, some strayed wildly. Dunhaven, despite his bravado, did not embarrass himself, but neither did he win any admiration. Margaret stood with her usual composure, but when Dunhaven's arrow struck near the center, she allowed herself a small, private smile. It was brief, so brief that Abby nearly dismissed it, but something about it nagged at her. Abby filed the observation away. And then it was Ashworth's turn. He strode to the line with the measured grace of a man who had done this before. With a practiced grace, he lifted the bow. The arrow nestled perfectly in place and drew the string back, his muscles taut with focus. His form was impeccable, his stance solid, his movement effortless. He released. The arrow struck the center of the target with a satisfying thunk. A murmur of approval swept through the crowd. Ashworth turned slightly, offering Abby a small, self-assured nod. Eleanor leaned closer to her, whispering, "You did want them to prove themselves." Abby did not take her eyes off the target. Apparently they mean to. A moment later, Julian stepped up. Unlike Ashworth, he did not take his time. He did not pause for effect, did not play to the crowd. He merely lifted the bow, drew back the string, and loosed the arrow in one smooth, decisive motion. It struck the target dead center. A heartbeat of silence, then another ripple of murmured appreciation. Julian lowered the bow, utterly unbothered, and turned his head just enough to glance at Ashworth. Ashworth arched a brow. "A fine shot, Lord Lockhart," Julian smirked. "Likewise." The tension between them crackled. Not open hostility. No, that would be too crude. This was something quieter, sharper. A duel not of weapons, but of presence. From the sidelines, Gabriel, standing with Marquess near the weapons table, crossed his arms. Well, at least there's one event where we can judge without risk of bodily injury. Marquess chuckled. Speak for yourself. If Lady Eleanor gets any closer to the targets, we may not be so lucky. Eleanor, overhearing, shot them both a look. I would have you know, Lord Rothbury, that my judgment of skill is impeccable. Julian, standing a few paces away, snorted. Let's hope you're a better judge than you are a marksman. Eleanor gasped in offense as Lucy bit back laughter. Abby's pulse kicked against her ribs. She had wanted a test, and it would seem she had found a war. Margaret, ever the quiet observer, glanced toward Dunhaven one last time before folding her hands as if steadying herself. Abby noted it, but only in passing, until something in Margaret's expression gave her pause. A flicker of something too quiet, too carefully schooled. Abby frowned, her gaze shifting between Margaret and Dunhaven. Had she misread everything? Her fingers curled at her sides, irritation flaring unbidden. Why should it matter? Margaret had nothing to do with her. And yet, the thought of Julian, of his hands, his mouth, on someone else sent an inexplicable tightness through her chest. It was absurd, foolish, dangerous. She forced her gaze away, inhaling sharply. This was not at all like her. Julian Lockhart was not supposed to occupy her thoughts, and yet she was finding it utterly impossible to banish him. Several more rounds followed. Julian and Ashworth continued to dominate, trading near-perfect shots. Dunhaven was competent but not exceptional, and the other gentlemen began to falter. Julian's performance was effortless, while Ashworth's was polished and practiced. Finally, Gabriel stepped forward, clearing his throat. The scores have been tallied. He smirked as his gaze swept over the gathered competitors. The winner of our first trial, Viscount Lockhart. Applause stirred through the crowd, some gentlemen groaning, others nodding in approval. Abby's lips tightened into a thin, pale line. Her jaw clenched as she fought to stay composed. She didn't want him to do well, did she? But deep down, she knew the answer, and that infuriated her. The parlor was bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, the scent of fresh scones and warm tea curling through the air as the ladies gathered for their daily respite. The competition had been the subject of nearly every whispered conversation since the archery trial, and now, with teacups in hand and mischief alight in their eyes, the discussion began in earnest. I must admit, Lucy began, stirring her tea with deliberate slowness, Julian does cut a rather fine figure with a bow. Eleanor smirked. Oh, Abby knows. She simply refuses to say it. Abby pressed her lips together, refusing to rise to the bait. I acknowledge that Viscount Lockhart possesses skill. Lucy and Eleanor exchanged knowing looks. Possesses skill, Lucy repeated, laughing. What an endorsement. Diana, lounging comfortably on the settee, regarded Abby with barely concealed amusement. Come now, dearest. Surely you must have been at least a little impressed? Abby lifted her teacup. I am impressed by anyone who demonstrates proficiency in a skill. That does not mean I must celebrate them. Eleanor waggled her brows. Yet you had no such hesitation praising Ashworth. That is because Lord Ashworth did not smirk at me the entire time. Eleanor let out a peal of laughter. Julian does have an unfortunate tendency to look like he's won even when he hasn't. Speaking of which, Diana said, setting down her cup, we must discuss the debate this evening. If I had to place a wager, I'd say Julian will argue for stability. Eleanor scoffed. Of course he will. Julian is nothing if not predictable. Lucy tilted her head in consideration. Marquess would argue for passion, Diana nodded, as would Gabriel. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe huffed lightly. You assume too much, my dears. Stability and passion are not always opposing forces. Blackwood will certainly argue for stability, Eleanor mused, looking thoughtful. He's as rigid as an iron gate. And Dunhaven? Diana asked, arching a brow. He always enjoys playing the contrary. Lucy sighed dramatically. Oh, I suspect he'll go wherever the most amusement lies. No, Margaret said softly. I think Dunhaven will argue for passion. A hush fell, almost imperceptible, but enough for Abby's gaze to snap toward Margaret. Margaret's cheeks colored slightly as she busied herself with adjusting her skirts, her fingers fussing with the lace trim. The observation sat heavily in Abby's mind. Margaret had been unusually quiet today, her normal poise giving way to something more uncertain. Abby could not shake the feeling that there was more to it. Diana, missing the moment entirely, clapped her hands. Then it is settled. The debate shall be the true test of where these gentlemen stand. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe took a measured sip of tea, her sharp gaze sweeping across the group. Debates have a way of revealing more than intended. Her words sent a small shiver down Abby's spine, though she could not say why. As laughter and speculation filled the room once more, Abby's thoughts remained elsewhere, on the strange flicker in Margaret's expression, on the smirk Julian had worn after his victory, on the uneasy tangle of feelings she was doing her best to ignore. The study was thick with the scent of brandy and smoke, the low murmur of conversation filling the space as the gentlemen settled into their usual post-dinner routines. Julian leaned back in his chair, his fingers curled loosely around his glass, the amber liquid catching in the dim firelight. He barely tasted it. The room buzzed with talk of the archery competition, but Julian's mind was elsewhere. Specifically outside on a moonlit balcony, his hands buried in golden curls, the press of soft lips against his own. He could still feel the ghost of her against him, still hear her sharp intake of breath when he had kissed her senseless. And then, of course, she had gone and accused him of being a rake who lurked on balconies. His jaw flexed at the memory. Damn her. Damn that sharp tongue of hers, always wielded like a weapon, always cutting just deep enough to leave a mark. He should have walked away from her. Instead, he had followed her like a man with no sense, taken what he should not have, and now she was tangled in his mind like a snare. Brooding already? Gabriel's voice cut through his thoughts, laced with dry amusement. One would think you'd be in better spirits, seeing as you won the competition. Julian exhaled, rolling his glass between his fingers. I wasn't aware a friendly game of archery required celebration. Marquess smirked from his seat near the fireplace. Is that what we're calling it? A friendly game? I gave you a good run, Lockhart, Ashworth interjected, tipping his glass in Julian's direction. It was hardly a landslide victory. Julian resisted the urge to roll his eyes. A victory is a victory. Ashworth chuckled. You do enjoy winning, don't you? Julian took a slow sip of his drink, letting the warmth burn away the lingering tension in his chest. What he enjoyed was proving certain infuriating women wrong, but that was not a topic to be discussed with company. Baron Lawrence, seated near the sideboard, let out a disapproving huff. This entire charade is a waste of time, parlor games disguised as tests of worth. Julian's fingers tightened around his glass. Gabriel, lounging in his chair, lifted a brow. Disappointed in the results, Baron? Lawrence sniffed. I find it ridiculous that a handful of sporting contests are meant to determine a gentleman's suitability. Julian knew he should hold his tongue, but something about the man's dismissive tone scraped against his patience like flint to steel. Before he could think better of it, he murmured, and yet a dance and a well-rehearsed compliment are perfectly adequate. That and a double dowry, Blackwood remarked, tossing back his brandy with an easy grin. The conversation stilled. Gabriel, seated across from him, smirked behind his glass. Baron Lawrence narrowed his gaze. You have something to say, Lockhart? Julian met his stare evenly, knowing full well that if Abby were present, she would have already had a blistering retort for her stepfather. Only that the lady in question is more than capable of setting her own standards. Lawrence scoffed. And what standard is that? Running about with bows and arrows, making a spectacle of herself? Julian's grip tightened. He should stay silent. It would be the wise thing to do. But then he thought of the way Abby had stood in the field that morning, chin lifted, eyes sharp, refusing to look away as she watched each arrow strike its mark. He thought of the way she had pressed her lips into a thin line when he had won, frustrated but not indifferent. The way she had looked at him on that balcony, breathless and shaken. Better that, Julian said evenly, than choosing a husband with no idea who he truly is. Silence. Marquess lifted a brow. Ashworth swirled his brandy with a slow, considering motion. Gabriel, thoroughly enjoying himself, merely leaned back, his smirk deepening. Baron Lawrence set his glass down with a dull clink. And what, precisely, are you implying? Julian met his gaze, unfazed. Only that character is best revealed under pressure. The Baron studied him for a long, measuring moment before letting out a huff of disapproval. We shall see, then, how well you fare under scrutiny. Julian only tipped his glass in mock salute. The Baron might not approve of these trials, but Julian suspected he would disapprove far more of what had occurred on that balcony. Not that he gave a damn. He had far greater concerns, like how to rid himself of the maddening pull of Abigail Sears before it was too late. 13. The dining room shimmered with candlelight, casting a golden glow over gleaming silver and crystal as the evening meal unfolded with the usual hum of conversation. Laughter rippled down the table, glasses clinked, and the scent of roasted duck and warm bread lingered in the air. And yet, Abigail Sears barely tasted a thing. She forced herself to engage in polite conversation when necessary, nodding at the appropriate moments, offering a soft chuckle where expected, but her mind was elsewhere. On what was to come, on the debate, on the gentlemen seated just a few places away, utterly unaware of how thoroughly they were about to be tested. Julian noticed. At first, he thought it was simply her usual assessment of the room, the way she measured and categorized, the way her gaze flickered over people like they were lines in a ledger waiting to be tallied. But no, this was different. Her shoulders were just a bit too stiff, her fingers tightening around the stem of her wineglass in a way that suggested she was bracing for something. And for some reason, that unsettled him more than he cared to admit. His own appetite had been uncharacteristically lacking. The meal had been fine, the company tolerable, but he found himself rolling his glass between his fingers more than drinking from it. Was she anxious? No. He knew Abigail Sears well enough to recognize the particular steel in her spine when she had a plan in motion. And that meant anticipation. A flicker of something sharp coiled low in his stomach. God help them all. Across the table, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe observed everything with the air of a woman who had already seen the ending to a play before the curtain had even risen. Her gaze skimmed over the gentlemen, the ladies, and finally, with barely concealed amusement, settled on Abigail. She knows something. Julian exhaled slowly, resigning himself to whatever madness was about to unfold. At the head of the table, Diana, Duchess of Rothbury, dabbed at the corner of her mouth with her napkin before rising to her feet. Her smile was slow, mischievous. "Well, that was a lovely meal," she said, her voice carrying easily over the din. "And now, my dear friends, the time has come for something truly entertaining." Julian closed his eyes briefly. "Here we go." Diana turned toward the gentleman, eyes alight with mischief. "I trust you all remember our planned discussion for this evening?" A collective groan rolled through the male contingent of the table. Marquess shook his head as he reached for his wine. Dunhaven let out a dramatic sigh. Even Ashworth, always composed, lifted a brow as if bracing himself for inevitable discomfort. Gabriel, Duke of Rothbury, smirked. "I believe the phrase you used, my love, was spirited discourse." "Indeed," Diana agreed, eyes gleaming, "and I do hope our gentlemen have prepared themselves accordingly." Eleanor, already bouncing in her seat, clapped her hands. "Oh, I cannot wait for this." Julian groaned under his breath. "I can." Abby, for the first time all evening, smiled, and Julian had the distinct sense he was walking into a trap. The ladies were far too delighted. The gentlemen were already weary. And Julian, against all reason, found himself watching Abby as she stood, smoothing her skirts with measured grace before following the others into the drawing room. He had no doubt that, before the evening was over, he would regret every decision that had led him here. The drawing room hummed with anticipation as the gentlemen took their seats, some with smug confidence, others with evident reluctance. The ladies, stationed comfortably across the room with their tea and sherry, were far too pleased by the upcoming spectacle. Gabriel, standing before the fireplace, rapped his knuckles lightly against the mantel to command the room's attention. "Since we are all gathered and have agreed, albeit begrudgingly, to this little exercise in debate, I shall lay out the rules." He cast an amused glance toward Julian, who sighed heavily and leaned back in his chair, already weary. "The gentlemen will take turns arguing their position, either for passion or stability in marriage," Gabriel continued. The ladies will serve as observers and judges, ensuring we do not devolve into mere posturing or flattery. Diana settled on the settee beside Lucy, lifted her glass with a smirk. And rest assured, we will be judging. Oh, quite severely, Lucy added, her eyes twinkling with mischief. We expect sound arguments, not empty platitudes. Eleanor clapped her hands together. Yes, no poetic declarations of undying love unless they are backed by reason. Ashworth chuckled. A shame. I was preparing an ode. Julian exhaled slowly. Spare us all. From her chair near the hearth, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe gave a knowing hum as she reached into a delicate velvet pouch and withdrew a set of folded slips. I have taken the liberty of determining the order of speakers. Julian's eyes narrowed slightly. Why do I feel that liberty is rather suspect? The Duchess merely smiled, far too pleased with herself. First, we shall hear from Lord Blackwood arguing for stability. A murmur of approval rippled through the room. No one was particularly surprised. Next, Lord Dunhaven, arguing for passion. Abby's gaze flickered toward Margaret, who kept her eyes trained on her lap, smoothing out an imaginary crease in her gown. Following that, Lord Marquess, arguing for stability. Lucy groaned audibly, casting an incredulous look at her husband. Marquess, truly? Marquess lifted his hands in a gesture of defense. You wound me, wife? Not nearly as much as you have wounded me, she muttered under her breath. Diana, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, leaned forward. And after that? The Dowager Duchess took her time unfolding the next slip. Lord Ashworth arguing for passion. Abby stiffened. Passion? She had expected Ashworth to be the very model of logic and stability, the sensible choice in all things. But now, Ashworth inclined his head, entirely unsurprised. Naturally. Then we have His Grace, the Duke of Rothbury, who shall argue for a balanced perspective. Gabriel lifted a brow. How very diplomatic of me. Diana huffed a laugh. You always have been rather good at playing the middle ground. Julian smirked. Spineless, really. Gabriel shot him a dry look. Just because you have the tact of a bludgeon, Lockhart, does not mean the rest of us must suffer the same affliction. Laughter scattered through the room. And last, the Dowager Duchess announced with a final flourish, Viscount Lockhart arguing for passion. Eleanor blinked. What? Ashworth's brows lifted. Well, that is unexpected, Dunhaven snorted. I cannot wait to hear this. Abby's stomach twisted, though she could not say why. Julian arguing for passion? It should not have surprised her. Not after all his insistence that desire could not be quantified, that logic had no place in matters of the heart. And yet, as she glanced toward him, she saw the slight clench of his jaw, the flash of something unreadable in his expression. The Dowager Duchess simply smiled, folding her hands. Oh, I think this shall be quite enlightening. The room settled, the air thick with anticipation. Gabriel cleared his throat, glancing toward Blackwood. Well then, Lord Blackwood, you have the floor. Blackwood rose from his chair, his expression as severe as ever. Marriage, he began, is a foundation upon which society is built. It is not to be taken lightly, nor should it be decided based on fleeting emotions or ungovernable desires. Eleanor rolled her eyes dramatically, but Blackwood ignored her. Passion is at best an unreliable basis for such an institution. It burns hot, yes, but flames flicker and die. Stability, on the other hand, is the cornerstone of a marriage. Shared values, duty, and reason ensure the longevity of a union. He clasped his hands behind his back, nodding as if his argument were indisputable. A well-matched pair, chosen with prudence and foresight, will outlast any love-struck fools who act on mere impulse. Romance has its place, but it is secondary to duty. Diana sighed heavily. How utterly uninspiring. Lucy leaned toward Eleanor. I would wager Blackwood's heart is made of stone. Eleanor smirked. Stone would be too yielding. Gabriel, maintaining his neutral role, steepled his fingers. So, Lord Blackwood, you believe passion is of no consequence in marriage? Blackwood hesitated, considering. It is not that it has no place, merely that it is an unreliable foundation. Dunhaven shook his head. What a bleak existence. A dry, almost disdainful look passed over Blackwood's face. Not all of us are guided by reckless impulses. Dunhaven smirked, shifting lazily in his chair as he took his turn. And not all of us wish to spend our lives in a tepid arrangement built on nothing more than logic and duty. Stability may be well and good for a banking ledger, but a marriage without passion? It sounds insufferable. He leaned back, utterly at ease. A life without fire is not a life worth living. Love, true love, demands intensity, a spark that cannot be manufactured through sensible pairings and family connections. It's the kind of madness poets write about, the kind of devotion that ignites the soul. Blackwood snorted. You wouldn't know true passion if it bit you, Dunhaven. Dunhaven grinned. You wound me, Blackwood. I'll have you know, I am an expert on the subject. Margaret went very still, pressing her lips together. Abby noticed. Marquess, unbothered by the rising tension, adjusted his cuffs and leaned forward. That is precisely why stability is the superior foundation for marriage. Lucy, aghast, nearly dropped her teacup. You? Stability? Marquess gave a nonchalant shrug. One cannot build a strong foundation on passion alone. Lucy set her cup down with a sharp clink. A strong foundation? Is that what you think we have? A carefully measured, sensible arrangement? Marquess, sensing danger, cleared his throat. That is not what I meant. Oh, do elaborate, dear husband, Lucy interrupted, her tone deceptively sweet. Because I would hate to think that our marriage is nothing more than a practical decision. Diana, barely concealing her amusement, leaned toward Eleanor. Shall we fetch the dueling pistols? Eleanor smothered a laugh. I dare say Marquess may need a shield instead. Marquess exhaled slowly, giving Lucy a helpless look. You are deliberately misinterpreting my point. Lucy arched a brow. Am I? Before the rising tension could escalate further, Ashworth spoke, his voice smooth and confident. It seems then that Marquess and Lucy have reached an impasse. Allow me to intervene. He turned toward Lucy with an easy smile. Lady Pembry, you need not fret. Your husband may be speaking of stability, but I can assure you he is not opposed to passion. Marquess exhaled. Thank you, Ashworth. He gestured vaguely with his glass, but his tone as smooth as the aged brandy he swirled in it. We often think of passion in its most obvious form, desire, physical longing. And yes, that is one part of it. But true passion is more than that. It is the fire that fuels devotion, the intensity that makes a shared life not merely bearable, but extraordinary. His gaze swept the room, holding the attention of his audience effortlessly. A passionless marriage is a duty, a partnership perhaps, but a marriage that thrives on passion, whether it be a shared fervor for art, for discovery, for family, or for one another, now that is a marriage worth having. Stability is what keeps a roof over your head. Passion is what makes it a home. His fingers curled tightly around his glass, the firelight glinting off the amber liquid as he swirled it absently. He watched Ashworth with a barely concealed edge of suspicion, his mind turning over each perfectly measured word. Too smooth, too curated, too reasonable. He took a slow sip, then lowered his glass. An interesting argument, Ashworth. Ashworth acknowledged the comment. I strive for clarity. Julian exhaled, setting his glass down with a deliberate clink against the table. Clarity, yes. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharpening. Though forgive me, I must point out that your version of passion sounds remarkably like an argument for stability in disguise. Ashworth arched a brow, his amusement subtle but present. How so? Julian leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on his knees. Because what you are describing, devotion to one's home, one's interests, a carefully cultivated affection, is not passion, Ashworth. It is comfort, it is structure, it is stability, neatly wrapped in more poetic phrasing. A collective intake of breath came over the room. Ashworth remained unruffled. He swirled his brandy, regarding Julian with that same measured calm. Passion must be sustainable to have value. A reckless fire burns out quickly, while a carefully tended flame endures. Julian scoffed, shaking his head. That is not passion, that is control. His voice was quieter now, edged with something darker. Passion isn't meant to be measured or managed. It is what makes life unpredictable, exhilarating, and sometimes downright foolish. Dunhaven reclined, grinning as if Christmas had arrived early. He flicked a glance between them before turning his attention fully to Julian, his expression practically gleeful. And you, Lockhart? What kind of passion are you arguing for? Julian's jaw flexed. The air between them stretched tight, anticipation humming beneath the surface. His answer was low, firm, the kind that consumes. A hush fell over the room. Abby, seated among the ladies, gripped the fabric of her gown a little too tightly, her breath catching despite herself. Ashworth studied Julian for a moment, something unreadable flickering in his gaze before he inclined his head once more. Then, by all means, Lockhart. He gestured toward him with an elegant sweep of his hand. Enlighten us. Julian inhaled slowly, steadying himself. Oh, he would. Gabriel exhaled, setting down his glass with the practiced ease of a man who had been waiting for the right moment to intervene. It seems to me, he said evenly, that we are debating two sides of the same coin. Passion and stability are not at odds. They are partners in a lasting marriage. One must have both in equal measure. Julian scoffed. Oh, come now, Your Grace. We all know you're just agreeing with your wife. Diana gasped, placing a hand over her heart in mock outrage. He most certainly is not. Gabriel smirked. And if I were? Laughter rippled through the ladies, Lucy shaking her head with amusement, Eleanor grinning into her sherry. Julian, however, was not amused. His irritation curled low and hot, and before he could stop himself, he leaned forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Tell me, Your Grace, he murmured, voice smooth but edged with something dangerous. If a marriage requires both in equal measure, what happens when passion outweighs stability, or when stability strangles passion altogether? Gabriel tilted his head, but Julian did not wait for an answer. His grip on the glass tightened, and when he spoke again, his voice was lower. Because that is the real question, isn't it? A hush settled over the room. Julian set down his drink, and then, at last, he took the floor. Julian stood slowly, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off an invisible weight. His expression was unreadable, but when he finally spoke, his voice was low, steady, filled with conviction. But beneath it was an edge, something raw. Stability is easy, he said, his gaze sweeping the room. You can arrange it, orchestrate it, tally it up and measure it, assign it a score. But passion? His lips curved slightly, though there was nothing amused in his expression. Passion is risk, and risk is the only thing worth taking. A hush fell. He stepped forward, voice dark and smooth as velvet. A man can have all the stability in the world, an advantageous match, a well-ordered household, a wife who is perfectly suitable in every rational way, and still find himself staring across the dinner table at a stranger, feeling nothing. A muscle ticked in Abby's jaw. Julian's gaze flicked to Ashworth, to Blackwood, to Dunhaven, and then finally to her. His voice lowered, softened, but somehow carried more weight. Stability will not wake you in the dead of night, heart-pounding, because you cannot bear to be apart. It will not set your blood alight at a mere glance. It will not pull you in, body and soul, and make you forget all reason, all logic, all carefully laid plans. Abby's breath hitched. Passion is what makes a marriage more than a contract, more than a duty. It is the reason a man will cross oceans, face ruin, challenge the world itself. His voice darkened, gaze locking on hers, for the one thing he cannot live without. The silence that followed felt stretched too thin, like a thread about to snap. Heat coiled low in Abby's stomach, sharp and unwelcome. Marquess, arching a brow, muttered, "I don't believe a damn word of that." Ashworth nodded in agreement, swirling his drink. "Nor do I." Before Julian could so much as respond, the debate dissolved into chaos. Blackwood and Dunhaven immediately launched into a heated exchange, their words sharp enough to draw blood. "You are a dry old ledger in human form," Dunhaven declared with an exaggerated sigh, gesturing grandly. "You think passion can be plotted on a chart and measured like coin, but life doesn't work that way, Blackwood." Blackwood, unimpressed, merely sniffed. "Forgive me if I find emotional volatility less appealing than a sound and rational decision." Dunhaven scoffed. "And you wonder why no one invites you to their house parties." Blackwood's lips pressed into a thin line. "I have no need for frivolous gatherings." Clearly. Meanwhile, across the room, Lucy and Marquess were still locked in their own battle, much to the delight of the other ladies. "You mean to tell me," Lucy said aghast, "that you, my husband, the man who once scaled my balcony, now believes stability is the most important thing in marriage?" Marquess sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "I am merely saying that passion without stability is reckless." Lucy huffed. "And stability without passion is dull. It is practical. It is tragic. You are being dramatic. You are being dense." Eleanor, delighted, turned to Diana. "Oh, I do love it when they quarrel." Diana sipped her wine. "As do I." But the true battle was brewing between Ashworth and Julian. Julian, still watching Ashworth with thinly veiled suspicion, let out a slow exhale. Your argument, he said, his voice cool, is remarkably polished, almost rehearsed. I believe in what I'm saying, Lockhart. Can you say the same? Julian stiffened. Abby saw it, and it did something to her. It was a slight change, just the barest flicker of something in Julian's expression, a moment of tension that passed in a blink. But it was there, and she felt it like a spark catching on dry kindling, setting something inside her alight. She pressed her fingers into the folds of her skirts, gripping the fabric, her pulse uneven. Julian's lips curved, but there was no humor in it. You assume I've never thought about passion, Ashworth. His gaze flicked over the gathered audience, then landed squarely on his opponent. Perhaps that's where you're mistaken. The room was coming undone. The conversation spiraled, voices overlapping, gentlemen talking over one another with increasing frustration. This is pointless, Blackwood snapped, rubbing his temples. The very nature of this discussion proves my argument. Passion is chaos. Dunhaven scoffed. Then I suppose you'd prefer a cold, lifeless arrangement where husband and wife barely tolerate each other? Blackwood's eyes flashed. I'd prefer a marriage built on more than temporary madness. Oh, but how dull. Dunhaven turned to the room, gesturing wildly. Can you imagine Blackwood in love? The poor woman would receive a yearly allowance, a schedule of approved conversational topics, and permission to hold his hand precisely once a quarter. A ripple of laughter coursed through the room. With a sharp click that cut through the quiet, Blackwood forcefully placed his glass down, his frustration evident. It would still be preferable to a marriage with a man who treats life like one long, unending revel. Marquess and Lucy's voices were escalating. Lucy pointed an accusing finger. So what you're saying, dear husband, is that I should have married a man of stability instead of the passionate fool who charged into Lord Dalton's study and announced I was to be your wife. Marquess groaned. Lucy, that is not. Because I distinctly remember you charging in, Marquess. I was young. You were a menace, and now I am a man who believes in stability. How convenient for you. Diana, lounging elegantly on the settee, turned to Eleanor. This is better than the theater. Eleanor beamed, practically glowing with delight. I know. And then, of course, Julian and Ashworth were locked in a quiet war, a silent battle of glares and subtle jabs. Julian's gaze was dark, unreadable. Passion cannot be measured, cannot be weighed or calculated. He leaned forward, voice low, filled with conviction. It is not convenient, it is not safe, it is reckless, it is consuming, it is the only thing worth having. Abby's stomach tightened. Ashworth held Julian's gaze, but this time the easy amusement was gone. And you believe that? Julian didn't so much as blink. I do. Ashworth exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly. Well then, he lifted his drink, swirling the amber liquid before taking a slow sip. No wonder you get yourself into so much trouble. Julian smirked, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Takes one to know one. Margaret was utterly still next to the Dowager Duchess, her teacup clutched tightly in her hands. Her gaze flickered to Dunhaven, wide-eyed, uncertain. And Duchess Radcliffe? She sat back, sipped her sherry, and looked positively thrilled. Well, she murmured, just loud enough for Abby to hear. That was informative. Abby barely heard her. Her entire body was stiff, her thoughts a tangled mess. Nothing had gone as she had expected. She had designed this debate to expose the gentlemen's true natures, to highlight their strengths and weaknesses, to bring clarity. But now, the surrounding conversation buzzed, voices rising and falling in a heated, chaotic mess, but Abby could barely register it. Her hands curled into her skirts. Her heart pounded too hard against her ribs. Without thinking, she abruptly pushed to her feet. Lucy blinked up at her. Where are you going? Abby said nothing. She turned, moving swiftly for the door, her breath coming too fast. She needed air. She needed logic. She needed... Her vision blurred. No. She was not crying. That was ridiculous. She never cried. Tears served no purpose. They were irrational, meaningless. And yet here they were, inexplicably escaping down her cheeks as she fled the drawing room. Damn it all. A moment later, hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Abby! Lucy's voice was breathless with concern. Abby didn't stop, couldn't stop. Abby, please. A warm hand caught her wrist, tugging her to a halt in the quiet, dimly lit hallway. Abby clenched her jaw, blinking rapidly, mortified beyond words. I don't know what's wrong with me. Lucy frowned, her sharp gaze scanning Abby's face. You're overwhelmed. That's absurd. Abby exhaled shakily, willing herself to regain control. I do not get overwhelmed. Lucy huffed softly. No, of course not. You simply leave a room looking like you've been struck by lightning. Abby let out a choked laugh, swiping at her cheeks, furious with herself. This doesn't make sense. Lucy's expression softened. Feelings rarely do. A fresh wave of frustration crashed through Abby, mixing with the unbearable weight in her chest. I don't even know what I'm feeling. Lucy's lips twitched. Well, that does explain the current crisis. Abby groaned, pressing her hands over her face. I am a disaster. Lucy patted her arm. You're human. Abby inhaled deeply, forcing herself to steady. After a long moment, she let her hands drop, shaking her head. This is ridiculous. Lucy smiled. A bit. Silence stretched between them, calm and steadying. Finally, Abby exhaled, standing straighter. I am fine. Of course you are. 14 Abby lay in the quiet hush of her chambers, the only sound the slow, steady tick of the clock on the mantel. The heavy velvet curtains blocked out the night, casting the room in shadow, but even in the darkness she stared up at the ceiling, her thoughts a relentless tide that would not still. Julian's voice lingered in her mind, deep and unshakable. Passion is what makes a marriage more than a contract, more than a duty. Her fingers curled into the coverlet. It had been hours since the debate ended, yet the words refused to leave her. And worse, she could still feel the way he had looked at her when he spoke to them. Like a challenge, like a promise. Her pulse quickened, heat curling low in her stomach before she forcibly pushed the feeling away. This was madness. She did not want Julian Lockhart. She did not need reckless passion. Passion was fleeting, unstable. Passion burned too hot, too fast, and then left nothing but ruin in its wake. And yet, her hand lifted of its own accord, brushing against her lips. Her breath hitched as memory surged, his mouth on hers, demanding, consuming, setting her ablaze in a way she had never known possible. It had been wild, reckless, utterly improper, and she had wanted more. A sharp pang twisted inside her, not of longing, but of regret. Is this why Crestwood called you out? Do you make a habit of cornering women on balconies? The words echoed in her mind, colder than she remembered them. She squeezed her eyes shut, shame prickling beneath her skin. She had been cruel, unfair, had lashed out because she had not understood the fire that had sparked between them, because it had frightened her. And Julian had left without a word. Her chest tightened. She was not used to feeling guilt. She was not used to feeling anything so sharply. But Julian had looked almost wounded, and the thought of hurting him, of pushing him further away, left an ache she did not wish to examine. Enough. She exhaled sharply and turned onto her side, her fingers tightening into the sheets. Tomorrow was the race, a test of skill, of determination, of drive, and she realized she wanted him to win. But before the day was through, she would have her answer. No more avoiding, no more uncertainty. She would ask Margaret herself what had truly happened to cause her brother to call Lockhart out at dawn. And if she had been wrong, if she had judged Julian unfairly, then she would find a way to make it right. The morning air was crisp, the scent of damp earth and fresh grass lingering as the household gathered near the stables for the race. The sky stretched endless and blue, the sun casting a golden glow over the dewy fields beyond. But despite the beauty of the morning, tension coiled thickly in the air, a tangible remnant of the previous night's battle of words. Lucy stood beside Marquess, arms folded tightly, her expression stony. Good luck, she muttered, the words clipped and barely sincere. Marquess sighed heavily. That is hardly encouraging. It was not meant to be. Diana, in contrast, was wholly entertained, standing beside Gabriel with an impish glint in her eye. She pressed a lingering kiss to his cheek before he mounted his horse. Ride well, my love, and do try not to let the others win. Gabriel chuckled. You wound me, darling. Have I ever let another man best me? Ashworth, standing nearby, gave a wry smile, but for the first time, he did not look as insufferably smug as usual. He was composed, yes, but not quite as unshakable as he had been the day before. Margaret and Dunhaven were engaged in a playful back and forth, Margaret swatting at his arm as he smirked down at her. But there was a softness there, a shift in the way she looked at him, in the way her laughter lingered just a moment longer than necessary. Near the gathered ladies, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe observed the proceedings with her usual air of amused detachment, sipping her morning chocolate as if the entire event were an elaborate performance staged for her entertainment. Lord Blackwood, ever composed, adjusted his riding gloves, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembled competitors with quiet scrutiny. He had no interest in racing, but his judgment remained ever present. Baron Lawrence, standing beside his wife, watched with mild disapproval, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. The Baroness, by contrast, fanned herself lightly, murmuring something to Diana about the fine spectacle of gentlemen on horseback. And then there was Julian, tall, self-assured, perfectly at ease in the saddle, the reins held loosely in one gloved hand, the morning light catching in his dark hair. Abby clenched her jaw, hating that she noticed, hating the way something in her stomach tightened at the sight of him. And worse, she hated that she wanted to watch him. You should choose Julian. Abby startled at the quiet voice beside her. She turned sharply to find Margaret at her side, her expression calm, yet entirely knowing. I am not choosing between Ashworth and Lockhart, Abby said, keeping her tone cool. And I do not recall asking for your opinion. Margaret's lips curved just slightly. Perhaps not, but you should know it was not a suggestion. It was a truth. Abby stiffened. What does that mean? Margaret hesitated, glancing around the gathered crowd before lowering her voice. I know that you saw my brother and Viscount Lockhart dueling. It was foolish of them both, but Julian was protecting me. Abby's pulse stilled. Protecting you? Margaret nodded. You should know that he did nothing at all untoward. Abby studied her carefully. Her thoughts scrambled, seeking the pieces she had been so sure of and finding them suddenly askew. Then what exactly did happen? Margaret inhaled slowly, her fingers fussing at the ribbons of her bonnet. I met a certain gentleman in the orangery that night. She cast a quick glance toward the stables, where the men were making final preparations for the race. Julian was out for a walk, and my brother took it all wrong. Abby's brows drew together. Who was the gentleman? Margaret bit her lip, glancing away as color rose in her cheeks. A muscle in her jaw twitched, as if she were weighing her next words. But before she could answer, the sharp call of the race's start echoed through the morning air. Abby's breath caught as the men took off in a flurry of hooves and speed, Julian at the forefront. And Margaret's secret would have to wait. The race began in a blur of movement and sound, hooves striking against the damp earth in a chaotic thunder as the gentlemen surged forward. Cheers and laughter erupted from the gathered spectators as they watched the riders disappear down the winding course. Eleanor, caught up in the excitement, darted past Abby toward the edge of the field, eager to get a better vantage point. Then it happened. One misstep, one moment of carelessness, and her boot caught on an uneven patch of ground. She let out a startled yelp as she stumbled, her ankle twisting beneath her. Abby gasped, already stepping forward. But someone else moved faster. A sharp tug on the reins, the sound of a horse wheeling about, and then Lord Blackwood. He did not hesitate, did not so much as glance at the dust cloud of racing riders. Instead, he dismounted with the fluid efficiency of a man who wasted no motion. Eleanor, already pushing herself upright, scowled. I am perfectly fine. Blackwood, looming above her, looked unimpressed. He crouched beside her, assessing her ankle with a cool, clinical gaze. You are not fine, Eleanor huffed. I merely twisted it. You can hardly stand. She lifted her chin stubbornly. That is hardly the point. Blackwood exhaled through his nose, the closest thing to exasperation Abby had ever seen from him. Without another word, he shed his riding gloves, placed them in his coat pocket, and, before Eleanor could so much as squeak in protest, scooped her up into his arms. A collective hush fell over the group. Eleanor, stunned, braced her hands against his shoulders. Put me down this instant. No. His voice was even, implacable. This is entirely unnecessary. I want to see the race. You need ice. I need to. Ice, he repeated, beginning a steady, unhurried march back toward the house. Eleanor twisted in his hold, her face a study in frustration. But as much as she squirmed, she did not make an attempt to actually leave the security of his arms. The gathered ladies, and even a few of the gentlemen, watched in astonishment as the most unreadable, rigid man among them carried an indignant Eleanor away, utterly unfazed by her protests. Near Abby, Lucy let out a slow breath. "Well," she murmured, "I did say this house party would be entertaining." The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe, sipping her chocolate, looked positively delighted. Abby, still staring, could only nod. And then, belatedly, she realized she had completely lost track of the race. A cloud of dust billowed into the air as hooves thundered across the finish line. Gabriel, ever the victor, reined in his horse with the ease of a man who had never doubted the outcome. He barely looked winded, barely ruffled, and as he slowed to a triumphant trot, he cast an infuriatingly smug smirk at his wife. Diana, watching from the sidelines, lifted a single brow. "I suppose congratulations are in order?" Gabriel swung down from his horse, rolling his shoulders with deliberate nonchalance. "Of course, my love, though I believe you expected nothing less." Julian crossed the line a few seconds later, his stallion pulling up short in a powerful stop. He was breathing hard, jaw clenched, and his hands remained tight around the reins. His gaze flicked toward Gabriel, irritation evident, but there was something else beneath it, a begrudging acknowledgement. Not admiration, certainly not that, but something close. And that, more than the loss itself, made his irritation spike. Marquess and Ashworth followed in quick succession, Ashworth shaking his head with an easy, practiced grin as he slowed his horse. "Well played, Your Grace." Marquess, however, looked far too self-satisfied for a man who had not won. Lucy, who had thus far been ignoring him, narrowed her eyes at his expression. "Why do you look so pleased with yourself?" Marquess smirked, brushing dust from his sleeve. "Because, darling, I was not last," Lucy scoffed. "Hardly an accomplishment." Gabriel turned, taking in the assembled riders. "A fine effort all around," he declared, voice carrying across the field, "and I do believe that concludes our second trial." Julian, still astride his horse, exhaled sharply. "Finally." Gabriel ignored him, his smirk widening. "Which brings us, of course, to the results of our previous trial." A hush settled over the group. Abby, still watching Julian from the sidelines, felt her stomach tighten in anticipation. Gabriel crossed his arms, drawing out the moment, clearly enjoying himself far too much. "After much deliberation, I have come to a decision. The debate, as it turns out, was far too evenly matched, and so the victory must be shared." Julian's shoulders stiffened. "What?" Gabriel's grin deepened. "The debate was a tie between you and Ashworth." A mix of reactions rippled through the crowd. Lucy muttered something under her breath. Ashworth, for his part, merely inclined his head, entirely unsurprised. Julian, however, looked as though he'd swallowed something sour. Henry, dismounting, snorted. "So after all that effort, you still didn't win?" Julian gave a tight smile. "And yet, somehow, you still placed lower than me." Abby pressed her lips together, watching the barely concealed tension stretch between the two men. This was not over. Gabriel, ever the picture of ease, clapped his hands together. "And so, my dear friends, we find ourselves in need of a tiebreaker." The air shifted. A new kind of anticipation crackled through the gathered group. Diana arched a brow. "And what, pray tell, shall that be?" Gabriel's smile was all mischief. "Why, the scavenger hunt, of course." A murmur of interest swept through the crowd, excitement flickering in various gazes. But Abby barely registered it. Her thoughts remained locked on Julian, on the way his fingers flexed around the reins, on the sharp set of his jaw. He was not pleased. Not by any of this. Abby was not pleased either. Her breath felt uneven, though she kept her posture composed, her hands delicately folded before her. She had not realized until the last possible second that she had been rooting for Julian. And now that the race was over, she hated that she had been rooting for Julian. She tried to reason with herself, tried to grasp for logic. She had only wanted him to win so she could determine if she had misjudged him. That was all, nothing more. But as she watched him now, her gaze unwillingly drawn to him yet again, the excuse felt thin. Her eyes traced the slow rise and fall of his chest as he steadied his breath, the flex of his jaw as Gabriel's words sank in. There was something about him in this moment, tense, controlled, but simmering beneath the surface, that set her nerves alight. She swallowed hard. Margaret's words whispered in her mind. "You should choose Julian." Something in her shifted, an uncomfortable tilt, as though the very ground beneath her had become unsteady. For the first time in a long while, she wasn't certain of herself. The gentlemen dismounted, dusting themselves off, catching their breath. But the energy between them had changed. Ashworth and Julian exchanged a look, not quite hostile, but not friendly either. A silent assessment, a lingering challenge. Marquess, removing his riding gloves, casually remarked, "Gabriel had the unfair advantage." Gabriel only grinned. "It's my land, gentlemen." Dunhaven, who had not placed well, let out a dramatic sigh. "I let you all win, of course." Lucy finally turned to Marquess, her voice sharp. "I see stability did not make you any faster." Marquess groaned, thoroughly exasperated. Lucy, she simply lifted her chin, not ready to let him off the hook just yet. Diana, watching it all unfold, leaned toward Eleanor and whispered, "I do hope this house party never ends." The murmurs of conversation quieted as the sound of measured footsteps approached. Lord Blackwood emerged from the house, his usually pristine coat slightly askew, a rare sight of dishevelment on a man so composed. But it wasn't him that drew attention. It was Eleanor, hobbling determinedly beside him, her ankle neatly wrapped, her cheeks flushed with irritation. Lucy, ever the meddler, smirked. "Well, well, you weren't gone long. I do hope you had time to recover from your most dramatic moment, Eleanor." Eleanor, still wincing slightly, shot her a glare. "I was not being dramatic." "No," Lucy tilted her head. "I suppose Lord Blackwood simply had a sudden, noble inclination to sweep you off your feet." Blackwood said nothing, adjusting his cuffs with practiced indifference. But Eleanor flushed deeply, muttered something unintelligible under her breath, and moved swiftly away, her limp slightly more pronounced than before. Nearby, Dunhaven smirked, shaking his head. "I must say, Blackwood, I did not expect you to abandon the race before even leaving the stables." Julian, who had been only half listening, suddenly straightened, his eyes narrowing. "What are you talking about?" Lucy leaned in, eyes dancing with amusement. "Oh, you haven't heard? Your dear sister was dramatically swept off her feet by none other than Lord Blackwood himself." Julian's gaze snapped to Eleanor, his expression sharp. "What?" Eleanor groaned, rubbing her temple. "It was nothing. I turned my ankle, and Blackwood took it upon himself to be insufferably heroic." Julian's eyes flicked to Blackwood, assessing. Then, begrudgingly, "Thank you for seeing to Eleanor." Blackwood inclined his head. "Of course." Julian's gaze sharpened. "I trust you were not alone." Blackwood's expression turned cool. "I hardly think I require a chaperone, Lockhart." "Perhaps not, but my sister does." The group lingered in the aftermath of the race, voices carrying across the field as the gentlemen handed off their horses to the grooms. The rush of excitement was fading, replaced by the inevitable shift toward the next part of the day, freshening up, reconvening, pretending the morning's events had not left its mark. But Margaret Crestwood was not quite finished, her fingers twisting in her gloves. She glanced toward Henry, who was speaking quietly with Ashworth, before stepping up beside Abby, her expression composed, her bonnet casting just enough shadow over her face to make her unreadable. But her voice, low, deliberate, left no room for misinterpretation. "If you truly wish to understand, ask yourself this: why would Julian fight a duel for something that never happened?" Abby inhaled sharply, her breath catching against the crisp morning air. She turned, but Margaret was already moving, joining the others without another word, as if she hadn't just upended every thought Abby had held on to. Something that never happened. The words rattled in her mind, turning over and over, unsettling everything she had been so sure of. She had been wrong before, misjudged things before, but not like this. Not about him. Julian had dueled Henry Crestwood for something that never happened. A chill ran through her, despite the warmth of the morning sun. If that was true, then why had Julian fought? What had he been protecting? The thought left her unsteady, her pulse an erratic drum beneath her skin. She needed space, needed air, needed a presence at her side, a shift in movement too close, a brush of awareness down her spine. She and Julian had fallen into step together. Perhaps it was an accident, or perhaps it was inevitable. The tension stretched taut between them, silent, unbearable. Julian's breathing had steadied, but the remnants of exertion still clung to him. The loosened collar of his shirt, the way his sleeves had been pushed back, exposing the solid lines of his forearms. Abby swallowed, fighting against the treacherous awareness curling through her. She needed distance, a distraction, anything to break the hold of this moment. But then, you wanted me to win. Julian's voice was low, rough, with something unreadable. He didn't look at her. Didn't need to. Abby stiffened. That's ridiculous. Julian hummed, the sound deep and knowing. He turned his head just enough that she could feel his gaze, feel the weight of it pressing into her skin. Is it? 15. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows of the parlor, casting a warm glow over the polished wood floors and elegant furnishings. The scent of fresh tea and scones lingered in the air, but Abby barely noticed. She sat near the window, an open book resting in her lap, her fingers idly tracing the edges of the pages. She had not turned a single one. Julian's words still echoed in her mind. You wanted me to win. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. And yet, her grip on the book tightened. Across the room, Lucy perched on the edge of a chaise, arms still folded in lingering irritation. Marquess stood a few feet away, his hands behind his back, looking entirely too self-satisfied for a man who had yet to win back his wife's favor. Eleanor, stretched out with her ankle propped on a pillow, was bemoaning her temporary incapacity to anyone who would listen. I could have made it back out before the race ended, Eleanor complained, flicking a piece of lint off her skirt. Lord Blackwood had no right to. Oh, hush, Lucy interrupted, smirking. We all saw you holding on to him as if he were your personal knight-errant. Eleanor's mouth opened in indignation. I did not hold on to him. I merely... She waved a hand dismissively. The point is, it was completely unnecessary. It was the most dramatic moment of the morning, Diana interjected, lounging on a nearby settee with the air of a woman thoroughly entertained. She swirled her teacup lazily. You cannot expect us to simply not discuss it. Eleanor huffed. Well, I would prefer it if we did not. Abby allowed their voices to wash over her, grounding her in the present, but it did little to quiet the churn of her thoughts. Margaret's words, too, had unsettled her. Why would Julian fight a duel for something that never happened? Abby inhaled slowly, forcing herself to stare down at her book. It did not matter. None of it did. She would find answers soon enough. The sound of approaching footsteps near the doorway made her spine stiffen. She did not look up. She would not look up. But she could feel him. Julian paused just inside the threshold, the murmur of voices shifting ever so slightly in response to his presence. Abby kept her eyes trained on the text before her, willing herself to absorb even a single word. She absorbed nothing. There was a beat of silence, a charged pause. And then, You are holding that book upside down, Miss Sears. Blast it. Abby snapped the book shut, finally lifting her gaze. Julian stood just a few paces away, arms crossed, watching her with that infuriating half-smile. His shirt was crisp again, his expression unreadable, but there was a knowing glint in his eyes that made her skin warm. I am not holding it upside down. He tilted his head slightly. Are you certain? She scowled. Quite. Julian merely hummed, his gaze lingering for a moment longer than necessary before he turned, making his way toward the refreshments table. Abby exhaled slowly, her pulse unsteady. Diana, still sipping her tea, watched the entire exchange with undisguised amusement. Well, now that we have had our morning theatrics, I believe it is time for the real entertainment. She set down her cup and clapped her hands lightly. The scavenger hunt awaits, my friends. The energy in the room shifted instantly. A ripple of excitement spread through the gathered party as conversations turned toward the upcoming challenge. Abby, still holding her book, realized her fingers had curled tightly around its spine. She forced herself to release it, to stand, to school her expression into something perfectly neutral. The scavenger hunt awaited, and she had a feeling it was about to be far more complicated than she had anticipated. The house guests gathered around a table that had been set up near the terrace, holding a deep velvet pouch from which the clues would be drawn. Nearby, a footman stood with a small wooden box containing slips of parchment, the names of each participant folded and waiting to determine fate. Gabriel, standing before the assembled guests with his usual air of authority laced with mischief, cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next test of wit and resourcefulness. Our scavenger hunt is upon us. There will be an extra bit of excitement. Diana, seated comfortably at his side, sipped her lemonade with an indulgent smile. You mean you've added extra nonsense? Gabriel smirked. Semantics. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe, looking far too pleased with herself, tapped her cane against the ground. Get on with it, Your Grace. Some of us have a game to win. Gabriel inclined his head. But of course, the rules are simple. Each pair will draw a slip containing a legend of the estate and an item that must be found. The first team to return to the Abbey with their items wins. A murmur of interest rippled through the group, though some of the gentlemen, Julian among them, looked distinctly wary. To ensure fairness, all selections will be made at random, Gabriel continued, lifting the velvet pouch. And now, let us begin. The first name drawn was Diana. Gabriel arched a brow. Ah, my dear wife. Diana leaned back in her chair. I do hope you are not under the impression that I will be playing with you, husband. Gabriel sighed dramatically. Alas, no, your name shall be paired with, he withdrew another slip, Henry Crestwood. Henry, who had been watching the proceedings with mild amusement, raised a brow as Diana turned toward him with a conspiratorial grin. Well, Mr. Crestwood, let's hope you're better at finding things than you are at brooding. I am excellent at both, Your Grace, Henry replied dryly. The next pairing followed swiftly. Margaret Crestwood and Lord Dunhaven. Julian's gaze snapped toward them just in time to see Margaret let out a delighted giggle as Dunhaven offered an exaggerated bow. Ah, Lady Margaret, I do believe we shall make an excellent team. Margaret, laughing, placed her hand on his offered arm. Let's hope your scavenger skills match your flattery. Julian did not look amused. Gabriel, pretending not to notice, reached for another name. Lucy Pembry and Lord Ashworth. Marquess straightened immediately, brows furrowing. Lucy, still annoyed from the morning's race, only huffed. Wonderful. Ashworth smirked. A pleasure, Lady Pembry. Lucy shot Marquess a pointed look. At least my partner's fast. Gabriel wisely moved on. And now, our next pair. A hush fell as he withdrew a slip and read it aloud. Abigail Sears. Abby forced her expression into one of polite interest. Even as her stomach twisted with something sharp and uncertain, she already knew what was coming. She could feel it in the air before Gabriel even pulled the next name. Viscount Lockhart. A pause, then a ripple of laughter, a few murmured comments. Abby exhaled slowly through her nose. Julian, standing just beside her, let out a quiet sigh that sounded almost like resignation. Of course, he muttered. Abby turned slightly to find his gaze already on her. The flicker of something in his eyes, challenge, curiosity, perhaps something else, sent an unsteady pulse through her. Gabriel, delighting in the tension, smiled. Do try not to kill each other before retrieving your item. The Dowager Duchess, thoroughly entertained, gestured for Gabriel to continue. On with it, boy. There are still names left. Gabriel sighed and plucked another slip from the box. Ah, I suppose it is only fair. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe. Finally, the Dowager declared, rising from her chair with remarkable vigor for her age. And who is to be my unfortunate companion? Gabriel opened the final slip and blinked. Your butler, Pembroke. A beat of silence, then a muffled chuckle from Dunhaven. Pembroke, standing as rigidly as ever, bowed his head. Your Grace. The Dowager beamed. Well, my dear Pembroke, it appears your employment now requires adventuring. Pembroke sighed but said nothing. With the teams settled, Gabriel set the wooden box on the table. Now each pair will draw a slip that contains their legend and the item they must find. He gestured to the box, and Diana, ever bold, stepped forward first. She withdrew a slip, glanced at it, then arched a brow at Gabriel. A pocket watch buried beneath the old oak tree? Really? Gabriel smiled. A family heirloom lost to time. Diana passed the slip to Henry, who read it with a smirk. Convenient that someone has already hidden these items in their proper places. It adds to the fun, Gabriel said without shame. One by one, the pairs collected their clues, reading them with varying reactions, Dunhaven dramatically clutching his chest over the pressed flower he and Margaret must retrieve, Lucy muttering darkly about locks of hair, and Julian, beside Abby, unfolding his slip with a slow, deliberate motion. Abby peered over his arm. A weathered key lost near the old hunting cottage. She stilled. The cottage, far from the house, isolated. She glanced at Julian, but he was already watching her, unreadable. A low roll of thunder rumbled in the distance, faint and almost imperceptible. Well, he murmured, tucking the slip into his coat. Shall we? The excitement was palpable as the teams finalized their plans, the terrace buzzing with murmured strategies, teasing remarks, and good-natured grumbling about the unfairness of certain clues. The cool afternoon air carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain, though the sky remained deceptively clear. Gabriel, standing at the head of the table with Diana still comfortably seated beside him, raised a hand for attention. Now that you all have your tasks, you may use wit, cunning, and charm, though I expect some of you will rely more on luck. A low murmur of anticipation spread through the group. Julian adjusted his cuffs with a quiet sigh, already resigned to his fate. Beside him, Abby kept her face carefully composed, though the slip of paper tucked in Julian's coat weighed heavily on her thoughts. The old hunting cottage. They would have to venture farther than any of the others. Off with you, then, Gabriel declared, and with that, the scavenger hunt began. The teams scattered in different directions, each pair setting out on their journey. Diana, ever the picture of confidence, looped her arm through Henry's with an impish grin. Now, dear Mr. Crestwood, let's see if you are half as competent as you are brooding. Henry sighed, but allowed himself to be led. You wound me, Your Grace. I assure you, I am perfectly capable of locating a pocket watch. Margaret laughed as Dunhaven offered a dramatic bow, his usual easy charm on full display. Lady Margaret, I predict we shall find our item with astonishing ease. Let's hope your confidence is well placed, Margaret teased, eyes bright with amusement. As they disappeared into the gardens, Julian, watching from a distance, scowled. Lucy strode ahead with determination, Ashworth keeping pace beside her. I hope you're at least mildly competent, my lord, she said. Ashworth smirked. Highly competent, actually, but you already knew that. Marquess, lingering by the terrace, muttered under his breath, thoroughly displeased. The Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe, cane in hand, surveyed their assigned clue with delight. Pembroke, my dear, I trust you are prepared for an adventure. Pembroke, looking long-suffering, inclined his head. As always, Your Grace. With most of the teams already on their way, Abby inhaled deeply, bracing herself. Julian, hands in his pockets, turned to her with an unreadable expression. We should get moving, he said. Abby nodded, tightening her cloak around her shoulders. Yes, we should. They set off together toward the hunting cottage, the path stretching before them with an uneasy promise. Above them, the clouds stirred, shifting restlessly against the pale sky, mirroring the turmoil twisting inside Abby. 16 brambles snagged at Abby's skirts as she stepped carefully through the tall grass, her boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. Julian walked beside her, his stride effortless despite the uneven terrain, his hands still tucked into his pockets as if he had not a care in the world. The silence between them stretched, thick and weighty, the only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant cry of a bird overhead. Abby could not bear it any longer. I owe you an apology, she said, voice quiet but firm. Julian's pace did not falter, but she saw the tension flicker in his jaw. He exhaled, tilting his head slightly in her direction. For what? She hesitated, then forced herself to meet his gaze. For what I said that night on the balcony. She broke off, swallowing. I was unkind. He held her gaze for a long moment before looking away, a wry twist to his lips. It's forgotten. She frowned. Is it? A muscle ticked in his jaw, but when he spoke, his voice was light, as though they were discussing the weather. If it will make you feel better to apologize, then by all means, continue. But it makes no difference to me. It was a lie. She could hear it in the careful way he delivered the words, see it in the way his fingers curled slightly at his sides before he slipped them back into his pockets. She felt an ache she did not wish to name. Margaret told me about the duel, she said instead, shifting the subject. That got his attention. Julian halted mid-step, turning to face her fully, his eyes sharp. She told you? Not everything. Abby studied him. She said she met someone else in the orangery that night, that you were only trying to protect her. Julian's expression darkened. And she didn't say who. Abby shook her head. No. A curse slipped from his lips, his composure fracturing for the first time. I will find out, and when I do, the bastard will answer for it. Abby frowned. You cannot force a marriage upon them, if Margaret does not wish to. That is not the point, Julian bit out. A gentleman does not meet an unmarried woman in secret unless he intends to do right by her. And if she does not want him to do right by her, Abby challenged, why must honor always demand marriage? What if that is not what she wants? Julian let out a rough exhale, shaking his head. It is what's expected. And if you were caught in such a position? The question left her lips before she could stop it, and she immediately wished she could take it back. Julian went very still. His gaze, dark and unreadable, settled on hers. I suppose we'd both be ruined. The words sat between them, heavy and unspoken, lingering in the crisp afternoon air. Abby looked away first, her heart thudding painfully in her chest. Somewhere above, the clouds thickened, shifting ominously across the sky, but she barely noticed, because Abby could not ignore the weight of his words. The idea that marrying her would be his ruin should not sting, but it did. Julian's voice dropped, rough and certain. You do not understand what it means to be ruined, Abby. A woman with a tarnished name is shunned, cut from society. She cannot marry, she is not received anywhere, and her children, should she even have the chance, will bear the shame as well. Society does not forgive, it does not forget, and it does not care if the scandal was warranted or not. She swallowed hard, her pulse pounding. That isn't fair. No, Julian agreed. It isn't. But it is the truth. A sharp gust of wind swept through the trees. The injustice of it all warred with the reality he had laid bare, and she hated that part of her knew he was right. Then, without warning, her boot caught on a root. She stumbled, the ground rising fast to meet her. But Julian was there in an instant. His arms wrapped around her, steadying her before she could fall. Her body caught against his with jarring closeness. His grip was strong, unyielding, his breath warm against her temple. And Abby's heart, despite every attempt at logic, soared wildly in her chest. Julian's fingers tightened at her waist. He should let go. He should step back. But God help him, he didn't want to. The scavenger hunt had well and truly begun, each pair setting off in different directions across the estate. The afternoon air buzzed with a mix of excitement and competition, and despite the camaraderie, it was clear that each group was determined to win. Diana strolled leisurely beside Henry Crestwood, entirely unbothered by the idea of searching for a centuries-old snuff box. Henry, on the other hand, looked as if he'd rather be anywhere else. Tell me, Mr. Crestwood, Diana mused, twirling her parasol idly, do you make a habit of scowling at perfectly lovely afternoons, or is this a special occasion? Henry sighed, adjusting his injured arm with a grimace. I assure you, Your Grace, I am perfectly content. That's a lie, but I'll allow it, she said cheerfully. Oh, look, a hedge maze. Wouldn't it be terribly fun if our item was buried right in the center? Henry exhaled slowly, already regretting every decision that had led him here. It would be an exercise in patience, certainly. Diana beamed. Excellent. Let's begin. Margaret and Lord Dunhaven were a stark contrast to their competitors. The moment their search began, they had disappeared into the rose garden, speaking in hushed tones and laughing far too often for two people supposedly on a hunt. Margaret giggled behind her gloved hand as Dunhaven leaned in, whispering something scandalous, no doubt. You are incorrigible, my lord. A talent I have spent years perfecting, he admitted, flashing a grin. Now, tell me, Lady Margaret, do you truly believe our item is hidden somewhere in this garden, or did you lure me here for nefarious purposes? She smirked. If I had, would you be opposed? Dunhaven placed a hand over his heart dramatically. My lady, I would be honored. Had Julian seen them, he would have turned positively apoplectic. Lucy had yet to stop talking. You know, Lord Ashworth, I find this whole endeavor rather refreshing. It is so lovely to have a partner who listens. Her smile was far too sweet, unlike certain husbands who think stability makes up for charm. Ashworth, ever the amused observer, chuckled. I shall take that as a compliment, Lady Pembury. Marquess, who was lingering far behind under the pretense of retrieving his hat from a tree branch, glowered at the exchange. I can hear you, Lucy. Good, she called over her shoulder. Then do try to keep up. Ashworth fought back a smirk as Marquess muttered something that sounded suspiciously like a curse. While the younger participants dashed about, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe took her time, strolling with the dignified leisure of a woman who had absolutely no intention of rushing. Pembroke, dear, do keep up. I know you have an affinity for brooding, but surely you can walk and sulk at the same time." Pembroke, the ever-stoic butler, barely concealed his suffering. "Of course, Your Grace." "Splendid." She patted his arm. "Now, where do you suppose those rascals have hidden my cane?" Pembroke eyed the long path ahead. "Regrettably, I suspect it is somewhere most inconvenient." She sighed wistfully. "Good. It would be dreadfully boring otherwise." As the different teams continued their searches, each encounter was filled with banter, tension, and quiet schemes. But none of them were aware of the shifting sky, nor of the storm that loomed ever closer on the horizon. Julian could not let Abby go. He knew he should. He knew he ought to step back, release her, put distance between them before this moment unraveled into something neither of them could afford. And yet his hands remained firm at her waist, his fingers splayed against the curve of her hips, his body taut with restraint. Abby was pressed against him, her breath uneven, her palms braced lightly against his chest. He felt the hesitant press of her fingertips, the delicate weight of her touch, and it sent heat searing through his veins. Her scent, something softly floral, something uniquely her, wrapped around him like a snare. She tilted her head back, her gaze lifting to his, wide and dark with something unreadable, something dangerous. Julian cursed low under his breath. His fingers flexed involuntarily at her waist, drawing her just a fraction closer, and her lips parted in the smallest, softest gasp. God help him. It was his undoing. His mouth claimed hers before he could think better of it. A slow, deliberate descent, his lips brushing against hers once, twice, before pressing more firmly, before molding to the perfect softness of her mouth with something deeper, something unrelenting. Abby made the smallest sound, a breathless exhale that trembled against his lips, and it shattered whatever thread of control he had left. He angled his head, deepening the kiss, his hands sliding up her spine to cup the nape of her neck. She was warm beneath his touch, pliant, her fingers tightening against his chest as if she meant to push him away, but she didn't. She held on instead, held on as his mouth coaxed hers open, as the kiss turned hungrier, rougher. A need, dark and insistent, coiled low in his stomach. A raindrop landed cool against his cheek. Then another. And then the sky split open with a deafening crack of thunder. Abby jerked back with a gasp, her lips flushed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Julian barely had a moment to catch his breath before the heavens unleashed a sudden torrent, fat raindrops pelting down in a relentless icy sheet. "Damn it," he muttered, blinking water from his lashes, his body still thrumming from the kiss, still burning despite the cold. Abby, her skirts already damp and clinging to her legs, cast a frantic look around. "The cottage?" she shouted over the roar of the rain. "We need to get to the cottage." Julian grabbed her hand without thinking. "Run." He grabbed Abby's hand and pulled her with him, boots sinking into the sodden ground as they ran. The path was quickly turning to mud, brambles and tall grass slashing at their legs, but the hunting cottage loomed ahead, a dark, sturdy silhouette against the storm. The rain was relentless. It blurred his vision, made the world slick and treacherous, but Julian could hear Abby's breathless gasps beside him, could feel the way her fingers tightened around his. They reached the porch, just as a flash of lightning illuminated the sky in eerie white light. Julian wrenched open the door, the old wood groaning in protest, and all but hauled Abby inside before slamming it shut behind them. Darkness swallowed them whole. Their ragged breathing filled the space, rain hammering against the roof like a drumbeat. The only light came from the slivers of gray seeping through the cracks in the shutters. Julian could barely make out Abby's silhouette, but he could feel her, close, too close, trembling from cold or exertion or something else entirely. The moment stretched between them, thick with something unspoken. Then Abby exhaled a sharp, unsteady breath. "Well," she managed, voice rough from the cold. "That was unexpected," Julian finished, dragging a hand through his rain-soaked hair. Water dripped from his sleeves, his coat pooling at his feet. He felt heavy, sodden, like he was drowning on dry land. Abby shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "It's freezing in here." Julian cursed under his breath. They were alone, drenched, trapped by the storm, and every rational thought he possessed told him this was a very, very bad idea. And yet, As he turned to face her in the dim light, with rain still glistening on her skin, he knew with bone-deep certainty he did not trust himself at all. She was his undoing. 17. The moment Julian shut the door against the raging storm, a deep shudder racked through Abby's frame. Her drenched gown clung to her skin, heavy and suffocating, her teeth clattering despite her best efforts to still them. The cottage was nearly pitch black, save for the weak light filtering in through the rain-streaked windows. He blinked, scanning the space, the faint outlines of a sturdy wooden table, a narrow cot against the far wall, and a hearth that, at the moment, held nothing but the cold remnants of old ash. He needed to find tinder, needed to get a fire going before Abby froze solid. Moving swiftly, he crouched near the hearth, running his hands along the rough stone ledge until his fingers brushed over a small bundle of dried kindling and a flint box. Thank God. He struck flint to steel, sparks flaring uselessly against the damp air. He tried again and again. His jaw tightened. The third strike caught, a tiny ember smoldering in the brittle curls of tinder. Julian leaned in, shielding the fragile glow with his hands, and blew gently. The ember glowed brighter, catching the kindling, and then, at last, a lick of flame rose. Slowly, carefully, he coaxed it to life, feeding the fire with bits of wood from the stack beside the hearth until warm light flickered over the rough-hewn walls. Behind him, Abby let out the faintest shuddering breath, and he glanced over his shoulder. She stood wrapped in her own arms, her damp curls clinging to her cheeks, her dress darkened and heavy with rain. Her lips were trembling. Julian cursed under his breath. We need to get out of these wet clothes. Abby wrapped her arms around herself, her sodden sleeves doing little to stave off the cold. I'll be fine, she managed, though the way her body shook belied the statement. Julian shot her a sharp look as he tugged his wet coat from his shoulders. No, you won't. He peeled off his waistcoat next, laying both near the fire. You're already shivering. You'll catch your death. Abby turned away as he pulled his shirt over his head, bearing broad shoulders and a lean, muscled chest. She swallowed hard, focusing on the flames rather than the rivulets of water trailing down his skin. I cannot simply undress, Julian. He sighed, raking a hand through his wet hair. I'll find blankets. He tossed his cravat aside, then peeled off his boots and stockings, setting them near the fire. At least take off the heaviest layers. Your dress, your petticoats. Abby scoffed. That would leave me in my camise. Julian, now down to nothing but his damp pantaloons, fixed her with a look. And I assure you, I am not interested in your modesty right now. I'm interested in keeping you alive. Abby bristled at his tone, but the ache in her limbs from the cold overrode her pride. With stiff fingers, she reached behind her back, fumbling with the buttons of her gown. Julian turned away, giving her what privacy he could in the small space, as she shed the soaked layers. Her petticoats and gown joined him near the fire, leaving her in nothing but a wet, clinging camise. She sat, as close as she dared, to the flames. Julian returned moments later with a thin stack of blankets he had found in a trunk against the wall. Without hesitation, he wrapped one around her shoulders, the warmth immediate but insufficient. Sit closer to the fire, he instructed. She did, her fingers tightening around the wool as she tried to suppress her tremors. When she noticed Julian's bare skin still exposed to the cold, she frowned. Where is yours? He smirked, sinking onto the floor a few feet away. You need it more. Abby scowled. That is absurd. You are just as wet and just as cold. I've endured worse. Well, I will not be the reason you freeze. Without waiting for his protest, she lifted the edge of the blanket, shifting so there was room beneath it beside her. Sit. We'll share. Julian hesitated, then with a low chuckle settled beside her, their shoulders brushing as he pulled the blanket over his lap. The heat from his body was immediate, seeping into her skin despite the damp fabric still clinging to her. The moment Julian settled beside her, the space between them vanished. The blanket pulled tight across both their shoulders, sealing in the shared heat. The scent of damp linen and rain-drenched skin thickened the air. Abby's breath hitched as her thigh brushed his, the bare skin of his arm impossibly warm against her own chilled flesh. She did not move away. She told herself it was because of the cold, but when her fingers accidentally grazed his beneath the folds of the blanket, She couldn't stop the sharp inhale that followed. Julian went unnervingly still beside her. For a long moment they sat in silence, listening to the rain lash against the windows, the fire crackling steadily between them. The quiet felt oddly intimate. Abby let out a soft breath. "How often have you found yourself in such a predicament?" Julian huffed a laugh. "Stranded in a storm, half-dressed with a woman who would rather be anywhere else? More times than I care to count." She gave him a sidelong glance, lips quirking. "How unfortunate for them." He smirked. They weren't all unfortunate. A warmth spread through her. She cleared her throat, tilting her head against the wooden beam behind her. "I imagine you were quite the rogue." Julian stretched his long legs out, flexing his fingers before the fire. "I like to think I still am." Abby rolled her eyes. "You certainly think highly of yourself." "Only when warranted." He shifted slightly, turning toward her, his gaze drifting over her still damp hair, the shadows playing against her cheekbones. "And what of you, Abigail? Have you ever found yourself in a predicament like this?" She scoffed. "Certainly not, and you are awful familiar." "I think we are beyond formalities, are we not?" "I suppose we are." "So not even once?" He leaned in slightly, teasing. "Never snuck away to be alone with a suitor? Never had a scandalous moonlit rendezvous?" Abby arched a brow. "I am not you, Lord Lockhart." "Julian." "Julian, then." She inclined her head. He grinned. "No, you are not." His voice dipped lower, softer. "You are better." The words had slipped from his lips before he could stop them. And damn it all, they were true. He'd been in countless situations like this before. Alone with a woman, pressed too close, warmth curling low in his stomach, but none of them had ever left him feeling this way. As if he were teetering on the edge of something dangerous. As if, for the first time, he wanted more than just a stolen moment. Abby's breath faltered, the space inside the blanket suddenly too small, too charged. It wasn't just the fire making her warm. It was him, his voice, the way he looked at her, as if he was seeing something in her no one else had. Her fingers curled tighter into the blanket, grounding herself against the quiet pull of his words. Julian Lockhart did not say things he did not mean, and that was what made him dangerous. Julian's gaze dipped, just for a second, to her lips. It was instinct, a momentary lapse in control, but Abby saw it, felt it. Her breath shallowed, her pulse a traitorous rhythm in her throat. The storm howled against the cottage walls, but inside, the silence between them stretched tight, crackling like fire-touched parchment. The flickering glow of the hearth cast shifting shadows across Julian's face, highlighting the sharp edges of his cheekbones, the slight furrow in his brow, as if he were waging some internal battle she could not name. His fingers flexed beneath the blanket, and for a single aching moment, Abby thought he might reach for her. And God help her. She didn't know if she would stop him. But then, Julian exhaled sharply and turned his gaze to the fire. The moment shattered, leaving only the echo of something unfinished, something unspoken, hanging between them. Abby swallowed hard, forcing herself to do the same. She shifted slightly, pulling the blanket more tightly around her, but even as she turned her face toward the warmth of the flames, she knew the heat burning beneath her skin had nothing to do with the fire. The great hall of Rothbury Abbey was alive with noise and movement as rain-drenched couples tumbled through the front doors, laughter and good-natured grumbling echoing off the high ceilings. Servants rushed forward with towels, and a warm fire crackled in the hearth, casting a golden glow over the sodden arrivals. Diana and Henry Crestwood were first through the door, triumphant despite their thoroughly soaked appearance. Diana beamed as she removed her dripping cloak, shaking out her rain-slick curls. "I believe that makes us the winners," she announced, all too pleased with herself. Behind them, Lord Dunhaven made a grand show of throwing his hands in the air. "Of course you won. Gabriel all but handed you victory. I demand an inquiry." Gabriel, seated in one of the grand chairs near the fire, barely lifted a brow. "You all picked at random, my lord. Do not blame me if fate favors my wife." Dunhaven groaned dramatically, unfastening his coat. "Fate, you say? I call it an outrage." But there was no real ire in his voice, only the easy warmth of shared amusement. Margaret stepped in beside him, cheeks flushed, eyes alight with something softer than competition. "You are only bitter because we took our time finding our item." She held up a carefully pressed flower between gloved fingers. And we did find it. Dunhaven scoffed. Yes, well, had we not stopped to argue about whether that particular bloom counted, we might have beaten your brother and her grace. Margaret merely smiled, shaking out her damp skirts, and Julian's absence meant there was no one around to scowl at them. Lucy and Ashworth entered next, empty-handed and noticeably unimpressed. Lucy let out a long breath, removing her ruined bonnet with a scowl. Well, that was an utter waste of time. On the contrary, Ashworth said with a smirk, rubbing a towel through his dark hair. I found it rather amusing. Lucy shot him a glare. That is because you didn't have Marquess following you through the woods like a bloodhound. The moment the first raindrop fell, he insisted we return. From his seat near the fire, Marquess merely crossed his arms. Forgive me for not wanting my wife to wander the estate in a thunderstorm. Lucy huffed. It was a drizzle when you dragged me back. Ashworth chuckled, thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, the Dowager Duchess of Radcliffe had already settled herself in the most comfortable chair, her cane resting beside her, a cup of tea in hand. Pembroke, ever long-suffering, stood at her side, still dripping onto the polished floors. Eleanor, reclining on the chaise with her elevated ankle, perked up as the last of the teams entered. "Where is Julian?" she asked, eyes scanning the room. "And Miss Sears?" At her words, the laughter and lingering chatter softened. A beat of silence stretched before Marquess spoke, waving a hand dismissively. "I'm certain they'll be along any minute." Gabriel, however, frowned. He turned toward the windows, where the rain now lashed against the glass in relentless sheets. His fingers drummed absently against the arm of his chair, his jaw tightening slightly. Minutes passed, then 20. Diana, still toweling off her hair, looked to her husband. "Gabriel." Her voice was quieter now, tinged with concern. "Should we not send someone to look for them?" Gabriel exhaled through his nose, his gaze still fixed on the storm outside. "Not yet. The storm is at its worst now. Anyone who goes out will be caught in it as well. But as soon as it lets up, I'll ride out toward the cottages and see if I can find them." The Dowager Duchess took a dainty sip of her tea, her expression unreadable. "I do hope they are safe and dry," she mused, voice carrying just enough weight to imply what she truly meant. "But a lady's reputation." "Grandmother," Diana cut in, sharp but measured, a warning in her voice. Across the room, Baron Lawrence's mouth was set in a thin line, his fingers clenched behind his back. Lady Lawrence sat stiffly beside him, her hands twisted in her lap, eyes shadowed with unease. The Baron's voice was clipped. "I knew it was a mistake to allow this charade to continue. This entire house party has been an exercise in madness. Games, debates, unsupervised excursions, none of it is proper." Gabriel finally turned from the window, his face composed, his voice steady. "I understand your concerns, my lord, but rest assured all will be well. As soon as the rain lets up, I will personally see to it that they return safely." The Baron inhaled deeply, as though restraining the urge to say more, but at last he gave a curt nod. Diana glanced toward the storm once more, worry flickering across her face. Somewhere out there, Julian and Abby were alone, and the storm showed no sign of stopping. 18. The fire crackled steadily in the hearth, casting flickering light over the dim cottage. Despite its warmth, a lingering chill clung to the air, curling around Abby like an unwelcome specter. She could feel the cold sinking deep into her bones, the damp fabric of her camise still clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Julian shifted beside her, his bare shoulder brushing against hers beneath the blanket. The heat of him was immediate, seeping into her where the wool failed. Still, she could not stop the slight tremor that ran through her limbs. Julian cursed under his breath. "You're still cold." Abby tightened her grip around herself, as if that alone would ward off the shivers. "I'm fine," she insisted, though her teeth nearly chattered through the words. Julian exhaled sharply, clearly unconvinced. He reached for the edge of the blanket, tugging her closer with deliberate ease. The movement sent a rush of warmth over her side where his skin pressed against hers. "Come here," he murmured, his voice rough. "You're freezing." Abby hesitated, only for a breath, only for a moment where her pride and her stubbornness warred against her common sense. But her body had already made its choice, drawn to the promise of heat, of comfort. Slowly, stiffly, she relented, shifting until her shoulder pressed fully against his, until the length of her arm brushed against the solid warmth of his chest. Julian made a low sound of approval, his fingers tightening briefly over the blanket where it draped around them both. Better? Abby swallowed, her pulse unsteady. Yes. Liar. She wasn't sure if it was the warmth of the fire or the closeness of him, but suddenly she wasn't cold at all. Julian was acutely aware of her, the way her damp curls brushed against his jaw, sending the faintest tickling sensation over his skin, the way her breath hitched just barely when he shifted beside her, the way her fingers curled tighter around the blanket, as if gripping it would anchor her to something, anything, other than him. He was trying to ignore it. He focused on the fire instead, watching the flames dance and flicker, willing the warmth to dull the restless heat curling in his blood. But it didn't work. Not when Abby sat so close, her body a steady, tempting presence beneath the shared blanket. She smelled of rain and lavender soap, the familiar scent mixed with something deeper, something warmer. The firelight illuminated the delicate slope of her shoulder, bare save for the damp fabric clinging to her skin. He could see the fine tremor still lingering in her hands, the way she tried to still it by tightening her grip. He should move, should shift away, put space between them before this turned into something neither of them could walk back from. But he didn't, and neither did she. Abby was fighting her own battle, determined to ignore the steady, insistent warmth of Julian's body against hers. But it was impossible. She felt everything. The way his bare chest pressed against her, the heat of his skin soaking through the damp linen of her chemise, the way his breath was slow, measured, but just a little too deep, and worse, the way she wanted to lean into it. The silence between them thickened, stretching taut with emotions neither of them dared name. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind howling through the trees. Inside, another storm was brewing, just as wild, just as dangerous. And it had nothing to do with the weather. The silence had stretched too long, too taut. Julian could feel it pressing against his skin, thick as the heat between them. If he didn't break it now, he wasn't sure what he'd do. He let out a low, wry chuckle. You do realize how scandalous this is? His voice was smooth, but there was something rough beneath it, something that betrayed just how much restraint this was costing him. If we were caught, Abby let out a sharp breath. If, she echoed, arching a brow. I think you mean when. Julian smirked, but there was no humor in it. Yes, well, I was trying to offer you the comfort of denial. Abby shook her head, her damp curls sliding over her shoulders. Denial won't change anything, she said quietly. I already know the cost of this. Something in her voice made his smirk fade. There was no fear, no regret, only a quiet acceptance of her fate, as if she had already resigned herself to ruin. He studied her in the firelight, watching the flickering shadows play against her skin. You don't sound particularly horrified. Abby exhaled, slow and deliberate. I suppose I'm not. Julian stilled. She lifted her gaze to his then, something unreadable in her eyes. Would you be? The question hung between them, daring and impossible to ignore. Julian swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He could lie, could brush it off as nothing, but the words refused to form. Instead, he leaned in, just slightly, his voice dipping lower. The ton has very little imagination then. Abby sucked in a breath, her pulse stuttering. The way he said it, low, dark, edged with something far more dangerous than amusement, sent a slow, unwelcome shiver down her spine. Abby should have shifted away. Every rational thought screamed for space, for control, for anything that would sever the slow, steady pull drawing her toward Julian. But she remained utterly still, acutely aware of every point of contact. The press of his bare chest against her shoulder, the slow, measured rise and fall of his breath. She swallowed hard. You should move, she murmured, though her voice lacked conviction. Julian didn't move. I should, he agreed, his voice a low hum, rich with something unwritable. But he didn't. Instead, he reached up, slow and deliberate, and tucked a damp curl behind her ear. His fingers grazed her temple, warm against her chilled skin. The touch was light, fleeting, but it sent an insidious heat curling through her, pooling low in her stomach. Abby exhaled sharply, her pulse thrumming like a frayed wire. Julian, I know, he murmured. He did know. He knew what this was, knew the danger, knew the inevitable end should either of them succumb. He had spent the entire night fighting against it, holding himself in check, keeping the string pulled taut. But then Abby turned her head, just slightly, and her lips brushed the edge of his knuckles where they lingered near her cheek, and the string snapped. Julian sucked in a sharp breath. His hand, his traitorous, reckless hand, tilted her chin up, his thumb skimming along her jaw. He should stop. God help him, he should stop. But when Abby looked up at him, her lips parted, her breath shallow, he realized with startling clarity that she was already lost, too. Slowly, achingly slowly, he leaned in. Abby's lashes fluttered, but she didn't pull away, didn't protest. If anything, she swayed toward him, her fingers tightening around the rough wool blanket, a shiver running down her spine as she braced herself for what was to come. The first brush of his lips against hers was tentative, a question. The second was an answer. She made a sound, small, breathless, before she fisted her hands in the blanket and pulled him closer. Julian groaned low in his throat, deepening the kiss, slanting his mouth over hers as if he had any right to claim her. His hands skimmed her waist, finding the curve of her spine, the wet camise cool beneath his fingers. She was warm and soft against him, her body pliant, yielding. It was madness. It was inevitable. And it was not enough. He shifted, guiding her down against the fur-lined blanket, his body bracing over hers. Abby gasped into his mouth, her hands skimming over his bare shoulders, her touch hesitant but eager, curious. Julian broke the kiss just long enough to let his forehead rest against hers, their breath mingling, the storm raging beyond their fragile cocoon of heat and want. "Tell me to stop," he rasped, his voice hoarse, almost desperate. Abby lifted a hand to his face, her fingers trembling slightly as she traced the sharp line of his cheekbone. "I can't," she whispered. A deep, shuddering exhale left him. "God help us both." Then he kissed her again, harder this time, with nothing left to hold him back. And outside, the storm roared its approval. The fire crackled softly, its golden glow casting flickering shadows along the walls. Outside, the storm had not yet relented. The wind howled through the trees, rain drumming against the roof in an unrelenting rhythm. But within the small cottage, the world had narrowed to warmth, to breathless silence, to the slow, steady rise and fall of tangled bodies. Abby's limbs felt languid, her body thrumming with an unfamiliar kind of exhaustion, not the weariness of a long day, but something deeper, something consuming. She could still feel the imprint of Julian's touch. His heat seared her skin, a burning brand that stood out against the cool air, leaving gooseflesh on her arms. She should move. She should create distance between them. But she didn't. Julian shifted slightly, his fingertips tracing absently over the bare skin of her shoulder. Not possessive, not insistent, just a quiet, grounding touch. Her eyelids grew heavy, her breathing slowing to match the rhythmic beat of Julian's heart beneath her cheek. She curled her fingers slightly, her palm resting against the firm plane of his chest, feeling the steady thump beneath her fingertips. Julian shifted slightly, adjusting the blanket over her shoulders. His own exhaustion tugged at him, but he fought it, his mind stubbornly clinging to wakefulness. "You're warm now," Julian murmured, his voice low, drowsy. He told himself he would only rest for a moment, just until the storm passed. But the feel of her against him, the sheer impossible comfort of it, was a lullaby stronger than any resistance he could muster. The warmth, the quiet, the scent of rain and embers, and her. His last conscious thought was of tangled curls against his skin, the ghost of her breath along his collarbone. Then, before either of them realized it, sleep claimed them both, wrapped in each other, utterly unaware of what morning would bring. The door burst open with a gust of wind, slamming against the wall. Julian's eyes snapped open, every muscle tensing as the cold reality of their situation crashed over him. Beside him, Abby startled awake with a soft gasp, her drowsy warmth instantly replaced by rigid awareness. 3 figures stood in the doorway, framed by the dim morning light. Gabriel, Marquess, Henry Crestwood. The silence was deafening. Julian barely had time to register the firelight flickering over the damp clothing drying near the hearth, the undeniable state of undress he and Abby were in beneath the blanket, or the way she gasped as the horror of the situation settled over her. Marquess let out an incredulous curse. "Bloody hell!" Henry said nothing. He didn't have to. The rigid set of his jaw, the fire in his eyes. Julian had seen that look before, right before Henry had leveled his pistol at him on the dueling field. Gabriel exhaled slowly, his face unreadable as he took in the scene. Well, this is certainly unfortunate. Julian sat up fully, dragging a hand down his face. There was no point in protest, no excuse to be made. He knew what must be done. He met Gabriel's gaze with calm resolve. Of course we will marry. The words were out before he could consider them further, before he could glance at Abby, before he could acknowledge the weight settling in his chest like stone. Abby's breath caught in her throat. The words hung in the air, heavier than the storm itself. We will marry. The declaration was final, absolute, spoken as if it had already been decided, as if she had no say in it at all. No. The word tore from her lips, sharp and panicked. Her heart slammed against her ribs, her pulse roaring in her ears. No, Julian. But he was already standing, already reaching for his shirt. You don't get to just... She pushed the blanket away, scrambling upright, her breath uneven. You can't. Julian was already dressing, already preparing to step into a future that she hadn't agreed to. Abby felt like the walls were closing in, like the warmth from the fire had turned suffocating instead of comforting. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. But Julian stood there, his face utterly unreadable, his movements deliberate, as if this was simply the next step in a path already laid before them. A fate sealed. You don't have to do this. Abby's voice was softer this time, nearly lost beneath the steady patter of rain against the roof. But Julian didn't look at her, didn't acknowledge the way her hands curled into the blanket as if she could hold on to something, anything. You don't get to decide for me, she whispered. A sharp scoff cut through her protest. Henry Crestwood stepped forward, disbelief darkening his features. You wouldn't marry my sister, but you'll marry Miss Sears? His voice was sharp with accusation, his eyes flashing with incredulity. Julian's head snapped up, his entire frame going rigid. I did not touch your sister. His voice was low, lethal, nor would I. Henry let out a disbelieving breath, shaking his head. But Miss Sears... Julian took a step toward him, his temper barely leashed. This is not the same. Henry's jaw clenched. No? Because from where I stand, it certainly looks. Gabriel's voice sliced through the tension, firm and unyielding. Enough. He stepped between them, leveling Henry with a look before turning to Julian, his tone brooking no argument. We will handle this properly, but not here. The moment stretched tight between them, a silent battle of wills crackling in the air. But then Julian exhaled sharply, tearing his gaze away as if the very act cost him. Henry, however, was still simmering, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Abby, still reeling from Julian's declaration, could only stare between them, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. But Julian was already pulling his shirt over his head, already moving toward the inevitable. Dress yourself, he murmured, not looking at her. We need to return to the house. She gripped the blanket tighter, as if it were the only thing keeping her grounded. This is not happening. But it was. Marquess ran a hand through his rain-dampened hair, looking both furious and stunned. Of all the reckless, idiotic... Enough, Gabriel cut in. Let's not make this worse. He turned his gaze to Abby, softening just slightly. We shall wait outside while Abigail dresses. Abby's throat felt tight, her pulse wild. She wanted to argue, to protest, but the weight of 3 sets of eyes upon her made her swallow her words. Without another glance at her, Julian stepped outside, his boots splashing through the wet earth as he strode toward his fate. Henry hesitated for a long moment, his sharp gaze flicking between Abby and Julian's retreating form. Then, with a muttered curse, he followed him. Marquess lingered, exhaling sharply before shaking his head and stepping outside as well. Gabriel remained. We will ride back to the house together, he said, his voice quiet but firm. Take your time, Abby. She forced herself to nod, even though her hands trembled as she reached for her discarded dress. Gabriel hesitated a beat longer, then sighed, his expression softening. Do not fret, my dear. These things happen. All will be well. You'll see. But as he shut the door behind him, leaving her alone with what had just transpired, Abby knew one thing with startling certainty. All would not be well. Not if she had anything to say about it. 19s. The rain had slowed to a steady drizzle by the time Gabriel, Marquess, and Henry led the group back to Rothbury Abbey. The manor loomed ahead, golden light spilling from the windows, warm and inviting, so at odds with the turmoil roiling inside Abby's chest. Her wet gown clung to her skin, her damp curls tangled about her shoulders, and her limbs ached from the ride back. But none of it compared to the weight pressing against her ribs, suffocating and relentless. As they entered the grand foyer, a ripple of murmurs spread through the gathered guests, their hushed voices tinged with amusement and curiosity. One of the gentlemen chuckled under his breath. They left for a scavenger hunt and returned betrothed. Quite the unexpected outcome. A delighted gasp rang out. Betrothed? Abby barely had time to turn before her mother descended upon her, her expression a mixture of shock and unrestrained joy. Abigail, my darling. Lady Lawrence clasped her hands together, beaming. Why did you not tell me? Oh, this is wonderful news. We are not betrothed. Abby's voice came out sharper than she intended, her throat raw from the cold, or perhaps from the emotions clawing inside her. Julian, standing just behind her, barely flinched. His expression was unreadable, his soaked shirt clinging to the rigid lines of his chest. He met her mother's eyes without hesitation. Yes, we are. Abby whipped toward him. No. The word rang through the room like a pistol shot. A hush fell over the gathered guests, all eyes swinging between them. Her heart pounded as Julian held her gaze, his own unreadable, his jaw tight. Baron Lawrence, who had thus far remained silent, cleared his throat, his expression carved from stone. Lockhart, with me. Now. He turned on his heel and strode toward the library without another word. Julian didn't so much as glance at Abby before following. Abby turned to her mother, desperate. You must stop this. Lady Lawrence only smiled, patting her hand. Darling, you stayed out all night with him. This is the best outcome. That is entirely unfair. Abby's voice trembled. I did not choose this. You made your choice when you did not return. Her mother replied smoothly, her eyes alight with excitement. And oh, my dear, to be Viscountess Lockhart, what a perfect match. Abby wanted to scream. Across the room, Diana sent her a sympathetic look, but before she could come to her aid, Eleanor leaned in, her expression concerned. Abby, breathe. Abby exhaled sharply, struggling to do just that. The door to the library closed behind Julian and her stepfather, sealing whatever fate was being discussed within. Abby clenched her fists. No one was listening to her. She would not marry Julian Lockhart. Not like this. Not if he was only doing it out of duty. Minutes later, the library door swung open. Baron Lawrence emerged, his expression grim but resolute. The murmurs in the room hushed as all eyes turned toward him. It is decided, he announced, his voice carrying through the room. Viscount Lockhart and Miss Sears will be wed by special license. Abby's breath left her in a rush. No. The declaration rang out, strong and clear, silencing the remaining whispers. Every head turned toward her, wide eyes blinking in astonishment. I will not be forced into this, Abby said, her voice trembling but firm. I will not marry anyone out of duty. Julian, who had just stepped out of the library, stilled, his brows furrowed, his lips parting slightly in disbelief. The Baron's expression darkened. You have no choice in the matter, Abigail. Your reputation. My reputation? Abby laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. Is that all I am to you? A tarnished name? Lady Lawrence gasped. Abigail! Abby turned on her heel, her fury mounting. I am leaving. The Baron stiffened. You will do no such thing. I will. Julian finally found his voice. Abby! She shook her head, eyes flashing with determination. You of all people should understand, Julian. You would not be forced into marriage before. Why should I? Julian opened his mouth, but no words came. He could not deny it. A tense silence stretched through the room before Baron Lawrence exhaled sharply. Enough. We are leaving Rothbury Abbey at once. Abby didn't look back as her mother let out a distressed noise, as the murmurs of scandal swept through the guests like wildfire. She didn't wait to see Julian's expression, didn't give herself the chance to waver. She had made her choice. Julian stood rooted to the spot as Abby stormed away, her back rigid with defiance. The silence in the great hall pressed in on him, suffocating, mocking. She refused him. Even after everything, after the night they spent together, after the way she had clung to him in the storm, she still refused him. A muscle in his jaw ticked as he turned sharply on his heel. Eleanor, pack your things. We are leaving. His sister blinked, startled. Leaving? Immediately. But Eleanor cast a glance toward Blackwood, her cheeks coloring. The season isn't over, and Rothbury— The season is over, Julian bit out. We are going home. Eleanor hesitated, her hands twisting in her skirts. Julian, now, Eleanor? Something in his voice silenced her. She pressed her lips together, shooting one last fleeting look at Blackwood before sighing. Very well. Julian strode toward the door, his heart a dark, tangled mess in his chest. He had compromised Abigail Sears, and she would rather ruin herself than marry him. Eleanor chased after him, her slippers pattering against the polished floor as she chased after his longer strides. Julian, wait, please. There is nothing to wait for, he bit out, not slowing his pace. We are leaving, now. Her fingers caught the sleeve of his coat, tugging with surprising strength until he finally halted. You're being ridiculous. Ridiculous? Julian rounded on her, voice dropping to a dangerous hush. That woman just humiliated me before the entire party, because you tried to command her like a soldier in your regiment. Eleanor's cheeks flushed with indignation, her eyes bright with that same stubborn spark that had plagued him since her infancy. Did you honestly believe she would simply accept your declaration without a word? Julian's jaw worked, the muscles tensing beneath his skin. It was the honorable thing to do. Honor, Eleanor scoffed, releasing his sleeve to throw up her hands. Honor without love is cold comfort, brother. This has nothing to do with love. She arched a brow. Are you certain? Because your face when she refused, you suggested otherwise. Julian turned away, unwilling to examine the sharp, breathless pain that had lanced through him at Abby's rejection. We cannot stay. We cannot leave. Eleanor planted herself before him, her posture suddenly reminiscent of their formidable grandmother. Not tonight. Why the devil not? Because fleeing now makes you look guilty, she explained, her voice dropping to a furious whisper as a pair of servants passed. It makes it appear as though you've done something unforgivable to Miss Sears, rather than merely offering for her in the most ham-fisted manner imaginable. Julian blinked, caught off guard by his sister's candor. One night, Eleanor pressed, seeing his hesitation. One morning, we attend breakfast, make polite conversation, and depart with dignity rather than disgrace. The logic of it sank its teeth into him, unwelcome but undeniable. Besides, Eleanor added, a hint of mischief creeping into her expression, Lord Blackwood mentioned that Lady Radcliffe has prepared the most extraordinary breakfast selection. It would be a shame to miss it. Julian's eyes narrowed. When, precisely, did Lord Blackwood share this vital information with you? A becoming blush stained Eleanor's cheeks. That is entirely beside the point. Julian exhaled sharply. Fine, one night, but we leave directly after breakfast. Of course, Eleanor agreed, a little too readily for Julian's comfort. I'll have my things packed and ready. She swept away, leaving Julian standing alone in the dim corridor. Through an open window, he caught sight of the Baron's carriage pulling away, bearing Abby to London, away from him, away from the scandal he'd created. He would not chase her, would not humiliate himself further. Tomorrow, they would depart with what dignity remained to them, and then, somehow, he would forget Abigail Sears. The final breakfast of the Rothbury Abbey house party bore little resemblance to the lively affairs of weeks prior. Strained silence hung heavy in the air, punctuated only by the delicate clink of silverware against china and the occasional murmured request to pass the marmalade. The spectacle of Abigail Sears's departure, her defiance in the face of ruin, her refusal of Julian's offer, had cast a pall over the gathering that not even Diana's considerable social skills could dispel. Julian sat rigid in his chair, his tea untouched, gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the window. His thoughts remained tangled around the echo of Abby's voice. You would not be forced into marriage before. Why should I? The truth of her words had struck him like a physical blow. And now, with the clarity of hindsight, he recognized the wounded pride in her eyes, not merely the indignation of being commanded, but something deeper, as if she believed he'd offered for her out of duty alone. More coffee, Lord Lockhart? Diana's voice cut through his brooding. Julian blinked, returning to the present with reluctance. No, thank you. Eleanor, seated beside him, nudged his arm gently. You've hardly touched your breakfast. I'm not hungry, he muttered, pushing away his plate. Duchess Radcliffe tittered behind her napkin. Such drama! I dare say Miss Sears's theatrical exit has quite spoiled everyone's appetite. Eleanor stiffened. Miss Sears did what any woman of sense would do. She refused to be bargained away like chattel. Eleanor, Julian warned, though his heart wasn't in it. No decent girl would refuse marriage after such a compromise, Lord Blackwood observed, his expression severe. The scandal will follow her everywhere. Then it is a pity, Eleanor replied, eyes flashing, that society places a woman's value entirely in what men think of her virtue. A chorus of scandalized gasps swept the table. Eleanor, that is quite enough. Julian stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. If you'll excuse us. Before he could make his retreat, however, the door to the breakfast room swung open. Margaret Crestwood entered on the arm of Lord Dunhaven, both of them practically glowing with an energy that seemed obscenely out of place amid the morning's somber atmosphere. Good morning, Margaret announced, her voice bright with suppressed excitement. We have the most wonderful news. Henry Crestwood, who had been sullenly pushing eggs around his plate, glanced up with a frown. What is it now, Margaret? Dunhaven's smile was triumphant as he placed his hand over Margaret's, where it rested in the crook of his arm. Miss Crestwood has done me the extraordinary honor of accepting my proposal of marriage. The words landed like a stone in a still pond, ripples of shock spreading outward. Julian set down his napkin with deliberate care, his mind struggling to make sense of what he'd just heard. Your proposal, he repeated, each word precise. Yes. Margaret beamed, her happiness a stark contrast to his confusion. We are betrothed. Julian's gaze darted between them, understanding dawning with horrifying clarity. You're marrying him? Margaret, this was the scoundrel in the orangery? The room went deathly quiet. Margaret's smile faded, replaced by something cooler, more measured. Yes, she said simply. It was. Julian pushed back from the table, his breakfast forgotten. And you didn't think to mention this rather crucial detail before I found myself dueling your brother? You didn't ask. Margaret's chin lifted. You assumed, Lord Lockhart, as did Henry. Henry himself had gone alarmingly pale, his gaze locked on Dunhaven. You were the one in the orangery with my sister, all this time? Dunhaven, to his credit, met Henry's glare unflinchingly. I was, and I should have spoken sooner. For that, I apologize. Apologize? Henry's voice rose dangerously. You let another man fight your duel. The Dowager Duchess snorted into her teacup. Oh, do calm yourself, Crestwood. I rather think Lord Lockhart volunteered for that particular honor. Margaret released Dunhaven's arm and stepped forward, her expression softening as she approached her brother. You dueled Julian over nothing, Henry. Perhaps if you had trusted me, none of this would have happened. Her words struck Julian with painful clarity. He had charged in without question, without hesitation, making assumptions and demanding satisfaction, just as he had with Abby. Bloody hell, he muttered. Language, Lord Lockhart, Diana chided, though her lips twitched with barely suppressed amusement. Margaret, Henry protested, you cannot possibly mean to marry him. He compromised you. He did no such thing. Margaret interrupted, her voice cool. We spoke, nothing more. He asked for my hand that very night, in fact, though I hadn't yet given him my answer. Julian raked a hand through his hair, feeling like a complete and utter fool. Had he asked, had he simply listened, perhaps everything would be different now. Perhaps Abby would still be here. Margaret seemed to read his thoughts. Her expression softened. I am sorry about Miss Sears, Julian. Truly. Julian straightened, adjusting his waistcoat with forced composure. Congratulations on your betrothal, Margaret. I wish you both every happiness. He spun abruptly, ignoring the whispers that followed him from the room. He needed air, needed to think, needed to understand how everything had gone so spectacularly wrong. Eleanor caught up to him in the corridor, her skirts rustling as she hurried to match his stride. Julian, wait! He slowed, though he didn't stop. Not now, Eleanor. Yes, now. She planted herself in his path, arms folded across her chest. What are you going to do about Abby? Nothing, he bit out. She's made her feelings perfectly clear. Has she? Eleanor challenged. Or have you simply failed to listen, just as you failed with Margaret? Julian stilled, his sister's words striking with uncanny precision. She refused me, Eleanor, in front of everyone. She refused to be forced into marriage, Eleanor corrected. There is a difference. She studied him for a long moment. Do you love her? Love? Julian scoffed. What has that to do with anything? Everything, Eleanor insisted. It has everything to do with it. Julian brushed past her, unwilling to entertain this line of questioning. We're leaving, Eleanor. Pack your things. Running away won't solve anything. But Julian was already halfway down the corridor, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. Love had never been part of his calculations. Duty, honor, responsibility, these were the principles that guided him, not the chaotic, unreliable whims of the heart. Yet as he strode toward his chambers, the memory of Abby's defiant gaze haunted him, along with the cold certainty that he had lost something precious before he'd even recognized its worth. 20. The London season continued with its usual pageantry, but to Abby, it might as well have been conducted behind glass. She navigated the ballroom of Lady Harrington's annual spring ball like a ghost, draped in pale blue silk that did nothing to lift the shadows beneath her eyes. 3 weeks had passed since the disaster at Rothbury Abbey, and the Tun's collective memory had proven as enduring as it was merciless. "Oh, look, there she is," a voice whispered, not quite quietly enough. "The American who refused Lockhart." Whispers trailed in her wake, as tangible as the silk train of her gown. Abby lifted her chin, fixing her gaze on a point above the crowd, determined not to let them see how their barbs found purchase. "Miss Sears." Lady Worthington, draped in lavish crimson, offered the barest nod as Abby approached. "I believe you've met my daughter, Cecilia." The young woman beside her, blonde, pretty, and visibly uncomfortable, managed a weak smile. "Good evening, miss. Cecilia, I believe Lord Pettigrew is looking for you." Lady Worthington's fingers closed around her daughter's wrist with unmistakable intent. "Come, we mustn't keep him waiting." They swept away, leaving Abby stranded in the center of the room. The message was unambiguous. Association with Abigail Sears was to be avoided at all costs. "Delightful party, isn't it?" Lucy's voice broke through Abby's thoughts as she appeared at her side, 2 glasses of champagne in hand. "Everyone is being perfectly horrid, as expected." Abby accepted the glass with a grateful smile. "You shouldn't be seen with me, you know. Your reputation will suffer by association." "Nonsense. I'm American too, remember? My reputation was already suspect." Lucy sipped her champagne, surveying the room with sharp eyes. "Besides, Marquess would throw a magnificent tantrum if anyone dared cut me direct, and I do so enjoy watching him defend my honor." "How are they all?" Abby asked, unable to keep the question contained any longer. "At Rothbury, I mean." Lucy's gaze softened. "As well as can be expected. Diana asks after you constantly. The Dowager Duchess claims she knew it would all end in tears, though I don't believe her for a moment. Eleanor is—" She hesitated, subdued. "Blackwood calls almost daily, though he pretends it's to discuss estate matters with Gabriel." Abby nodded, a lump forming in her throat. "And Julian?" Lucy studied her for a long moment. "He hasn't been seen in London. Rumors say he's shut himself away at Lockhart Hall. Others say he's gone abroad." Something tightened in Abby's chest. She took a too large sip of champagne, willing the bubbles to drown the ache. "It's for the best." "Is it?" Lucy tilted her head. "You look miserable, darling." "I look tired. There's a difference." "Dunhaven watching as you from across the room," Lucy murmured, discreetly indicating with her fan. Abby glanced over, catching Dunhaven's eye. He gave her a warm, sympathetic smile, one of the few she'd received since returning to London. "He's been asking after Margaret," Lucy continued, "quite persistently." Abby blinked. "Margaret?" "Indeed, it seems our mysterious orangery gentleman has been revealed." Lucy's eyes danced with mischief. "And not just revealed. The gossip from Rothbury is that they've announced their engagement. Can you imagine?" Henry Crestwood nearly overturned the breakfast table when he heard. Abby's hand stilled, her champagne glass poised halfway to her lips. "Engaged? To Dunhaven?" "The very same." Lucy's gaze tracked Dunhaven as he navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with various guests. "Apparently there was quite the scene the morning after you left. Margaret and Dunhaven announced their betrothal at breakfast, and Julian—" She broke off, casting Abby a sideways glance. "Julian what?" Abby prompted, unable to help herself. Lucy smiled, a trifle too knowingly. "Julian discovered that the man he dueled with Henry over was the very gentleman Margaret intended to marry all along. I'm told he looked like he'd been struck by lightning." The irony wasn't lost on Abby. A case of misplaced honor. Indeed. Lucy's smile faded as she watched another cluster of ladies glance their way, whispering behind their fans. I'm afraid your scandal has overshadowed theirs, however. Poor form of you, refusing the most eligible Viscount in England. My deepest apologies, Abby muttered, finishing her champagne with unladylike swiftness. The weight of eyes upon her, curious, judgmental, mocking, pressed against her skin like physical touches. A young debutante passed nearby, her mother steering her with a firm hand on her elbow. Not too close, Georgiana, the woman hissed, loud enough for Abby to hear. One cannot be too careful with one's associations. Abby's smile grew brittle. Perhaps I should depart. So early? Lucy protested, though her expression was sympathetic. The orchestra has barely begun the second set. I find my enthusiasm for dancing has mysteriously vanished. Abby set her empty glass on a passing footman's tray. Would you make my excuses to your husband? Lucy squeezed her arm gently. Of course, but this cannot go on forever, you know. The Ton will eventually find a new scandal to dissect. Perhaps. But as Abby moved toward the exit, dodging gazes and whispers like arrows, she wondered if Lucy was right. 3 weeks and the scrutiny had only intensified. How long before it faded? 6 months? A year? And what would remain of her by then? The night air was cool against her flushed skin as she slipped into her waiting carriage. As London's glittering lights receded behind her, Abby leaned back against the cushioned seat, allowing the mask of dignity she'd worn all evening to crumble. This couldn't continue. Something had to change. And sitting alone in the darkness, the answer came to her with startling clarity. The collection of papers scattered across Abby's bedchamber floor like autumn leaves, months of meticulous observations and scientific inquiry reduced to wrinkled chaos. She sat amidst them, still dressed in her ball gown, a single candle casting long shadows across the room. Her husband's Compatibility Assessment lay open before her, pages of careful calculations and precise observations mocking her with their uselessness. What good was science when the heart refused to cooperate? Miss? Fran hovered in the doorway, concern etched across her features. You've returned early. Was the ball not to your liking? Abby laughed, a brittle sound. It was enlightening. She picked up the nearest paper, a page filled with observations about Lord Ashworth. Quick mind, polished manners, responds well to intellectual discourse. She crumpled it in her fist, tossing it aside. He was there, Fran. Understanding dawned on her maid's face. Lord Lockhart? In the flesh. Abby reached for another page, this one bearing a neat tally of Lord Blackwood's qualities. He walked right in as if nothing had happened, as if the entire Ton wasn't still dissecting our scandal with gleeful abandon. Did he speak to you? No. The memory of his eyes finding hers across the ballroom floor sent an unwelcome shiver down her spine. I left before he could approach. Fran knelt beside her, gathering the scattered papers. Perhaps you should have stayed, heard what he had to say. What could he possibly say that would change anything? Abby reached for the final page, her assessment of Julian himself. Failed on nearly every metric. Dueling tendencies. Reckless, impulsive, and yet her fingers trembled as she traced the ink, remembering the feel of his arms around her in the cottage, the warmth of his lips against hers. The way he'd looked at her, as if she were a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. A knock at the door jolted her from her reverie. Fran rose to answer it, returning moments later with a letter in hand. From your mother, miss. Abby broke the seal with steady fingers, scanning the contents quickly. A strange calm settled over her as she finished, folding the letter neatly and setting it aside. I've made my decision, Fran. The maid paused in her tidying. Miss, I'm going to America. Abby stood, gathering the remnants of her failed experiment and carrying them to the fireplace. My cousin in Philadelphia has invited me to stay. There's nothing for me here now. But, miss, your studies, your collection, can be pursued elsewhere. She tossed the papers into the flames, watching as her careful calculations curled and blackened. The Baron has agreed to fund my passage. I suspect he's eager to be rid of the scandal. She pressed a hand against her abdomen, remembering the fear that had gripped her in the weeks following Rothbury Abbey, the terrifying possibility that she might be carrying Julian's child. The relief when her courses had arrived followed immediately by a hollow emptiness she hadn't expected. When will you leave? Fran asked softly. with the morning tide. "Milady," Abby watched the last of her papers turn to ash. "It needs to be immediately. I just cannot bear to say goodbyes." She moved to the window, gazing out at the London skyline, the city that had never truly welcomed her now shrouded in darkness. Somewhere out there, Julian Lockhart was probably dancing, laughing, free of the burden she had refused to become. "It's for the best," she whispered, as much to convince herself as Fran. A fresh start. But as the night stretched on, one thought refused to be silenced. Julian had failed every test she'd devised, broken every rule she'd established, and still, God help her, she wanted him. 2 weeks after their hasty departure from Rothbury Abbey, Julian sat brooding in the library of Lockhart Hall, a glass of brandy untouched at his elbow. Rain lashed against the windows, mirroring his tempestuous mood as he stared into the crackling fire. The door opened with a soft click. Eleanor entered, her expression wary as she approached his chair. "You missed dinner," she observed. Again. Julian didn't look up. "I wasn't hungry." "You haven't been hungry for a fortnight." She settled into the chair opposite him, arranging her skirts with deliberate care. "The servants are beginning to whisper that you're wasting away from a broken heart." "Ridiculous," he muttered. "Is it?" Eleanor tilted her head. "You've barely spoken 10 words since we returned. You spend your days locked away with estate ledgers and your nights drinking brandy that you don't even taste." Julian finally met her gaze, irritation prickling beneath his skin. "Have you come merely to catalog my shortcomings, or was there a purpose to this intrusion?" Eleanor sighed, reaching into her pocket and withdrawing a folded letter. "This arrived for me this morning, from Lord Blackwood." Julian straightened, his protective instincts flaring. "You've been corresponding with Blackwood?" "Yes," she lifted her chin, defiance sparking in her eyes. "He is a perfectly respectable gentleman who has expressed interest in calling upon me when we return to London." "We are not returning to London," Julian bit out. "The season is over for us." "For you, perhaps." Eleanor ran her fingers over the letter, her expression softening. "Thomas writes that the Lawrences have withdrawn from society entirely. Apparently, Baron Lawrence is quite beside himself over the scandal." Julian's jaw tightened. "As he should be. If he'd had half a mind, he would have forced us to marry and be done with it." According to Thomas, they still might be done with it. Eleanor glanced up, her expression carefully neutral. "Abby is leaving for America." The words struck Julian like a physical blow. "She's what?" "The Lawrences want the scandal to settle. She's sailing to Philadelphia to stay with her cousin." Julian's glass shattered in his grip, brandy spilling across the carpet as shards of crystal bit into his palm. "When?" he demanded, ignoring the sting of alcohol against the fresh cuts. "Julian, you're bleeding." "When?" he repeated, rising to his feet. Eleanor swallowed. "A week's time. Her passage is already booked." A string of curses escaped him, colorful enough to make his sister's eyes widen in shock. He stalked to the window, pressing his uninjured hand against the cool glass as the rain continued to batter the gardens outside. America. An ocean between them. The finality of it was unthinkable. "She can't leave," he said, though whether it was a declaration or a plea, he couldn't be sure. Eleanor approached cautiously, pressing a handkerchief into his bloodied palm. "Why not?" "Because," Julian broke off, the truth he'd been denying for weeks finally crystallizing with painful clarity. "Because I love her." The admission hung in the air between them, as startling to him as it clearly was to Eleanor. Her lips parted in surprise before curving into a triumphant smile. "Well, thank God you finally realized it," she declared. "Now the question is, what are you going to do about it?" Julian wrapped the handkerchief around his palm, his mind already racing ahead. "I'm going to London." And then, a plan, reckless, impulsive, utterly unlike his usual careful calculations, formed in his mind. "I'm going to stop her," he decided, "by any means necessary." Eleanor's smile widened. "May I make a suggestion?" "If you must." "Try telling her you love her," she said simply, "before you resort to kidnapping." Julian's lips twitched into the first genuine smile he'd managed in weeks. "I shall consider it." "Good." Eleanor patted his arm. "Now go have Phillips bandage that hand. You'll need both of them if you're to sweep Abby off her feet." As he strode from the library, purpose replacing the listless anger that had consumed him for weeks, Julian felt something he hadn't dared to acknowledge before. Hope. Abigail Sears might be leaving for America, but not if he had anything to say about it. This time, he wouldn't issue commands or make demands. This time, he would offer her the only thing that truly mattered: his heart. Dawn broke over London with indifferent splendor, painting the city in hues of rose and gold that belied Julian's thunderous mood. 2 days of punishing travel from Lockhart Hall had left him disheveled and raw-nerved. His usual immaculate appearance surrendered to the urgent press of time. The carriage had scarcely rolled to a stop in Berkeley Square before he'd leapt out, dismissing his bewildered driver with a curt wave. Now he stalked the awakening streets of Mayfair, his boots striking cobblestones with military precision, hands clasped behind his back to prevent them from betraying his agitation. The crisp May morning did nothing to cool the determination burning beneath his skin. "Damn that woman," he muttered, rounding the corner toward Lawrence's house, where servants were already stirring, opening shutters to the new day. Damn her infuriating, brilliant mind and her stubborn American pride. He'd departed within hours of Eleanor's revelation, pausing only long enough to gather essential belongings and pen a hasty note to his steward. 2 weeks, Eleanor had said. 2 weeks before, Abby sailed for America. The time for careful strategy had passed. "Lockhart, by God, is that you skulking about at this ungodly hour?" Julian turned sharply at the familiar voice, finding Dunhaven strolling toward him, looking damnably fresh despite the early hour. His evening clothes suggested he hadn't yet retired from whatever entertainment had occupied his night. Julian halted, impatience crackling through him. "What do you want, Dunhaven?" "That's hardly a civil greeting." Dunhaven approached with the lazy confidence of a man who carried secrets like currency. "Though I suppose social niceties are the last thing on your mind this morning." "I have no time for whatever game you're playing," Julian bit out. "If you'll excuse me, even if it concerns Miss Sears." Dunhaven adjusted his gloves with exaggerated care, examining the stitching as though it contained the secrets of the universe. "I saw, at Lady Harrington's ball." Something cold slithered through Julian's veins. "And she departed rather early, looking like a woman who'd made a decision." Dunhaven's expression shifted, the perpetual amusement in his eyes dimming. "The ton has been merciless, Lockhart. You haven't been here to see it. The whispers, the cut directs, the mothers steering their daughters away as though scandal might be catching." Julian's jaw tightened, guilt twisting sharp and unexpected beneath his ribs. He'd retreated to Lockhart Hall to nurse his wounded pride, leaving Abby to face the consequences alone. "Why are you telling me this? Perhaps I've developed a sudden fondness for happy endings." Dunhaven shrugged, though the gesture lacked its usual insouciance. "Or perhaps I'm simply tired of watching you both be miserable when the solution is so painfully obvious." "And what solution is that?" "Tell her you love her." Dunhaven smiled at Julian's startled expression. "Just a thought, though you might want to hurry." Julian's heart stuttered. "Why?" "Because the Lawrence carriage was being loaded when I passed their house not 30 minutes ago." Dunhaven's voice lost its teasing edge. "And the footman I spoke with mentioned something about dockside luggage. That's impossible. My sister said the ship wasn't sailing for nearly a fortnight." "Plans change." Dunhaven's brows rose. Perhaps Miss Sears decided she'd had quite enough of London's hospitality. Julian didn't wait to hear more. He was already turning, calculating the fastest route to the Lawrence townhouse when Dunhaven called after him. "The Artemis Lockhart, bound for Philadelphia, leaving on the morning tide." The morning tide. Julian glanced at the lightening sky, a cold knot of dread forming in his stomach. If Dunhaven was right, he might already be too late. "A carriage," he muttered, scanning the street with desperation. "I need a damn carriage. Take mine." Dunhaven gestured toward an elegant conveyance waiting at the corner. "It's faster than anything you'll find at this hour." Julian stared at him, momentarily dumbfounded by the offer. "Why would you help me?" A ghost of a smile touched Dunhaven's lips. "Let's just say I've discovered a newfound appreciation for the transformative power of love, even when it makes fools of us all." Julian had no time to dwell on the unexpected alliance. With a curt nod of thanks, he sprinted toward Dunhaven's carriage, barking an order to the startled driver. Love? Was that what this madness was? This constant gnawing ache whenever he thought of her? This fury at the thought of her leaving England, leaving him, and starting anew across an ocean? Julian sank back against the leather seat, his heart a wild, untamed thing in his chest. If she left today, no, he wouldn't allow it. With newfound desperation, Julian leaned forward, rapping sharply on the carriage roof. "Faster, man, for God's sake, faster!" The driver obeyed, the horses surging into a gallop that sent them hurtling through London's awakening streets. Julian clenched his hands into fists, his mind racing with all the things he'd never said, all the things he'd been too blind, too proud, too hidebound by duty to recognize. He had minutes, perhaps, to change the course of 2 lives, and this time he wouldn't take no for an answer. 21. The trunks stood in solemn formation beside Abby's bed, each one packed with meticulous precision, her scientific notebooks carefully wrapped in muslin, her modest collection of butterfly specimens cushioned between layers of tissue paper. A life in England, reduced to portable fragments. Fran moved about the room with quiet efficiency, folding the last of Abby's gowns. "Are you certain about this, miss?" she asked, smoothing a wrinkle from the pale blue silk. "Philadelphia is so very far." "That," Abby replied, securing the clasp on her jewelry box, "is precisely the appeal." She hadn't told Fran about her courses arriving the week prior, hadn't shared the mingled relief and strange emptiness that followed. One less complication, she'd told herself. One less reason to stay. The Baroness hovered in the doorway, her expression a portrait of maternal distress. "Darling, won't you reconsider? It's not too late. We could still send word to Viscount Lockhart." "Mother, please." Abby's fingers tightened around the jewelry box. "We've discussed this. My decision is made. But to leave England entirely, surely there's another way." "What way would that be?" Abby set the box into the nearest trunk with deliberate care. "Should I remain here, enduring whispers and cold shoulders? Should I retreat to the country and live as a spinster, forever marked by scandal? You could marry him," yet her mother said simply. Abby turned away, unwilling to let her mother see how the mere suggestion made her heart twist painfully in her chest. A man who proposed out of duty, not desire? No, thank you. "Are you so certain it was only duty? What else could it have been?" The question emerged sharper than she intended. "He never once spoke of feelings, never once suggested he wanted me for anything beyond salvaging my reputation." The Baroness sighed, crossing the room to lay a gentle hand on Abby's arm. "Men aren't always adept at expressing their hearts, my love." "Julian Lockhart doesn't have a heart," Abby muttered. "He has principles, rules, a rigid code of honor that compelled him to offer for me after we were caught." Her mother's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Is that why you refer to him as Julian in private?" Heat flooded Abby's cheeks. "An unfortunate habit acquired during our confinement, nothing more." "And yet, you've kept his handkerchief." Abby's gaze snapped to the small square of white linen tucked half-hidden beneath her pillow, its embroidered edge just visible. She'd found it among her belongings after returning from Rothbury Abbey, a relic of that rain-soaked morning, somehow transferred from his pocket to hers. "An oversight," she lied. "I meant to return it." The Baroness arched a delicate brow. "For 3 weeks?" Before Abby could formulate a reply, a commotion erupted downstairs, raised voices, the thud of hasty footsteps on marble, the butler's protests rising above it all. "My lord, you cannot simply barge in. Watch me." Abby froze, her blood turning to ice in her veins. She knew that voice, that arrogant, commanding tone that brooked no argument. Julian. Her mother's expression brightened with almost comic swiftness. "Well, it seems the Viscount has saved us the trouble of sending for him. Mother, don't you dare." But it was too late. The Baroness was already hurrying from the room, leaving Abby trapped between the impenetrable wall of trunks and the approaching storm of Julian Lockhart. Fran glanced between her mistress and the door, uncertainty written across her features. "Shall I stay, miss?" Abby squared her shoulders, smoothing her skirts with hands that only trembled slightly. "No," she decided, "but remain within earshot. I may need rescue." The maid nodded, slipping from the room just as the Baroness's voice floated up the staircase. "Lord Lockhart, what a delightful surprise." Julian's reply was too low to make out, but his footsteps were unmistakable. purposeful, steady, growing louder as he ascended. Abby retreated to the window, positioning herself with her back to the door. She would not let him see her expression when he entered, would not give him the satisfaction of knowing how his mere presence sent her heart racing like a frightened rabbit's. The door opened, closed. Silence stretched between them, taut as a bowstring. "You're leaving." His voice was rougher than she remembered, the crisp edges worn away by something she couldn't name. Abby kept her gaze fixed on the street below, where a young couple strolled arm in arm beneath a shared umbrella. "How observant of you." "America." The word held a wealth of accusation. "You didn't think to mention this?" "I didn't realize I owed you an explanation for my movements." She turned then, finally facing him, and immediately wished she hadn't. Julian looked different. The immaculate polish she associated with him had been replaced by something rawer. His cravat was slightly askew, his hair tousled as if he'd been running his hands through it. Dark smudges shadowed his eyes, suggesting sleepless nights. He looked as wretched as she felt. "You don't," he conceded, his gaze sweeping over the packed trunks with barely concealed dismay. "But I would have appreciated the courtesy." Abby folded her arms across her chest. "Would you have me send a note? Dear Lord Lockhart, having thoroughly ruined my reputation and prospects in England, I am departing for America. Do enjoy the remainder of your season." A muscle ticked in his jaw. "You didn't ruin anything." "I did." The admission startled her into momentary silence. Julian took advantage of her surprise, advancing a step further into the room. "Margaret and Dunhaven are engaged," he said abruptly. Abby blinked at the sudden change of subject. "I had heard." He was the man in the orangery, all along. Julian raked a hand through his hair, confirming her suspicion about its disheveled state. "Dunhaven, the scoundrel I fought a duel over." Understanding dawned. "Ah! Ah?" Julian repeated incredulously. "That's all you have to say? Ah? What would you prefer? I told you so?" His lips twitched, almost imperceptibly. "I suppose I deserve that." Abby uncrossed her arms, guardedly intrigued by this unfamiliar version of Julian, one who admitted fault, who seemed almost vulnerable. "Why are you here, Julian?" He drew a deep breath as if fortifying himself. "To stop you." "From going to America?" She shook her head. "You have no right." "I know." He took another step closer. "I have no right to demand anything of you, no right to expect you'd accept my suit after how poorly I offered it, but I'm asking anyway." Abby stiffened. "Asking what precisely?" Julian met her gaze directly, his eyes stormy with emotion. "Stay." The simple plea caught her off guard. She'd expected commands, demands, perhaps even threats, not this quiet entreaty that seemed to come from somewhere deep within him. "Why?" she challenged, lifting her chin. "So we can continue this absurd dance? So you can fulfill your noble obligation?" "Because I love you." The words hung in the air between them, as startling as a clap of thunder on a clear day. Abby felt the room tilt beneath her feet. "You? What?" Julian's expression softened, the rigid control he typically maintained giving way to something more vulnerable, more real. "I love you, Abigail Sears. Not out of duty or obligation, but because you are the most infuriating, brilliant, captivating woman I have ever known." Abby's throat constricted, emotion threatening to overwhelm her carefully constructed defenses. "You never said. I didn't know," he admitted. "Not until you refused me. Not until I faced the prospect of a life without your sharp tongue and sharper mind challenging me at every turn." His hand reached for hers, tentative in a way Julian Lockhart had never been before. She allowed the contact, her fingers cold against his warm palm. "Have you come to insist I marry you again?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Julian shook his head. "No, this time I've come to ask." "Ask," she repeated, hardly daring to believe him. "Marry me, Abby." His fingers tightened around hers. "Not because society demands it, not because your reputation requires it, but because I want you, because I love you, because the thought of you sailing away to America feels like having my heart ripped from my chest." He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss against her knuckles with such tenderness that tears sprang to her eyes. "And if I say no," she challenged, needing to be certain, needing to know this wasn't just another trap disguised as choice. "Then I'll follow you," he said simply. "To Philadelphia, to the ends of the earth. Wherever you go, Abby, I will follow until you believe me." A tear slipped down her cheek. Julian caught it with his thumb, his touch achingly gentle. "You were never an obligation," he murmured, his gaze never leaving hers. "You were a revelation." Abby studied him, searching for any hint of deceit, any suggestion that this was merely another manifestation of his rigid honor. But all she found was a raw, unguarded truth. "What happens," she asked finally, "if we wed and I prove impossible? If my scientific inquiries embarrass you, if my American ways scandalize your peers, if I refuse to be the demure Viscountess society expects?" Julian's lips curved into the crooked smile that had first captured her attention all those weeks ago at Rothbury Abbey. "Then I shall spend the rest of my life matching your impossibility with my own." The last of her resistance crumbled. Abby rose onto her toes, closing the distance between them, and pressed her lips to his in a kiss that was equal parts surrender and claiming. Julian responded immediately, his arms encircling her waist, drawing her against him as if he feared she might yet slip away. The kiss deepened, a culmination of weeks of longing, of misunderstanding, of stubborn pride on both sides. When they finally parted, both breathless, Julian rested his forehead against hers. "Is that a yes?" Abby laughed, the sound clearer and lighter than anything she'd managed in weeks. "Yes, you impossible man. It's a yes." In the doorway, unnoticed by either of them, the Baroness smiled triumphantly before quietly closing the door. Some scientific phenomena, she reflected, required no observation after all. Epilogue. 8 months later, if this child inherits your stubbornness, the world is doomed. Julian set aside the leather-bound volume he'd been pretending to read, casting a pointed glance at his wife, who reclined on the settee across from him. "I pray daily for your scientific rationality instead." Abby shifted uncomfortably, one hand resting on the impressive curve of her belly. Her once trim figure had transformed dramatically over the past months, though Julian insisted with infuriating frequency that she had never been more beautiful. "My rationality?" She arched a brow, wincing as the baby delivered a particularly enthusiastic kick to her ribs. "Need I remind you which of us challenged a man to a duel without bothering to ascertain the facts? Need I remind you which of us devised an entire scientific methodology for husband selection, only to marry the man who failed spectacularly on every metric?" Julian countered, rising from his chair to join her on the settee. Abby sniffed, a temporary lapse in judgment. 8 months and counting. He lifted her feet into his lap, massaging her swollen ankles with practiced ease. "I consider that a rather permanent lapse." Despite her discomfort, Abby smiled. Marriage to Julian had proven nothing like the clinical arrangement she'd once envisioned as her ideal. It was messier, more complicated, infinitely more challenging, and she wouldn't trade it for all the scientific certainty in the world. "What if it's a girl?" she asked, the question that had been circling her mind for weeks finally finding voice. "Would you make her marry a man she didn't want?" Julian's hands stilled, his expression softening. "Is that what troubles you?" "Perhaps." Abby plucked at a loose thread on her sleeve. "I was nearly forced into such a union myself, remember." "By your stepfather," Julian pointed out. "Not by me. You proposed out of duty, and you refused me for the same reason." His fingers resumed their gentle massage. "No, Abby, I would never force our daughter to marry against her wishes, though I reserve the right to terrify any young man who comes calling." Abby laughed, imagining Julian glowering at some hapless suitor across the drawing room. "You'll be impossible, as will you." He leaned forward, pressing a kiss to her brow. "Our poor child." She caught his hand, guiding it to where the baby moved beneath her skin. Julian's expression transformed with wonder, as it did every time he felt that tangible evidence of their creation. "What if the baby has your penchant for recklessness?" she mused. "Your disregard for propriety?" "Then I fear for us all," he admitted. "Though with a mother like you to keep them in line, I dare say they'll turn out well enough." A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the soft crackle of the fire and the distant sounds of the household preparing for the evening. Julian's thumb traced idle patterns against her palm, his gaze thoughtful. "Have you completed your revisions yet?" he asked. Abby blinked. "Revisions? To your husband assessment." His lips quirked in that maddening half-smile that never failed to quicken her pulse. Surely you found some flaws in your original methodology given the unexpected results. Are you suggesting my scientific approach was flawed, Lord Lockhart? I'm suggesting, he murmured, leaning closer, that perhaps certain phenomena defy scientific quantification. Abby rolled her eyes, though she couldn't quite suppress her smile. Is this your roundabout way of saying I told you so? Would I be so ungentlemanly? Without question. Julian laughed, the sound rich and warm in the quiet room. In that case, yes, wife. I told you so, passionately, repeatedly, and with great conviction. You're insufferable. But she twined her fingers with his, the simple contact grounding her in a way nothing else could. And yet, you suffered me quite willingly, one might even say enthusiastically. Heat bloomed in Abby's cheeks. Is this my punishment for ever daring to refuse you a proposal? Not punishment. Julian brushed a kiss against her lips, lingering just long enough to stir the familiar warmth in her belly. Merely a lifetime of reminders that some things cannot be quantified. Some things must simply be felt. The baby kicked again, as if in agreement, drawing a soft gasp from Abby. Julian's hands splayed protective and warm over the spot. Your mother, he informed her belly solemnly, once attempted to reduce all of human connection to a series of tallies and scores. Thankfully, she failed spectacularly. Your father, Abby countered, addressing her unborn child, believes himself the exception to every rule, the answer to every question, and the solution to every problem. And yet, Julian murmured, his gaze holding hers with unmistakable tenderness, in your case, my love, I was. Abby couldn't argue with that. Not when the evidence of their unlikely, irrational, utterly perfect match grew daily beneath her heart. Perhaps, she conceded, some scientific theories require revision upon the discovery of new evidence. Julian's smile widened into something almost boyish in its delight. Does this mean you'll finally admit that passion outweighs stability? It means, Abby clarified, that I've developed a new hypothesis. Oh, he arched a brow. Do enlighten me. She leaned forward, closing the distance between them until their lips were mere inches apart. That the most successful matches, she whispered, require both in equal measure. Julian's eyes darkened. A hypothesis that warrants thorough testing, I believe. Lifelong testing, Abby agreed, with rigorous methodology. How fortunate, he murmured against her lips, that we have a lifetime for such important scientific inquiry. As his mouth claimed hers, warm and familiar, and still thrillingly new, Abby reflected that some experiments yielded results far beyond their original parameters. And some hypotheses, once tested, proved more revolutionary than one could ever have imagined. Her husband Compatibility Assessment lay forgotten in a drawer of her writing desk, its clinical calculations rendered obsolete by the messy, wonderful reality of loving Julian Lockhart, a man who had failed every test she devised, only to prove himself the perfect match for her heart. Science, it seemed, still had much to learn about matters of love, and Abby for once was content to let the data speak for itself. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of An Interview with a Rake, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.